and welcome to Edzest. I'm Amit, a PMP trainer at Edzest Education Services. In the last few months, we have discussed so many scenario-based questions and situational-based questions that helped you and many other participants in the past in preparing for PMP certification. We have compiled all those videos. There were total 17 episodes. We have compiled the questions and we have come up with 60 questions that would help you in understanding what are the different types of situational based questions that can be there in PMP exam. While discussing those questions, I have discussed about the mindset, the concepts, and what you should think of in terms of variation for this question so that you can be prepared not only for that particular question but many other questions as well. I hope you find this video useful. My suggestion would be that you pause the video whenever you see a question, attempt it yourself, then unpause it and see the explanation that I'm talking about. It will help you in checking how much you are scoring in those questions. Do let me know your score in the comment box so that I'll also understand whether the videos are helping or not. If you have any doubts while you are going through that questions, please do leave a doubt in the comment box. We will go to the comments and we will give you a reply on those comments. And last but not the least, if you find these videos helpful, do share with your fellow friends, colleagues who are preparing for PMP certification exam so that you can help others as well. Thank you so much. So let us discuss this. And important is that the question could be easy for you, question could be difficult for you. What is more important is to understand the underlying, as I said, twists and turns in the question. Focus on that more than whether you got correct or wrong. It doesn't matter whether it was correct or wrong, because this is not the exam. This is our practice. The more mistakes you make, the more practice you do, the better it is for your preparation. All right. So don't focus on whether you were correct or wrong, but focus on whether you were able to understand the exam setter's mindset. What is the exam taker, whoever is taking the exam, what is it in their mindset? What are they trying to ask? What are they trying to test with this question? Because question could be different, language could be different, but ultimately they would be testing few of the skills, right, that we have to develop. Let us see that. All right. A junior team member who has recently joined an agile team claims that while distributing the tasks among the team members, a senior team member is taking up all the exciting features, leaving the junior members with not so exciting pieces of work. How should the project manager respond? Okay, see, the most important part in our PMP exam is understanding the question, the premise, the background that has been given, and reading this part of question properly. Sometimes it will be straightforward. Sometimes it will have twists and turns. We are going to see all of that in these 10 questions itself. All right. So did you understand the summary of this question or not will decide whether you will take more time or less time in solving the question. All right. Because it is said that a well understood problem is half solved. So if you want to solve half or solve 50% of the question, understand the question well. Okay, the question is saying, junior team member who has recently joined an agile team claims, right? This is an important word. There's a claim made by a junior team member that senior team member is taking up all the exciting features. The first thing, as a project manager, you should check is whether it is correct or not, right? Whether the claim is correct or is it just an understanding of a junior member by some mistake or something happened, right? So this is not confirmed. This is still a doubt, right? So for you to take any decision, for you to respond, first you need to know whether it is a doubt or whether it is a certain thing. For now, we know that this is a claim. It's just a doubt. Okay, so now there's a team member. Imagine this scenario. There's a team member who has recently joined and they claim that senior member is taking all the exciting feature. Probably that is just their feeling, or probably it is true. We don't know as of now. So it's still a doubt. That is something that should be there in your mind while you are reading this. You should be able to identify this. With practice, definitely you will do it. All right. So now what should you do? When there's a doubt about someone's claim, what should you do? Let's see. Discuss with junior and senior team members to analyze the concern. They have a concern, you are analyzing them, and you are discussing with them. right? Think about it. Your junior member comes and tells you that senior member is taking up all the exciting work and they are giving us the boring work. So what are you doing? You are saying, okay, let us come together. Junior member, senior member, let's discuss. Is it true? Is it actually happening? Right? So this is a good option. Now, even if you think it is 100% true, this is the best option of all, you will not be able to answer it unless and until you have seen other options. All right. So always compare your first option or any option to other options, because exam is not asking you to choose correct one. They are asking you to choose the best choice. And best, you will only be able to come to know if you have compared with somebody else, right? If you say that I am the best project manager, you will have to compare with other project managers. Then only you can say that, yes, I am the best in comparison with these 5, 10 project managers. You alone cannot say that I'm the best. You will have to compare. Similarly, with the choice, you will have to compare with other options to say that, yes, this is better, right? And then after you have seen all the options, all the 4 options, then only you can say that, yes, this choice is best, all right? So even if I am pretty confident that this could be the correct answer, still I'll just park it. Do this in your exam also. Just park it, just stay there, okay? Don't jump to conclusion as yet. Let's look at B. Instruct the senior member to conduct a fair distribution of the tasks. Should there be a fair distribution of tasks? Absolutely. But will you instruct the senior member just on somebody's claim, just on somebody's concern, just on somebody's doubt? No, right? So this is like you have accepted that junior member is right and senior member is doing a mistake, right? Comparison A to B, A is better than B. Hence, now you can eliminate B. Why? Because you have a better choice in sight. A is better. So you can eliminate B. Now let us go to C. Employ a methodology to ensure fair distribution of tasks among the team members. So what are you doing here? Option B, you are instructing someone to use fair distribution. Option C, you yourself are doing it. Again, which means that you have accepted that this claim is true. But no, nothing in question tells us that this claim is true or false. As of now, I have a doubt. So when I have a doubt, I will discuss, I'll clarify my doubt, then I will take action. Okay. Most of you would know this by saying that, okay, first we will evaluate and then we will take action, which is true, but not in every case and not as a formula. Don't use it as formula, but see what the question is asking you. See whether it is a doubt or it's a confirmed thing. If it's a doubt, then definitely you will have to evaluate. If it is confirmed, then maybe you will have to take some action. So don't go to the exam with a firm mindset that first I will check, evaluate, then I will take action. Don't do that. Just look at every question to its merit, see whether it's a doubt or confirm, then take action. This will help you a lot in difficult questions also. Easier questions, definitely. You will see that this is evaluation, analysis. I should do that first, then taking action. Action should be justified. That is your idea. Okay. Here, this action is not justified because I still have a doubt. My doubt is not confirmed. So I will remove C. Right? Because I have a better option A. I'm not sure whether the claim is true or not. So why would I implement anything? Why would I employ a methodology? Right? Go to D. Help the team define a new ground rule for task distribution. Again, the same thing. Whether you are talking about fair distribution by somebody else, fair distribution by you, or changing the ground rule, it's still the same thing. You are accepting that my team member was, the junior team member was true, but there's no justification for that. So this action that you are taking, all the 3 actions that you are taking, it's not justified, right? Hence, evaluation, analysis, understanding is better in this case because you were doubtful, because of this single word. If this word changes, the entire question changes, okay? And your answer would also change accordingly, right? So hence, it is very important to understand what the question is asking. Whatever the doubt, the problem that I'm solving, don't solve the problem that is not there. Right? This problem might not even be there. This is just a junior member's concern. Maybe the junior member does not like the senior member, and that's why they are saying so. You don't know that. Right? So don't try to solve a problem which is not there. First, establish the problem. First, see that, yes, is it a problem? Then only solve it. Right? So here, A, what are you doing? You are establishing that, yes, this looks like a problem. Let's discuss if it is a problem or not. Junior member would be there, senior member would be there. You will discuss in a meeting and you will confirm it. Once it is confirmed, then you could take one of these three actions. All right. I hope this is clear. Do let me know if there's any doubt on this question. Now we will move to the second question. And then again, I will pause for a minute. All right. Within that minute, please put in your answers. Let me see if there's any doubt. I could see A and people mentioning D also. Okay. So those who have mentioned D, please let me know that it is clear why D is wrong. If you have a doubt, then we will discuss this one more time. Okay. Just let me know. Otherwise, let us move to the question number 2. So let us see this. A senior team member is taking up all the exciting features. Okay, so this is exactly what we were discussing in the previous question, right? A senior team member is taking up all the exciting features, leaving the junior members with not so exciting pieces of work. So they have left junior member with boring pieces of work. This has dropped the junior members' motivation considerably and is affecting their work. How should the project manager prevent the problem from happening again? See, as we have seen question number 1, so you would be able to remember a few other things, but again, look at this independently. Understand the question stem. Right? This is your stem of the question. Understand the background, understand the premises well. And then read the last sentence, even if it takes 5 more seconds to read, spend some time on what your question is asking, because you have to solve the question. Okay, what will happen is when you practice a lot of PMP practice questions, what happens is you get into a predefined set of mindset. Okay, then okay, this question must be about that. And you jump to option, you select one thing and you move ahead. You will never come to know in the exam whether it was correct or wrong. At the end of the exam, you would feel that you have done a great job, but your score might not reflect that. I'm not saying that it will happen, but it might not reflect that. Okay, we are here to ensure that you get above target score. All right, not even target. We are looking for above target score. All right, not as a pressure, but just because we want to practice in that fashion. Okay, we want to be absolutely confident. This is an exam, costlier exam, right? Why would you want to spend one more time writing the exam or any other thing? Right? Let us prepare well. Let us prepare in a fashion that we are very, very confident when you are taking the exam. Right? Mock exams help you in that. These sessions will also help. All right. So let us see. A senior team member is taking up all the exciting features, leaving the junior member with not so exciting pieces of work. This is confirmed. This is not a doubt. Nobody is claiming this to you. The question is clearly informing that senior member is taking up all the tasks. Right? It is not a junior member's doubt. It is not a junior member's claim. Right? And it has dropped. So there is an issue and there is an impact as well. So how should the project manager prevent this in future? Right? So if this is happening and this is the impact that is getting created, how would you prevent it? Let's see. Discuss with junior and senior team members to understand the problem. Is this a good option? Yes. Right? Should you discuss with junior and senior team members to understand the problem? Yes. Understanding the problem will help you in understanding what is happening. And it's a good option, not a bad option. Okay. So we'll keep it. Let's see. Instruct the senior member to conduct a fair distribution of the task. Okay. So senior member is taking up all the exciting features. We know that they are doing it. So we are instructing them to conduct a fair distribution of tasks, which is not bad. We'll just park it. If this happens, if we are instructing them, okay, and if they do that, if they do fair distribution of tasks, then it will be better. Then it will solve my problem. Okay, so in a way, it is helping. Might not be helping directly. So I would need to look at other options, what they are saying. Then only I'll be able to select. Right? That's how you should up your attempt in exam also. Let's look at C. Employ a methodology to ensure fair distribution of tasks among the team members. Okay. So now, see the two choices. Both the choices are correct. Okay, you could do that. But which one is better? Should you instruct that senior member or should you employ the methodology yourself? Okay, you employing the methodology would have your point of view. Senior member employing the methodology would have senior member's point of view. Okay, and then they will be employing that. So there's nothing that tells me whether I am better or that senior member is better. Okay, you could be a project manager, right? I am a project manager. Probably in this question, the project manager is better or the senior member is better. We don't know, right? So at this point of time, I don't know whether B is better or C is better. Let's park it. Okay, A is also there, which is helping. B is also there, which is helping. C is also there, which is helping. It is possible in your exam. Don't worry about it. Just be sure that you are not taking decision unless and until you are hearing everyone out. Think like a Supreme Court judge. Hear every option out, then take decision. Don't take a decision just based on one or two information. Don't take a decision in a hurry. Don't take a decision based on your predefined mindset that, okay, this is true, this is right, this is formula, this is that. Just compare all the options. Think like a judge. Don't spend that much time. You don't have that. But just compare, because read and compare and move ahead. All right. Look at D. Help the team define a new ground rule for task distribution. What is happening here? You, project manager, are involved. The team is also involved. And now you are defining some ground rules for task distribution, which means you are putting your point of view. Team members are putting their point of view, which means senior member is participating, junior members are participating, you are participating, everybody is participating, and then they are figuring out what should be the rule for task distribution. Suddenly, when you read this, you realize that B and C is definitely wrong. Right? Here, only one person's point of view, the project managers. Here, the senior members. Here, you are actually discussing with the team, and you are taking everybody's vote into consideration. Right? So it is much better. D looks better. Now, whether A is good or D is, whether A is better or D is better, that is the choice that we have to have. A is saying, discuss with the junior and senior team members to understand the problem. The problem is there. You know that. Okay. Here, you are taking an action. Okay. So how should project manager prevent the problem from happening again? If you want to prevent, involve everyone, define a new ground rule, you will be able to prevent. Here, you are understanding the problem, then you will take some action, and then you will be able to prevent. So this one is attacking the problem directly. Okay, so always, that's why reading this last sentence is of prime importance. Okay, that you have to attack this problem, you have to solve this problem. So helping the team define a new ground rule will help you prevent the problem better than this discussion. Hence, D, A is not wrong, but D is better. Hence, A can be eliminated. Okay, I could see that there was a little bit of doubt in terms of A or D, where people said A and D, right? But I hope this is now clear. If it is not clear, do let me know. We will discuss one more time. But now, let us see what I was talking about. Okay, this idea is called determinants versus indicators. Okay, are you able to completely determine, or is it just an indication? In the first question, the junior member was claiming something. It was just an indication that things might be wrong. Here, the sentence itself is saying completely that yes, the senior member is taking. This is a determinant. You have been able to determine that yes, there is a problem. Okay, so that's the idea. Don't worry about determinants and indicators. Just look at whether there is a doubt that the problem is there, or is it confirmed that there's a problem. As I said, don't try to solve the problem which is not there. Right? If you have a doubt, then the problem is not there. So don't try to spend time on that. First, confirm whether that problem is there or not, and then only solve it. We do it, right? In our real life, we do it. The challenge in the PMP exam is that you have only 70 seconds to do that, right? And hence we are having this training, hence we are having these sessions, so that you can quickly identify when you are reading it. And these words will give you a hint that the agile team claims, the team member complains, a new stakeholder has a concern, or somebody informs you. These are things that you have just heard from someone. You need to verify from your end also, right? And this will be true for any of the question in the exam, all the 180 questions. You have to figure out whether the problem is a doubt or it's a confirmed thing. If it's a confirmed, then you look for solution. If it is doubt, then you look for just understanding the problem better. Right? This way, don't try to build a rule in your mind. Okay, if I say this, then I will do this. If I say this, then I will do this. Sometimes you will forget it. Sometimes what would happen is there will be some twists and turns and some tricks which you will not be able to identify because you have a fixed mindset. Don't go with fixed mindset. Work like a Supreme Court judge, look at the options, compare the options, see which one is better, select that, just move ahead. It is just that you will have to do it all that faster. The more you practice, the better your speed will become. All right. Now let us look at the third question. So again, the process is same. We just have to follow the same process for 180 times in the exam in 4 hours. All right. Read the question, understand the question, read the last part of the question, understand what they're asking, solve that part of the question. Okay. I'll be repeating this, which can turn boring. Okay. But the training, it is said that it should be boring. Okay. When you go to gym, when you go for fitness, when you go for losing weight, okay, you don't eat exciting food. You do the same thing daily. Those things are not exciting. Okay, for some it would be if it's their passion, but training should be boring. You should do the same thing again and again and again and again, and then you will build that habit. Okay, this is what we are practicing here. All right. So after solving a problem that was blocking their work, the agile team noticed that the solution has caused another problem in the one of the product's feature. So what was happening? There was something that was blocking their work. So the agile team solved the problem, but that solution created another problem. Very much possible, right? That when you are working something, when you are solving something, there was another risk that was supposed to happen, and that was probably could have happened, and it has now happened. Right? It is very much possible. All right. So this is what happened. Now the project sponsor wants to know what actions the project manager will take. See, the exam question can be twisted in any form. They might not mention that the sponsor wants to know. They might just say that, what will you do as a project manager? Or what would be the best thing for you to do? Right? The question here is, how should the project manager respond? So how would you respond when the sponsor wants to know what action the project you will take? Okay. Always put yourself in the shoes of project manager and then take actions and then take decisions in the question. All right. Let's see. Work with the team to update definition of done. Okay, so for those of you who don't understand definition of done, don't worry, you will see this. But definition of done is a checklist which tells you that yes, you have completed the work and you have also ensured that you have done all the things important which are required for properly completing your work. Okay, for example, if you complete a user story, just completing or just the code running is not the good thing. Okay, if the code is running, you should also ensure that the code is now cleaned properly. You have organized it, you have put some comments, you have written a code in proper format, you have used a great format. Then you should also ensure that this code will be integrated to something else. What would happen with that integration? You should also ensure that acceptance test has passed. Okay, so you will decide in the team what are the things that everybody should do whenever they say that they have completed a work. Okay, that's the idea of definition of done. It helps in giving clarity to the team member of what should be done when they have completed the work, and it uniforms the thing. Everybody will do the same things uniformly and ensure that yes, they have completed the work. Okay, those who are not a part of agile, sometimes it could be difficult to imagine. Think about a checklist that you would use whenever you are leaving from office. Okay, at the end of the day, you are saying, I'm done. Right? So, what is your definition of done? Have you responded to all the mails that you received in the day? Have you switched off the light, fan, camera, AC, whatever was on? Okay. Have you closed all the window on your laptop? Have you shut it down properly? Okay. Then close it. Check whether you have picked up everything that you need for your commute back to home, and then you are going home. So what are these? These are your checklist to say that yes, you are now done for the day. That is your definition of done. You have decided. Okay. For some, it might be that, have I called my wife before leaving home? So that is your checklist part. Right? Before you are deciding that yes, I'm done for the day. So for every project team, every agile team, it will be different. It is just the idea to ensure that when you complete the work, when you say that yes, I'm done, whether you are properly done or just done, just the code is running and you are not done anything else. Right? That's the idea of definition of done. So how would this help? Will this help? Let us come back to the question. Solution has created another problem. So if you had, let's say, for example, a better definition of done, Okay, you would have checked whether this solution, whatever work that I do, can this create another problem? So updating definition of done might help. I'm not sure it will help completely, but this might help. We can park it. We can say that this could be correct. I don't know. Let's go to B. Inform the sponsor that mistakes are inevitable, which is right, and will be resolved by the team. Now, see, somebody has seen a problem. There's a problem that has happened because of a solution, and they want to know what action you will take, and you are giving them assurance. You are giving them reassurance that okay, I mean, mistakes are inevitable, Mr. Sponsor. These things happen. Team will take care of it. No, that's not a good response, right? If you have seen the problem, you resolve it. You try to see that it does not happen again. Okay, you take some actions. You do few things so that the problem can be solved, problem can be prevented. But not that you will tell that okay, mistakes are inevitable. Team will definitely resolve it. That might not be a good response. A better response would be okay. Let us work on definition of done, and hence you could eliminate B. Okay, I think I saw B somewhere. I hope the option B is clear to everyone. Okay, why it is wrong? Because sponsor is asking you to take some, I mean, to just understand what will you do, and you are saying that okay, mistakes are inevitable. You are just giving an assurance to them that it will be resolved by the team. I mean, you should also get involved. You have seen the problem, right? As a project manager, and do this for all the 180 questions in the exam. As a project manager, if you have seen the problem, get involved. You don't have to necessarily solve it yourself. Don't do it. Help the team solve it, but do get involved. Don't run away from it. Don't say that okay, team will solve it. Right? That is not a good project management. Once I've seen the problem, at least discuss with the team whether they are working on the problem or not. Don't say that it will be resolved by the team. It should be resolved by the team. There's nothing wrong in about that, but the response is not that good. Okay. Call an impromptu retrospective to inform the team to not take risky initiatives. Because you are saying that okay, the problem has happened. I'm calling the team for a retrospective, and we will say that okay, we will not take any risky initiatives. Might not be a good thing. Okay, you would need to experiment a little bit here and there. If you're talking about agile, definitely you will. Okay, you should encourage experimentation. If you call them and tell them not to take risk initiative, what would happen? Why is this wrong? Because then the team will not take any risk. Because there's no definition to what is risky initiative. Okay, team member might think, okay, any change, any betterment that I do, any improvement that I do could be risky because any change that you do has a little bit of risk, right? The team to tell them that don't take any risky initiatives, not a good thing. Okay, and also, why do you need an impromptu retrospective for that? Immediately call a retrospective. First solve it, then later have the retrospective, see and discuss this problem. How would you solve that and all other things, right? So, not that good. Work with the team to update definition of ready. Similar to definition of done. Okay, when we talk about definition of done, we are saying that when I complete the work, I check whether I have done everything required to properly close my work. Right? We took an example of going from office. We go to prepare a checklist and we say that these are the things that I need to do before I leave the office. Similarly, when you come to office and you want to start the work, you can have a checklist that I need these 3 things, 4 things, 5 things for me to start the work. Same thing the developers also do. Okay, I'm using these examples for those who are not a part of agile team. All right. So same thing is with developers also. If they want to start working on a user story, okay, they need to have a checklist that yes, all the information is available. The user story is estimated. The tasks are distributed. Everybody has agreed to that. Product owner is aware of what we are working. Anything that you need for you to start. And this will be checked by all the team members so that there's a uniformity throughout the project team. Okay, but this is talking about ready, starting the work. Here, the problem was with the solution. Okay, hence updating definition of done is much better than updating definition of ready. This is correct. Right? Just to give you a quick understanding on definition of ready and done, definition of ready is when you want to pick up an item from product backlog and start working in the sprint or iteration. Okay, it is that checklist. Do you have all the information that you need to move to the sprint and start working? Once you have worked in the sprint and you have completed the work and you want to add it to the product increment, definition of done is all the items that you must do, that your developers, testers must do to ensure that the work is properly completed. That is your definition of done. Ready to the sprint. After the sprint, you have completed everything. If you want to add to the product agreement, that's where your done is. Right? I hope this definition is clear. It is important to understand ready and done. You might see this in exam. They will not ask you the definition of it, but you might see this written somewhere in the options in the questions. You should be able to understand. These are very important things, very common things in Agile. So you should know that. Next question. Let us discuss the question number 4. A team member has performed exceptionally well in the design work in an earlier project. And as a result, she has been assigned additional responsibilities of detailing the requirements for product development. This is what happens, right? Those who work well get more responsibilities. That is what's happening. So after some time, you notice that her output in this new role has dropped significantly. So she had taken up a new role. Now the output has dropped significantly. How would you support her? To improve the productivity. Understand the situation well, understand and read the question even better. Right? Ultimately, you have to solve this problem. How would you support to improve her productivity? Let us have a look. Assign an expert mentor to discuss with the member. Yes, new role, an expert mentor could help. Looks like a good option. Plan for less story points in a couple of upcoming iterations. So you're saying that, okay, we will do a little less work. Why? Okay, her productivity has already dropped. Okay, by doing less work, how is it that we will be helping them? A line of thought could be that, okay, if you give her more time, she will understand the more role and then she will adapt to that. But those are our assumptions. Right? It might or might not happen. All right. So assigning an expert mentor is better than reducing the number of story points, because then you are delaying the project also. Because the team members' productivity has dropped, you are reducing the story points of the iteration. So other team members are also getting impacted. Your project is getting delayed. Why would you take that decision? Not a good decision. Hire a new team member to compensate for the loss of output. Okay. Person A is not doing well, and hence I will have person B. Not a good option. Let me help person A first. Also, the question is saying, how will you improve her productivity? Not how will you improve the team's productivity. Right? So probably by adding team members, I could improve my team's productivity. I'm not sure, but definitely her productivity will not improve. Right? So very clear, wrong option. Boost motivation with a team building event. There's a problem with just one person, and I'm calling C, D, E, F, all the people. Let's have a team building event and then do it. Will not be ineffective, but not a good utilization of resources. Team building event should be planned in the beginning itself, and it can be ad hoc also. But if when you think that, okay, all the team members are not connected well, they're not discussing, a lot of conflicts are happening, then team building event is better as an ad hoc way. Otherwise, you should plan that, okay, every week, every 2 weeks, every month, we will be meeting and having a team building event. Okay, so that the team's motivation is built. Also, we don't know whether the drop in productivity is because of motivation or not. So on multiple level, 2-3 levels, this option is not that good. Hence, A is correct. I could see a lot of people saying A. I hope those who have mentioned B as an option know why this is wrong. Okay, this is wrong because the question is asking how would you support to improve her productivity, not the team's productivity, first thing. Second, we don't know whether the drop in productivity is because of motivation or not. Okay, so boosting the motivation might still not help. Right? So these are the reasons why you would not select D. A is better. Assign a mentor. She is doing a new role. Assign a mentor. They would help them. And the chances that the productivity will increase is more. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee in project, right? So the action that you are taking would help her improve her productivity. That is the idea. You're supporting her. All right. Let's move to the next one. An agile team is being supported by a supplier with a particular expertise in metaverse technologies. The project manager is analyzing the best way to improve the interactivity and engagement between both the teams. Good. Which of the following actions by the project manager would help the best? Okay, so we are saying here the project manager wants to improve interactivity and engagement, and the question is saying which one would help the best, which means which of these options will help you improve interactivity and engagement between both the teams. Noticing all these things are very important. That there's a supplier, then you have a team, both the teams, there should be interactivity and there should be engagement. That's the idea. Okay. Why are you going for a supplier? Because they are expert in metaverse and probably you are doing a project in metaverse. Let us have a look. Share a common Kanban board using the latest software tool. Okay. A Kanban board in simple language, to do, doing, and done. You will have your tasks mentioned here. Right? This will let you know the flow. And if it is common, then you have your tasks, your suppliers will also have a task. It is just that your tasks will be shared, but not sure whether it will help interactivity and engagement. It might. Okay, I'm not saying it will not, but it's not directly helping. Okay, so we'll keep it. We'll not resolve it because somehow it is helping us. We'll not remove it because somehow it is helping us. Let us look at B. Set up a fishbowl window at both the team's locations. Fishbowl window is like keeping a camera on both the location with a giant screen where you can see the other team can see you. You are working yourself, others are working themselves, they're doing their job. But when you want to connect with them, you just switch on something and switch on a mic and then call their name and you can talk to them. This is kind of replicating when two teams are working separate in separate locations. They cannot be co-located. You can use this fishbowl window. Why is it called fishbowl window? Because this is what happens in fishbowl also, right? There's a fishbowl within which the fishes are doing their work. You are doing your work. Okay, but sometimes when you want to play with the fishes, you interact with the fishes, you can come and do that. That's the idea of fishbowl window there also. Will this improve interactivity and engagement? Probably. Yes. Will this improve more than the Kanban board? Yes. Because Kanban board is just a board where you're just sharing the items. You're just using a tool which is used by both the parties. Okay, not directly related to interactivity and engagement. But this one, definitely. Right? Hence, you can now eliminate A because you have found a better option. Let's look at C. Ask the teams to meet face-to-face once every week. Should we meet face-to-face? Definitely. Right? One of the principles of Agile says that we should meet face-to-face. But, and this is a very important hint, just because you see face-to-face, don't be confused that this could be a correct answer. Right? What are you doing? You're saying once every week. How in the world meeting once every week can improve the interactivity and engagement? You should meet daily if that's the case, or sit together if possible. Okay, but here it is saying meet face once every week. I would rather have a fishbowl window which is available 9 to 5 or whatever time I'm working. Throughout it is live, more interactions, more engagement. Okay, face to face, more clarity, definitely. Interactive and engagement also. Okay, but in this option, fishbowl window looks better and hence I can eliminate C. Okay, so don't just select a choice based on the word or the phrase is written. That, okay, they talk about collaboration, they talk about evaluation, they talk about face to face. This must be correct. Don't be under that fixed mindset. Okay, again, always, every case, every question is different. You are the Supreme Court judge. Okay, every case is different. Every case that you see, so resolve it on its own merit. Look at the options, look at what they are saying, compare, and then choose. Align the two teams' iterations. It is similar to using common Kanban board. So what do we mean by this? We are saying, okay, both the teams will have 2 weeks iteration. It will start on Monday. It will end on next Friday for both the team on the same date. Okay, it is a process. It is a framework that you have built for both the team. Okay, fine. They will work separately. Okay, it is not adding to interactivity and engagement, right? Hence, B is better. Right? I could see B written a lot of time. Somebody said C also, but I hope now you are clear, because just because it is face to face does not make it a correct answer. Right? So for those who don't know what fishbowl window is, this is what it is. This is your team's location. If you see it here, team members from the supplier end would be there. The video camera will be on always. There will be team members working, not just a meeting. They will always be working also. You will be able to see them working, and it will be a giant screen. Right? Here, there, somewhere, there will be a button, mic and speaker. Okay. You want to talk to any team member, just switch on this button, you can talk to them. Okay. So this helps in working. This helps in replicating the co-located space when the team members are not co-located. Okay. So you can see them working. When you want to talk, you can talk to them. And that's your fishbowl window. Next question. So let's discuss. In an agile project that demands high security and privacy for the agile teams, a supplier has been selected to build a part of the product. So there's a high security and privacy requirement. Okay, it's an agile team and there's a supplier, right? Both the teams joining the daily stand-up meetings together is not feasible because it's not feasible to meet daily and have a daily stand-up meeting together. There's some reason it's not feasible. In the given scenario, what should the project manager do to ensure interactions between both the teams? Okay, so this question is similar to the other question that we just solved. There was a supplier and you wanted to ensure that both of them have interactivity and engagement. This question is also similar. What changes here is that there's a high security and privacy requirement for agile teams. Okay, and second, the daily stand-up meeting is not feasible. These are the two options that have that information that a question has given us. Okay, and then they're asking, what should you do as a project manager to ensure interactions between the two teams? Let's see. Let the two teams work on a common shared collaboration tool, similar to the Kanban board that we saw. Okay, so there's a common shared collaboration tool. They can work. There will be some interactions. Yes, definitely. Some tools will always help in interaction. Not a bad option. Set up a fishbowl window at both the teams' location. Will this improve interactions? Yes. Right? We just saw that. Fishbowl window will help in improving interaction. This also looks good. Add a layer of Scrum of Scrum. Okay, so those who don't understand Scrum of Scrum, it is nothing but in a Scrum, you have a Scrum Master and you have leader, you have team members around. And this is your Scrum, one Scrum. Similarly, you may have another Scrum team with a Scrum Master. You may have another Scrum team with a Scrum Master. And then all these Scrum Masters will form one more team led by maybe senior Scrum Master. This is called Scrum of Scrum. We'll see that. Okay. But will this help? Probably. Okay. What would happen? Team A, Team B, your team and your supplier's team, they are working separately. And they're all, the Scrum Master is discussing with a senior Scrum Master. So will this ensure interactions? Yes. Looks like it can. Okay. So coming back to our question, all the options are looking correct to me. Co-locate both the teams. Can we do that? This one is saying daily stand-up meeting together is not feasible. Co-location might not help. So the options that you see, okay, the information that you get in the question would decide the action that you will take. There are two information: high security and privacy, daily stand-up meeting not feasible. So if you have a high security and privacy and you use common shared tool, a fishbowl window where everything is open every time, okay, then you're not building security and privacy. Okay, co-locating the teams will also not build that security and privacy. Having a layer of Scrum, what would happen? Team A, Team B working separately, but also coordinating. So if you are looking at just part, interaction, but you are missing this information, then your answer could be wrong. Okay, so yes, I have to solve the question, but given the scenario and situation also. Situation very clearly says that it's a high security and privacy thing. Start using collaboration tools, sharing the tools, and start working together. Security and privacy will not be there. Right? Hence, Scrum is better. Okay. So the hint from this question is that yes, we have to solve the question that is mentioned and must be answered, but we cannot ignore the information that is given in the question. It is clearly telling me high security and privacy. It is also telling me daily stand-up meeting is not possible. And hence, other options get eliminated. This option is correct. Okay, so I could see some B, C, and D as options. Okay, so C is correct, D and B is wrong. We have already seen that. Okay, if you still want to discuss, okay, you can take a screenshot, send it to me on WhatsApp. Okay, few of you already have my WhatsApp number. We are in touch. Send me a WhatsApp and we'll discuss furthermore. Okay, if you want to discuss on this question. Otherwise, I have done my best in explaining why every option is wrong or not. But still, there could be confusion. Okay, maybe you have seen something that I have not seen, and is also possible. Right. So let me know. This is my WhatsApp number. Reach out to me and we'll discuss. So Scrum of Scrums, Scrum team, Scrum team, Scrum team. Okay, working together. When do we have this? When you're doing a large project for a client. Okay, the idea is that if you're doing a large project and you are doing it through agile approach, don't increase the number of size of team members. I mean, number of team members. Don't increase that. Don't increase the size of team. Right? What you do is add one more team and let there be some scrum masters. Okay, so this team, this one is scrum master. For this team, B is scrum master. Scrum master. All these scrum masters together will also have one scrum master here. Okay, that is the idea of scrum of scrum. They are part of a team where this scrum master is talking to them. Generally, this scrum master is designated project manager in your company. The designation is project manager. They are managing this large project, and then you have team leads who are leading their team. If it's a Scrum of Scrum framework, you will call them Scrum Master. If it is not that framework, if it's any other framework, you will call them team lead possible. Right? But that's the idea. You don't increase the number of team members, because the moment you increase the number of team members, you will have to start using a lot of documentation. And then it is not purely agile. You are moving towards waterfall. You are moving towards traditional. Okay. So if you want to maintain that sanity, maintain that purity of agile, build one more team. Okay. 6 to 9 members, not more than that. If you want to have everything, if you want to practice everything that you learn in agile, don't have more than, prefer 6. Okay. But don't have more than 9. Some say that don't have more than 12 also. But this is the idea. Okay. Somebody said that when you want to decide how many team members should be there and when you should build another team, the idea is that when you are not able to share one medium pizza, okay, of 6 pieces, with 1 piece for everyone, build another team. Okay, so if you have, let's say, for example, if you need 6 members, it's fine. If you need 7 members, it's fine. If you need 8 members, that also is fine. But if you need 10 members, you can do 5 plus 5. That will be much better than having 10 members. Okay, it will all depend on how large your project is, right? So you could have noticed, and you would have noticed, difference between question 5 and 6. Question 5 said a supplier with particular expertise in metaverse, and then you want to improve interactivity and engagement. This was your information. This was your question. All right. And you could use fishbowl window. There's nothing harm in it. This question said demand high security and privacy. Okay. Daily stand-up meeting is not possible. Okay. And then you have to say, take a decision to improve interaction. Idea is same. You have to improve interaction in both the questions, but this gives you additional information that this is a high security and privacy thing, and hence you could not use fishbowl window. All right. So that's the difference. Understand these differences well, and you will definitely do great in the exam. Right. Let's move to the question number 7. All right. Let's discuss. One of the key stakeholders in an agile project has complained that the committed completion date by the team has been fluctuating significantly over the last few iterations. How can the project manager forecast more accurately? Okay, now look at this. A key stakeholder has complained. Now that does not mean it is true. Okay, it is still a doubt, but your question kills that doubt. The question says, how can you forecast more accurately? Which means the question has killed the doubt. Now it is sure that you have to improve it and make it more accurate. Okay, that's what the question is saying. And that's why I said, read the question stem, understand it, and read this part of the question even more, because this is what you have to do. This is what you have to solve. This is your problem that you need to solve. You have to now figure out what would help you forecast more accurately. Not whether the complaint is true or not. That's not your idea now. The idea is, how will you forecast more accurately? Let's see. Elaborate the upcoming features in more detail. Okay, anything that has more detail will improve your accuracy. We know that. The more information we have, the more accurately we will estimate. What does that mean? If you know how much traffic there is in your way from home to office, then you will be able to estimate more accurately how much time you will take to reach. If you know what are the risks associated with a certain activity in project, you would know how much time you will need, how much money you will need to complete that activity. The more detail you have, the more accuracy you will have. Right? Sometimes if you think about agile, you might not think about more detail, but don't worry about it. There's a problem that is happening. Right? The date that you are communicating is fluctuating significantly, and it is not a lot accurate. Okay, so little bit of detail is missing probably, and hence you're adding more detail. So this looks good, not bad. You cannot eliminate it right away. Okay, looks good. Educate the stakeholders that time is variable in an agile project. Okay, first of all, time is not variable in agile project. Okay, time is fixed. We fix our iteration, we fix our release. Okay, and we say that yes, this is where we will release into the market. Okay, if my scope continuously keep on changing, then my end date might also change, but we don't know that here. Okay, that at this point of time also scope is changing. In agile project, yes, scope will change, but we are not sure whether at this point of time also scope is changing. Okay, and second part, how can the project manager forecast more accurately? Not by educating the stakeholders. Right? By educating the stakeholders, you cannot forecast more accurately. Right? Question was how would the project manager respond? Then this looks good. But the question very clearly says, how will you forecast more accurately? Tell me that. Okay, not by educating the stakeholder. Okay. So read this part of question very, very carefully to be able to solve the question. Right. Okay. If at all you made that mistake. Conduct a spike to figure out a better way of forecasting. Okay. This also looks good. Not a bad thing. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what is the better way of forecasting, and it will help in forecasting more accurately. If I have to do it, then yes, I will work on that. Looks good. I'll keep it. Go to D. Reduce the frequency of discussions with the stakeholders. Okay, so what is happening? Stakeholder is complaining something. Okay, you are saying, okay, I'll not talk to the stakeholders. So let us reduce the discussion. They complain a lot. They are very irritating. Let's not discuss. Not a good idea of project management. If you have a complaint, respond to it. If you have a concern, respond to it. Don't try to resolve it because you don't know whether that problem is true or not. It is validated or not, but respond to it. Okay. Now, should you conduct a spike? What is a spike? Spike is when you are working on the iterations in a project, right? You take out some time whenever you have a problem that you are not able to move ahead. So you take out some time, you say that, okay, now we will not build any increment. Let us sit together, discuss in this iteration, discuss how to solve that problem, and then only we'll move ahead. Okay, so for that iteration, there will be no value added. That is called spike. Taking out time in an iteration, in a flow of iteration, to say that, okay, this is how I'll work. We'll see this also. Okay, but is that required for that? I mean, just for forecasting more accurately, okay, should you take out time from your already flowing iteration, sit together and then discuss how we can do better? Or do you have an option of adding a little bit more detail whenever you are planning? Okay, first try this. Okay, try this. Add a little bit more detail and see whether you are able to improve or not. Right? Rather than taking out time and saying that in this iteration we'll not build anything, we'll just solve the problem, we'll just try to figure out how to forecast better. Forecasting better is nothing that is stopping you immediately, your work. Right? And hence you would not conduct a spike at that point of time. You can, there's nothing wrong in that, but we have a better option available. Okay, hence C is wrong, A is correct. Right, so all those, I could see some C as an answer. Okay, thanks a lot for sharing that. Explanation is also good. Thanks a lot. Okay, so this is the idea, right? A is correct, C is wrong, because I have a better option. I don't need to stop my work. I don't need to stop building my product increment and then figure out how to forecast more accurately. If I can do it by just adding more detail for the upcoming features, which means whenever you are planning for the next sprint or next iteration, Discuss a little bit more. Okay, have more details, you will be able to forecast more accurately. And this is your spike. These are your normal iterations. At the end of iteration, you are building something, you are adding some, you are completing some user story. Right? In this spike iteration, you're not adding anything. You're just taking some time out, discussing the problem. See, why do we use this? Because here you would have faced a problem where you could not complete a user story. And that problem you are not able to solve at the end of iteration also. Instead of taking another user stories, which are of lower value, you say that, okay, this is a higher value user story. Let us work on this first. Okay, let us take some more time, figure out the solution for completing this user story, and then we'll continue adding things. Okay, so just for forecasting, I mean, forecasting is not a bad thing. So, but for forecasting better or for more accurately, you don't really need to stop your work, take a pause, and then figure out. Okay, while in planning, if you can add more detail, you will be adding more accuracy. Okay, so you can do it while you are in your process. You don't need to take out some time, you don't need to take a break, you don't need to take a pause to figure out why to forecast. Okay, and hence it was better. The A was better than C. Eighth question. A key stakeholder in project requested an urgent feature from the team, and the team developed the feature considering the low effort work required in the completion. The product owner has pointed this as a mistake during sprint review meeting. How should the agile leader prevent such problems in future iteration? Okay, so product owner is pointing out the mistake, and the question is telling you how to prevent such problems, which means the problem is now confirmed. There's no doubt on the problem. Right? So a key stakeholder requested something, team thought it is a low effort work, let us do it. Okay, product owner said this is a mistake, don't do it like that, because we are focused on high value items. I am prioritizing, I'm doing a lot of work in prioritizing the product backlog. Okay, and just because a key stakeholder is telling you to add something, don't do it, because we have planned a lot of things, other things. Right? So as a leader, agile leader, as a project manager, how would you solve this problem? How would you prevent it from happening again? Okay, inform the stakeholder to no longer interfere with the team's work. Right? Yeah, the problem is that stakeholder is interfering with the work. Okay, you are informing the stakeholder to no longer interfere. Okay, just informing might not solve the problem, but it is not a bad thing to do. Okay, you can tell the stakeholder, okay, don't interfere because of these reasons. Possible, not a bad option. I'll just park it. Doesn't look very good also, because you are just telling the stakeholder, okay, don't interfere. That would not solve. They might interfere again. Okay, we don't know. Let's see. Meet with the stakeholder to build a common understanding on work prioritization. Okay, this looks much better than A. Rather than telling them that don't interfere, I would sit with them, discuss with them, and build a common understanding on work prioritization, which is much better. Let us have an understanding on how work is prioritized, product owner does it. If you have to do it, then talk to product owner, and then product owner will talk to the team. And this kind of discussion you will have. Looks good, not a bad option. Much better than A, hence we can eliminate A. Right? Ask the stakeholder to issue change requests every time they want to add a feature. Okay, again, not a very bad option. Generally, we don't talk about a lot of documentation, but not a bad option. Ask the stakeholder to issue change requests every time they want to add a feature. Looks okay. Okay, but you have to think about this, right? That the product owner should be taking all these things decision. They should issue the change request to the product owner, and product owner will take that action. Here, you're not resolving that issue. The issue is that stakeholder is interfering the work and talking to the team also. So you have to resolve that problem as well. This is one of the way, but it's not completely resolving it. Having a discussion, building a common understanding is a little bit better. Okay, because I have little bit better also, I can eliminate C because B is better. This one is helping, but it is not helping that problem where the stakeholder is talking directly to the team. Okay, but this one would. Hence, B is better than C. Let's look at D. Change the process to help stakeholders ask for changes by bypassing the product owner. So you are bypassing the product owner. You are saying, okay, stakeholder is asking for changes. Let us change the process itself. Absolutely wrong. But let the product owner decide which changes should be there, which changes should not be there, because it's agile. Product owner is talking to the customer, they are understanding what value should be added. Let the product owner take decision. Okay. Hence, D is wrong, completely wrong. There's no doubt about it. B is better. Right. So by comparing the options, you will always be able to see why the other option is better. Okay. And always look at the last part of your question. Are you able to solve this or not? You want to prevent such problems in future iterations. Such problems, what are the problems? Stakeholder talking to the team deciding low effort work. See this plural form here? Okay, you don't have to go into that detail, but just giving a hint. All right. Stakeholder talking to the team is one problem. Team accepting their work is another problem. So you have to resolve and prevent these problems. When you look at B, it is doing that. You are working in that direction. C is not doing that. Okay. C is only putting up one more process that, okay, this is another process. You should have change requests. But it is not resolving the problem of them talking to the team picking up the work. Okay. It's not resolving that problem. Hence, B is better. Another quick reminder, if you have some questions that are troubling you and you want me to discuss during this session, you can send those questions on WhatsApp or email ID. Okay. Let me know the source from where you have taken the question so that I can add that source name here and I don't get caught into a copyright and other issues. Okay. So do let me know. Okay. I'll mention that this question was from this person and from this source. All right. And I will discuss it. If you have a problem, we could discuss one-to-one if it is helping. If not, then we'll bring it here, or I will change a little bit here and there, understanding what the question is asking, and then we can discuss, or we can discuss one-to-one and resolve. All right. I can see some answers here. Thanks a lot for your responses. Let us see. An agile team's velocity on the information radiator shows a dip after first few iterations, and the lower velocity remains maintained for few more iterations. Which of the following is the most likely reason for the dip in velocity? Okay, so there's a dip. Okay? So you have an information editor where you are capturing your velocities, and you saw that, okay, velocity was going somewhere like this, and suddenly there was dip, and it followed that dip. So the question is, why did this dip happen? What is the most likely reason for this dip? Let's see. The team is working on smaller stories compared to what they did earlier. Okay, so the question is that the velocity has a dip and that dip remains. What could be the most likely reason? Okay, and the answer is the team is working on smaller stories compared to what they did earlier. They could be working on smaller stories, but they can do more number of stories. Okay, smaller stories, let's say, for example, user story had 13 story points earlier, but now they are working on user stories with 2 or 3 story points, right? But that is not a reason of why there should be a dip. Okay, they could do 6-7 user stories and they could maintain the 13 story points still. Okay, so not a direct relation there. Okay, it's the first option. Let me keep it. Okay, it doesn't look good, but let's keep it. Let's look at B. Technical debt created during first few iteration. What is a technical debt? Technical debt is the amount of work that the team needs to do to clean the code and maintain the codes that they have been creating. The reason you maintain and clean and standardize those code, because when you face the problem later in the future, you should be able to at least identify what is their code. You'll be able to resolve things faster. Okay, so technical debt is the amount of work that you have to continuously do. Otherwise, it just keeps on piling up. So could this be a reason? Probably. Okay, that there was so much technical debt that now you're not able to finish the user stories. You are finishing on completing those technical debt items. Okay, so that could be a reason in dip. You see this technical debt, you started taking less number of story points in your iteration. And you said that, okay, let us first finish the technical debt parts, then we'll come back to our improving story. Could be possible. This is much, much better than A. I will eliminate A. Right? I can see everybody is saying B. So probably B is the answer. I'm not sure. Let's see. C. Team has moved from norming to performing stage on team development ladder. If you move from norming to performing, you should perform better, not bad or not worse. In the first few iterations, the backlog was not prioritized for value. Nothing tells about story points here. Okay. Even if it was not prioritized for value or prioritized for value, we don't know this. Why would there be a dip? Okay. So I think all of you are right. B is correct. Okay. Let us move to understanding what velocity is. Those of you, again, who don't understand velocity is number of story points per iteration. Okay. Iteration 1, iteration 2, iteration 3, iteration 4, iteration 5. You may have a planned velocity, you may have an actual velocity. Okay, and then you track whether it is going up or down. Number of story points is a unit of user story. Okay, you plan to maintain almost same level of user story points throughout the sprints. Okay, but actual could vary, and that's why you capture plan versus actual. Velocity is number of story points completed per iteration. Another thing that we saw in that question was information radiator. Information radiator is a big visible charts where we talk about our progress. We can have our Kanban board, we can have some motivational quote, we can have our goal written here, right? Some news, something like to motivate all the team members. You can have your team ground rules written there. And the magnitude of this, the size of this, as you can see, people are standing. Let's say this person is a 6 feet person, add some 3 feet also. Entire wall is covered with a information radiator. This is how you use. See, if you want to utilize agile to the best of its ability, like the pure agile part, this is what you do. You create your product backlog by sticky notes. You keep moving sticky notes here and there. Keep updating charts. Okay, create your Kanban board. That's it. You don't need documentation. You don't need tools if you are co-located. Okay, if you're not co-located, definitely you need all the software collaboration tools and other things. Right? Just to give you an understanding of the magnitude of what information data actually means. When you look at the images, you are able to realize better. You will be able to solve more questions much better. Okay, let's discuss. An agile team is not able to complete the assigned work due to major blockage issue. The feature is critical to be completed to meet the schedule commitment made by the team. What should the project manager do? So they are not able to complete something and it is critical. So what should you do? Pretty straightforward, simple question. Discuss with an expert to find the solution. Team is not able to solve it. We are looking for an expert who could help solve it. Not a bad option. Work with the team to find out the solution. Even better, right? As a project manager, if my team is not able to solve it, I need to get involved, discuss what are the problems that are facing. I'll ask some question. If I have some expertise, I will give it to them, or at least I have an expertise of problem solving because I'm a project manager. Right? So I will discuss with them, try to understand what is happening, and let us together figure out the solution. This is much better than asking a third party to join us and help with the solution. This third party, okay, entry or their involvement should be justified. Let us first try out ourselves, then we will see whether an expert is required or not. As of now, it is not justified. Okay, so this is your another hint of solving the exam questions. If you see that the problem is happening between two parties or three parties, anybody else, like the sponsor, HR manager, functional manager, experts, and all other things, just check whether their intervention is justified or not. At this point of time, we don't know whether we need an expert or not. Okay, so working with the team to find out solution is much better than A, hence we will eliminate A. Right? Let the team self-organize and find the solution. Now again, important agile word, right? Similar to face-to-face, similar to collaboration, facilitations. But that does not mean that the team is not able to complete their work. And I'll say, okay, you are self-organizing, you organize yourself. Right? I'm a project manager, I will do my duty. That's not it. Your duty is to get involved and help them solve the problem. Right? Yes, they are self-organizing, but that does not mean the project manager will not be involved. Right? The way it is used here is wrong. Self-organizing is correct, but the way it is used is wrong. Right? Ask the product owner to inform the customer of the delay. Let us first work to find the solution. If we are not able to find a solution, then we will inform for the delay. Okay, because see, there's an idea that we should inform the bad news very, very quickly. Okay, we should inform the good news, but bad news even faster, which is not wrong. But at least understand how much delay will be there, whether there will be a delay or not. Then inform, right? First, try to figure out if you can find the solution. Otherwise, if not, then definitely you would inform. Right? I hope this has been a good session. Okay. To end this session and to end this question, you are selected deliberately for the end, is because I wanted to leave you guys with this image, right? Which talks about the 4 duties of a servant leader. Okay. The servant leader communicates and recommunicates the vision. The servant leader provides food and water, the tools and techniques required by the team members. The servant leader removes the impediment to the progress by the team. And they also shield the team from any interruption. Okay. If you understand this image well, which is from PM Illustrated, if you understand this image well, you will be very well prepared for the exam, because almost, I would say, almost every people domain question, okay, wants you to be a servant leader. Okay, get involved in solving the problem. Shield your team from interruptions that are happening. Provide them everything that is required. Give them tools and techniques. Okay, and then keep motivating them to say that yes, whatever work that you're doing is leading us to a great sunshine. Means talk about project objectives, talk about project vision. If you know these 4 duties well of a servant leader, you will be able to solve a lot of questions. Idea is not to give them the solution, but help them solve the problem. Okay, work with the team, figure out the solution. Right. So these were some agile questions on servant leader, on understanding the question tips and tricks, twists and turns. Okay, let us start discussing. So the question in drag and drop in exam would exactly be like this. In exam, what you will have to do is you will have to click on this, drag it, and drop to the explanation where you think it actually matches. Okay, and keep dropping one on the other, and you will see that you have dropped every term onto their definition or scenario, and you can submit the question. All right. But here, let us try to use our old match the following strategy. We'll use through our own arrows. Let us see. Developers in the team decided to not finish the task early, as it will set a precedence and they will be troubled in the future to complete fast. Okay, so the idea here is that the team members are not completing the work, even if they can, because they think if they do complete it fast, people would be able to check their efficiency, and then later in the future, they would be asked to work at the same efficiency. Okay, so what could this be? Parkinson's law? Let us say we don't know what Parkinson's law is, so we cannot move it there. Self-protection? Probably team is trying to protect themselves. Looks like a decent option. Student syndrome. Do students do that? Do students generally don't finish their task early because they are troubled? They think that they might be troubled in the future to complete the task? Not sure. Students probably don't do that. But again, not sure, so we cannot move it. Drought battle, it does not talk about battle. So probably one will be either self-protection or student syndrome, or it could be Parkinson's law. We don't know the law, so let us keep it there. A preceding activity has ended early, but the definition of ready checklist for successor activity is not complete. Okay, so there is one activity. After that, some other activity would happen. This activity is complete, and it is complete early, but this activity is not ready. Now, this looks something like a relay race. This athlete was running fast, wanted to pass on the baton to someone, but now that person is not ready, so this baton would drop. Right? Probably. Okay, so look like this could be dropped baton. Okay, preceding activity. Other than that, Parkinson's law, again, we are not sure. It does not talk about self-protection. Okay, it is talking about two activities and successor activities. Student syndrome, again, activities and syndrome doesn't look really related. So we'll start moving this, right? So this looks like option D. Then let us see the third option. Developers are procrastinating the start of activities, and as a result, there is no slack available while completing the tasks. So what is happening? There is some procrastination in starting the activities, and because of which now there is no slack available. Slack means there's no flexibility available. Now, because you started so late that now you don't have time and you'll have to rush and finish everything together. That looks like a student syndrome, right? Pretty much. So we'll try to move it here. Right? Definitely looks like a student syndrome. What did we do as a student? I mean, not those students who were scholars and they used to study a lot, but many of us students, until and unless it is time for the exam, we don't really get serious. Okay, we procrastinate the start of our study, start of our revision. Probably you must be doing that for PMP revision also. And if you book the date, book the exam date, then you become serious. Then you start browsing YouTube, then you start looking for revision sessions, you start looking for mock exams. Okay, I'm not saying that it is too late, but now suddenly the time is not available. Why? Because the start was delayed. Looks like a student syndrome. Okay, so we are getting somewhere. Let's see. Developers in the team are using all the allocated time for the tasks, regardless of how much it actually takes. Okay, so there's a time available for somebody to do the work, for the developers to do the work, and they are taking all the complete time. So even if they can finish it early, okay, they're saying no, we'll take it, we'll take our time, and then we'll do it. Now this does not look like a self-protection. This is self-protection, right? I'm trying to protect myself by not finishing the task early. Here, I'm just utilizing all the time available for me. Okay, so this does not look like a self-protection for me. This looks like one. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll move self-protection here. I'm automatically clear that this is what Parkinson's law is. Now, the explanation that I gave you is to help you in similar questions in the exam if you do see something new. Okay, if you know all these things, it will be piece of cake. You will be do it in 30 seconds, 40 seconds. You will match it and you will move ahead. Okay, if you know those things. But if you don't know it, then what should be the approach? That is what I have explained. Okay, that if you don't know, this is how you could do that. Try guessing it, try putting some logic to it. Definitely out of 4, 2 or 3 things you'll be able to match and then see what is actually there. Now, very important idea is that if you read these sentences and it absolutely seems alien to you, which means absolutely new to you, my suggestion would be flag it, continue with other questions. Okay, because these could take a lot of time if you don't know. If you know it, it could be done in 30, 40 seconds itself. But if you don't know, it could take a lot. So don't spend a lot of time into this. You might spend 3, 4 minutes and then you will be running behind time. So don't do that. If at all this happens, flag it, go to the end of the section. If you have time, come back and then attempt this. Okay, keep this in mind that you have flagged 1 or 2 questions. All right, that would be the idea. Now let us see whether if we had known these things. Parkinson's law and student syndrome. These are 2 things that we'll see. Self-protection is like protecting yourself. Dropped baton we have already seen, right? As an athlete in a relay race, there are 4 or 5 athletes running. Okay, I am passing a baton to somebody else and then they will start running. Okay, if I'm not able to pass the baton, then the baton would drop. Right? That's the idea of dropped baton. We saw that through activities. Let us have a look at these 2 laws. Okay, think about Parkinson's law. Okay, imagine a scenario again. You will be imagining a lot of scenarios. Okay, you will be seeing a lot of scenarios in the exam. So imagine this scenario that you are at the last question on PMP exam, the question number 180. You have 3 minutes left. What do you do? Okay, even if you solve this question, the last question, in 30 seconds, you would still again look at it because there's time available with you. There's no more question to solve. You are at the 180th question. There is no more question to solve. There's no urgency for you to run. So what do? You do it in 30 seconds. You spend 30 seconds more in rereading the question, just ensuring that, okay, at least the 180th question, I will double check it. Maybe I'll triple check it because I have time. And by the time you reach 60 seconds or 90 seconds left, then you would say that, okay, let me submit the test. Okay, this is a general tendency. I'm not saying that you will do it, but this is a general tendency which is explained by Parkinson's law. Parkinson's law says that if you have time available, okay, then the work expands. Okay, so work expands to fit in the time available to complete the job. If you give someone 3 days to complete the job, and if it actually takes 3 days, they'll complete it in 3 days. But if you give them 4 days to complete that same job, they will take 4 days. They'll start to decorate it, they'll start to warm up and then sit, then take some time, they'll go for coffee. These things happen, right? That's the idea of Parkinson's law. That if I give you more time than it actually requires, you would spend that time in completing the same work. Okay, that's the idea. And as a project manager, we should be aware of these things, okay, so that it doesn't happen. Let us have a look at the chart. The chart says that the best time for completion of work, look at this. This is my allotted time. Okay, I have been given time till this much amount that I have to complete in. This is time on the x-axis, and I have to complete my work in this allotted time. What do I do? Ideally, the best time to completion for a work was here, right? I could have completed my work here itself, but because I have time, right, I started doing few things which was probably unnecessary, not required. Still, I was doing it, and I actually expanded it, right? I did put my maximum effort here, but then I slowly started reducing my effort, and slowly I reached that time where I had to hit the deadline, and that's when I completed it. Right? This is the idea of Parkinson's law. The work will expand to fit in the time that you provide. So people would start doing the work in same time as you allot them, rather than the actual time it takes. So you should be aware of that and take necessary action. That is our Parkinson's law. Student syndrome is basically behaving like a student. Until and unless I have my exam, I'll not start studying. Okay, delaying a work with a belief that there's a lot of time left. Why do we not study? Because we think, okay, the semester exam is going to be in December. This is September, this is July, this is August. Why should I need to start studying? Okay, because we believe that there's a lot of time left. Right? Procrastinating until it is no more possible to postpone. Right? We reach a time here and then we start putting in effort. It was opposite in Parkinson's law. It was something like this. Right? You did your effort, but you started putting less effort because you had time available. Student syndrome says that you will start putting effort itself almost at the end and somehow try to complete it then. A risky endeavor, right? Should we do that? No, we should not. Right? So as a project manager, you need to understand that student syndrome is a possibility, Parkinson's law is a possibility, and then look at your estimates accordingly. See that the activity actually is going to take that much time, or somebody has taken a buffer time. If they have taken a buffer time, then Parkinson's law will be applicable and people will take that much time. Even if you have a buffer, you will take that buffer time also. Right? Student syndrome, if you see that people are not starting the work because they think that they have time, if they have this belief that they have a lot of time, then you need to intervene, discuss with them and tell them that it needs to be started soon. Otherwise, there's a chance that it might get delayed. As you can see here in the chart, even after the due date, little bit of effort is required because we have delayed. We thought we have a lot of time and we started late and now we are running out of time. Pretty simple, pretty common student syndrome. Most of you must be facing this, okay, as you are preparing for PMP exam, but that was it, okay. Lot of students have come back and said that these terms were seen in the exam, okay, especially in drag and drop, nothing else. So I hope this has helped. Okay, let us look at the second question. An agile project is about to be initiated when the project manager realizes that no one in the proposed team has any agile experience. The learning and development team suggested only 2 training programs are possible. Okay, so there is a situation where people don't have agile experience and the learning and development team is saying that only 2 training programs are possible. Okay, match the team role on the left to the correct training course on the right. So you have 3 roles. Which training should you provide to them? Okay, you can provide only 2 training. And this is also possible. You will see such questions in the exam where you see more options to the left less options toward the right, less option toward the left, more options toward the right. You just have to ensure that when you are dragging and dropping, you are dragging it and dropping it to the right answer. That is it. That is required. Right? Let us see. Development team. What kind of training should we provide them? Technology, problem solving, discussion, collaboration. Okay, let us see. Business analysis in practice. Development team does not need business analytics. Servant leadership, yes, probably. Okay, because we talk about emergent leadership, which says that all the team members that are there in my team, okay, they should also become leaders sometime after the project. Few years after the project, they should start behaving like a leader. They should start behaving like a servant leader. So this is a possibility. Let us keep it there. Scrum master, business analysis in practice, servant leadership. Scrum master must be given servant leadership training. Okay, so you will pick one. Okay, instead of giving a servant leadership training to development team, okay, should you give it to scrum master? Looks better, right? Give it to them. Scrum master will start discussing with the development team and they will build that emergent leadership. All right. Product owner, there's one option left, business analysis, right? So if you want to give a training to product owner, it should be in business analysis, preferably because they will understand the business requirement from the customers. They will understand what are the values that are to be delivered and then compare and convert those into product features. Right? So these are the trainings that we'll provide if I have limitations on the budget. Okay. Because there is no option. We are not leaving the development team because we don't have an option. This is the best that we can do. Right? Let us look at the third question. I can see 1A, 1A and 2B. Okay. See, 1A is not right because business analysis, if you want to do, then you don't give it to development team, right? Development team should be trained on technical things. Development team should be trained on collaboration, discussion, communications probably, but not business analysis. It is much better to train a product owner on business analysis rather than the team. Similarly, a servant leadership training, it is much better to train the scrum master on servant leadership rather than the team. Okay, if you have limitations, if you have limitations of budget, if you have limitations according to this, you cannot help, but this is what you can do. All right. Okay, let us say this is question number 3. Okay, as discussed, you can start with putting in the chat box whatever you think has matched. Okay, if you see that, if you have the answer for 1, you can put that in the chat box. If you have the answer for 2, you can put that in the answer chat box. You don't have to put all the 4 answers in the chat box and then only we'll discuss. We can start discussing as soon as you put 1 or 2 also. These type of questions are a bit trickier on the idea that it is very difficult to look at all the 4 options on the screen, then decide which will go where. If you were to drag and drop, it would be easier because you can drag and drop and then you can move out if you think that that was a wrong mistake, drag and drop, right? Drag and drop is much easier because you will start seeing a vacant position here. So it will be easier in the exam. The effort that you would need to answer these questions will be easier in the exam because you will be able to drag and drop it here. So you'll see a vacant position. It will be easier. Right? But here it could be a little bit difficult. You can use a notebook to note down something, okay, or a piece of paper to start noting down whatever you see. Or as I said, start noting it down in the chat box itself. Okay, you don't even need a piece of paper. All right, I see, I already see the answer somewhere. Okay, let us start discussing. Match each of the following change requests type with their correct scenario and definition. See, sometimes, as you saw on previous question, sometimes they will give you a scenario and the question that they will ask will be based on that scenario. Sometimes they will just give you a straightforward line where you have to just match. Okay, let us see. The deliverables produced do not meet the requirements. All right, so deliverables produced have not met the requirements. What kind of change request we will have? Corrective action? Yes. Preventive action? Probably. I mean, I should have preventive action, but first I'll start with corrective action. Defect repair? Okay, deliverables produced has not met the requirements, could be a defect. Updates? Not sure. Okay, so I'm not sure with 1. So let us go to B, 2. End users complained due to slowness of the product. Okay, now the end users are complaining about slowness of the product. What is it? It could be a corrective action, yes, possibly. Preventive action, again, a little bit far-fetched, but yes. Defect repair. Okay. Defect generally is a term used when the customer is complaining about something on the product. Okay. The user is complaining something about the product. Generally, we call it escaped defects. Okay. But once the product is built and still it is not working as per the requirement, okay, then it becomes a defect. And when the end users are complaining, then it looks like a defect. So I have an answer here, one option. So I moved it. Let us look at 3. Approved change requests resulting into update of plans and documents. Okay, so I saw somewhere update. This looks like an update. Approved change request, right? So change requests have been approved. Now it is resulting into update of plans and document. So I need to update some document. I can very easily shift it here. Right? Then let's see. Customer wants a better training document on how to use the deliverable. Okay, so you are trying to build a training document. Training document is used to prevent problems from happening so that team members are trained and they don't make a mistake, or the user, the customers don't make a mistake because there is a training document, right? So now there is a clarity. 4 will go to preventive action and this will go to corrective action. Right? This is how you have to start. Even if you're not able to move 1 or 2, feel absolutely confident on your ability that you will be able to find 3rd and 4th. Okay, sometimes it will be very easy to move. You can start moving, but if you're confused, just stop, just wait. Okay, as you go ahead, you'll keep having clarity. All right. Let us move to the next question. The last one was 3rd. This is 4th. There will be easier questions also in the exam, but these are designed to test your decision making, test your critical thinking, test your knowledge when you are actually in the pressure of writing the exam. All right, let's discuss this. Drag the interpersonal skills required by the project managers on the left. So these are the interpersonal skills to the correct situation on the right. So there's a situation which we have to drag. Let us see which situation would demand which kind of skills. The project manager needs to improve the conditions of the team member who have been complaining in the project. So there are team members who are complaining in the project and you need to improve the conditions. What skill would you need? Decision making, probably. Negotiation, little bit. Political awareness, not related. Cultural awareness, not related. So it could be decision making or negotiation, not sure as yet. The project manager wants to stay updated on instability of government in the country. Okay. Now you want to stay updated on instability of government in the country. So what is happening with the government? What is happening? Will they be resigning? Will the leader be resigning? What is happening? Okay. So this looks like a political awareness thing. Okay. Easy to shift, right? The project manager is assigned the work in a rural area where people have different customs. Rural area, different customs, you need to be culturally aware. Right? These are easy shifts. The project manager has been awarded a position to reform the government policies in the new government. Right? So here, the project manager has been awarded a position to reform the government policies. You have to change the government policies. Here, the project manager needs to improve the conditions of the team who have been complaining in the project. So you need to improve the conditions, which means it needs decision making. Because you would be shifting a lot of policies, changing a lot of policies, you will have to do a lot of negotiation. And hence negotiation skills is required. Right? So this is the answer. A1, B4, C2, and D3. A1, B4, C2, D3. Right? Let's move to the next one. Do you guys need more time? Just let me know in the chat box if you need more time to solve these questions. All right, so we have responses. Let's see. Drag the risk responses on the left to the correct situation on the right. So there are risk responses and there are situations. Let us match it. Changing the plan as a response to the threat. So you have to change the plan. Right? Where do we change the plan? Escalate. Escalation is more like talking to someone and then trying to figure out what is to be done because it is not within your authority. Avoid. Yes, looks like changing the plan. Transfer is more like transferring someone, transferring the risk to somebody, like insurance, like somebody who are willing to take the risk for yourself. Okay, by paying the insurance premium. Mitigate is reducing the probability by adding some more tests, adding some more effort, so that you can reduce the probability of occurrence. Accept is where you accept and put a contingency reserve on it. So this looks more like an avoid, but let us keep it if it's not clear. Conducting additional tests to reduce the probability of occurrence. Like we just saw this, we were discussing about it, right? So this looks like a mitigate. Deciding to not look for a response plan, rather to keep a contingency reserve, right? So you have not looked for a response plan, which means you have accepted the risk and now you're looking for a contingency reserve. So this is accept. Buying an insurance plan to handle the threat. See, if you buy an insurance plan, which means the insurance company is now responsible for paying you if anything happens. Let's say, for example, you are sending a material from your factory to site, and if gets damaged, right? So now you will not have to pay because insurance will pay you. You will have to pay the insurance premium, which is your decision that you have taken and added to your budget. But the risk is actually now with insurance company. So what have you done? You have transferred the risk. Right? Discussing with the sponsor as threat is found to be beyond project manager's authority. Very clear, it is an escalation. Right? Hence, changing the plan is avoid, and which is true also. When you want to avoid risk, you would change the plan. You would avoid the event itself. The event itself doesn't happen. So you change the plan, that event does not happen. You have avoided the risk. Right? Let us move to the next one. All right. Let us see this. Drag the organizational characteristics on the left to the correct scenario on the right. Roadblock to change. Okay, so again, not making a mistake of reading this, let us start with this. Needs a better change management technique than control to address the hurdle of transitioning to agile. So what is this situation talking about? Talking about that we need a better change management technique because we are transitioning to agile. So it is the roadblock to change? No. Is it leading by example? No. Very clear. Is it change tolerant? Not sure. This is not talking about tolerance. It's talking about changes, right? Agile related changes. Is it agile related changes? Definitely. You are transitioning to agile. Okay. So you will have to have a better change management technique or a different change management technique. So it looks like a decent option. Let's look at 2. Organization's willingness to shift the way it views, reviews, and assesses employees. Okay, so this is like organization's willingness. They are very willing to shift something, the way they view, review, and assess the employees. So they're willing to shift. Is it a roadblock? No. Is it leading by example? Does not look like that. Definitely look like a change tolerant. So we can move to it. Change tolerance means you are being more tolerant towards change, which means you are willing to make that change. And this question is also saying the same thing. Organization is willing to shift the way it views, which means they are willing to make that change, right? The project manager never ignores the ground rule defined by the team. So the project manager is not ignoring the ground rule ever. What are they doing? They are actually leading by example. Is it a roadblock to change? No. So naturally, 4 will go to roadblock to change. Let's read that. Work is decomposed into department silos, creating dependencies that prevent accelerated delivery. So what is happening? There are department silos, which means team members, departments are working independently in the organization. See, the idea of an organization is that department should collaborate, communicate, and together they should build great products, great team, all those things, right? But here it is a department silos. So it is definitely a roadblock to change because they are working separately, lot of dependencies, which means you are creating a roadblock for change. Hence this goes there. All right. Okay, perfect. I could see some answers. Let us move to the next one. As I said, risk is a kind of looks like a very favorite topic for drag and drop kind of questions. There are type of risk, there are risk responses. Similarly, estimation technique could be one thing where you'll see Tuckman ladder could be another. where you would see drag and drop kind of questions. I could see some responses, so I believe that it is visible. Probably says maybe you need to check the settings. Probably because of internet, it is not visible. Anyways, I'll be sharing this PDF with you, so you will be able to try that. But I hope it gets resolved soon. That's clear for me. Oh, okay, perfect. Thanks a lot, guys, for your response that it is visible. Okay, let us see this. Availability of resources for the documentation and user manual preparation needs. That is an event. It is an idea. Okay, that whether there will be availability of resources for the documentation and user manual preparation needs or not. There can be some resources which are unavailable. We may need that. Okay, so what kind of risk this could be? Technical risk? Doesn't look like that. Legal? Definitely not. Management? Probably. External? No. So we go with probably whatever we can understand. Okay. Availability of output formats of the files to interface with the data and record management systems on time. Okay, so we are talking about some output formats of the file so that it can interface with the data. Looks like a very technical term, right? So this looks like a technical risk. The interfaces to medical devices require support from vendors. Okay, now here in this case, you are requiring support from vendors who might or might not support you. Okay, so this activity looks like to have a external risk rather than legal risk. Needs regulatory compliance. As you see this, you can automatically say that, okay, it's legal. We are going in the good direction. Clearance standards for incorporation into the system. Okay, so there will be generally now the current trend that I am seeing is there will be two drag and drop kind of questions. Okay, the first one that we saw, Parkinson's student syndrome, is almost everybody is reporting that they are seeing such kind of questions. Okay, and then there would be one another type. But in the past, like 5 to 6 months ago, people used to report that they saw 5, 6, 7 drag and drop questions. Okay, so don't go again with a fixed mindset that you will see only 2. Okay, be prepared for more questions also. There would be one difficult questions, other drag and drop questions will be very easy. And that too, not difficult in terms of, I would say, language or anything, but probably they might ask something that you might not have seen before, just like Parkinson's law and other things. Because the idea of leading a team, the idea of managing a project is very vast. Okay, it is difficult that you will be able to cover everything. But by logically looking at the answer, trying to see what could be, you can logically answer these questions. Okay, most of the things, 90-95% of the things you would have already seen. Probably one thing that you might not see. All right, let us have a look at the 8th one. All right, I can see a response. Let us discuss. Drag and drop the communication event on the left to the main subject discussed during the event on the right. So we have some events on the left. What do we discuss? What is the objective of these events? That is what being tested, right? Daily meeting. Will you do daily meeting for goal for this iteration? No. So let us go opposite. Okay. Goal for this iteration. When do we discuss goal for this iteration? Probably during sprint planning, iteration planning. Daily meeting, no. Retrospective, no. Iteration planning, yes. Iteration review, no. All these things, iteration review would happen at the end of iteration. And at the end of iteration, you don't discuss the goal. Okay. So on planning. Organization of tasks. Okay. How are you going to organize the tasks? When do we discuss? Daily meeting? Yes, definitely. Who will do which task, when it will be done, what is my task for today, what was my plan for yesterday. This is what we discussed during daily stand-up, right? Looks like that. Product increments check? No. I mean, organization of tasks, we are here. Okay. Retrospective, we don't discuss. Iteration review, we don't discuss organization of tasks, we actually check the product increment. Product increments check, as we discussed, iteration review. Continue, stop, or start action. Okay, when do you do that? When do you discuss these things? Retrospective. What does this mean? In the retrospective, you look back at the iteration that has been completed and you discuss what should we continue, what should we stop, and what should we start doing so that we can improve our way of working in the next iteration. Okay, hence it is discussed in the retrospective. All right, let us look at the next question. Now, this question is on Tuckman ladder. As I said, Tuckman ladder estimation techniques, risk responses, these are favorite topics, like deciding the process groups, like picking up whether which approach is this, traditional, agile, hybrid. Such questions would are our favorite for drag and drop. All right, let us discuss this. So, for Tuckman ladder, team members argue and are not openly collaborative. Is it forming? Forming is general introduction, right? When the team has just met and they want to discuss. So, not forming. Storming, yes. If they're arguing, not openly collaborative, looks like an storming. We have found our thing. We don't need to read again. Okay. Members are reassigned to the project, which means the last stage. You have completed the work. Now the resources have been released to other projects at Journey. Right. Team members are independent and work in silos. Okay, so team members are independent. They are not working as a part of team. They are working in silos. Silos means separately. Okay. What could this be? Definitely not performing. Norming, not really, because norming would happen is like when the team members come together, they start discussing. They have the arguments, they have the conflicts, but they have now resolved it and now want to work as a team. They have realized that they are part of a team. Definitely not norming. Hence, this could be a part of forming when the team has just formed, okay, and the team is working independently and working in silos. Okay, let us see. If need be, we will change it, but let's look at 4. Members adjust their work habits with trust. So what have they done? They have adjusted their work habits with trust, which means now they believe that they're a part of the team. Okay, looks like a part of norming. So what is left is performing. Let us see. Members are independent and work effectively. So they are working effectively, which means they are performing. This is not a norming stage. Right? So if you are not sure of shifting, don't shift it. If you're sure, then please do shift. Okay, because that would give you some clarity that which option would go to which other option in the next column. All right. Let us have a look at the last question of the day. Okay, so these are the possibilities. These are the possible type of drag and drop questions that you will see. Some feedbacks from the past participants. We cannot discuss the questions with them, but an idea of what kind of questions get asked is what have been put in order to bring together the 10 questions that are there. Okay. Let us see. Okay, we'll see if we come to know about more drag and drop type of questions getting asked in the exam. We'll come up with one more session where I will be mixing these type of questions. Okay, we will not keep all the drag and drop questions together. We'll be mixing it randomly. You will see some drag and drop questions in the session. Randomly, you will see some situation type of questions. All right. Thanks a lot, everyone who is responding to the chat box. It helps in understanding that yes, you are able to see the question. Do let me know if it is helpful, if it has been a helpful exercise. Do let me know that also on the chat box. If you want to make some changes, if you felt something that all these 10 questions are very long and it is eating a lot of time, please do make those suggestions also. I will definitely incorporate all your suggestions in the coming sessions that we are going to have. Right? So please let me know. All right, let us see this. Match the items on the left with the methodology on the right that the project manager is using. All right, let's see. Estimate activity duration, all right, and include it in the schedule. Is it agile approach? We don't really create a schedule in agile, okay, but we do have product roadmaps, story maps, and we do understand what could be the timeline, but we don't really look at the activity duration. We do estimate the tasks in terms of story points and other things, but estimate activity duration looks more like a traditional thing. It could be hybrid, not sure. All methodologies, not really. In agile, we don't do that. So it could be traditional or hybrid. Let us see. 2. Assign story points to the stories in the backlog. Okay. Assigning story points is definitely not traditional. Okay. This is agile. This is definitely not all methodologies. Okay. So it could be agile, could be hybrid. I'm not sure whether it is hybrid or agile. We just park it. We'll go to 3. Involve team members to estimate duration or complexity. So what are you doing? You're involving team members so that the estimation of duration, complexity, risk, and other things can happen. Okay. Where should we do this? Agile, traditional, hybrid, all methodology. Definitely all, right? You have to involve your team members. Whether you're planning, whether you're solving problems, whatever you're doing, Okay, it is always better to involve the team members, relevant team members, so that they can also contribute. They are the experts. They can also contribute. They will feel significant. They'll feel respected. Lot of positives of involving the team members in the planning. Okay, so one option we could move out of three. Let us look at four. Make sure each project phase ends when an iteration ends and vice versa. So we will call a phase end when an iteration is ending. We will call an iteration end when a phase is ending. Iteration is agile. Project phase, we generally talk about this in traditional. So it looks like iteration, I mean agile and traditional part. So I have an answer of hybrid. Right? So this is also clear now. So when I go to 2, assign a story point to the stories in the backlog, definitely not traditional. So it is easily moved. The good thing about drag and drop is that the fourth option is easy to move, but don't just move it because it is left, because you could have made a mistake there. Okay, always read and then move. We have already read all the 4 options, and hence we could move it also. Right. So this is the end of drag and drop type of questions. These are the questions that have been regularly being asked in the exam. Similar questions, okay, not exactly the same question, but similar questions have been asked in the exam. It would help you in your preparation if you think that these questions have helped you in understanding how difficult drag and drop questions are, then you are on the right track. Okay, it could be difficult. In the rush of the exam, this could be difficult. And as I said, if it is taking a lot of time, you could pause, you could flag and move to other, but don't take that as a strategy that every drag and drop I'll flag and then I'll come back. You might not get the chance. Or some drag and drop questions are very easy. It will be very easily, you will be able to shift it within 15-30 seconds. Okay, so don't make it as a rule, but if it is something that you see that, okay, so this is something that I don't know or might not be able to remember or might take a lot of time, then you can flag it. Okay, and then you come back and then answer it. There's no harm in it. All right, so these are the drag and drop questions. Now again, we will meet with some traditional questions because we have seen agile type of questions. We have seen drag and drop questions. Now we'll meet and we'll discuss some process domain traditional questions. Okay, and similarly, we'll see the 10 questions, we'll see the explanations. Do let me know if the explanations are helping you. Do let me know if this exercise also has been helpful, because that's what motivates me. Okay, and I'll come up with such similar questions. All right, thanks a lot for your time, everyone. Thank you for attendance, and thank you especially for responding for the questions. It has helped a lot. Okay, we will be seeing a lot of scenario situation based questions in our future sessions. Thank you so much. Midway through the execution, a project manager leaves the organization and a new project manager has joined. The new project manager suspects that the team does not have a good working relationship, as they had quite a few differences in opinion lately. Right? Which of the following is the best course of action for a project manager? Right? Clearly a people domain question, no processes involved. Okay, so we have to understand about the leadership part. What is it being talked about? Right? A new project manager has joined, old project manager has left. Right? That is one thing that has happened, and the project manager suspects that the team does not have a good working relationship, as they had quite a few differences in opinions lately. Right? So while reading the question, if you see this word suspects, okay, you should notice that. Right? You should not skip those words. These are the words which are the most important, because they change the meaning of the question completely. Right? The new project manager observes or suspects. Right? Observes means they have seen it happening, which means it is kind of confirmed. Suspects means they have a doubt. Right? So they have a concern. They are still not confirmed on the problem. Right? If you can identify this, ultimately that is what will decide your next course of action. That's the case everywhere, right? Whenever you talk about any problem throughout your PMP exam, right? Or in your real life also in project management. See, if you have a doubt, you don't take actions. You take actions only on validated problems, right? You will first validate the problem. Okay, I suspect something. I need to first validate that, right? I have a confirmation. Then I would probably take action. Okay, I have not seen the options yet. Okay, we have not discussed the options yet, but this is the thought that should start running in your mind, that okay, project manager suspects, probably validation would be required. So in the question, if they talk about validation, then probably you will be taking some action. If they're not talking about validation, then probably you will be looking at validation. But this gives you a great idea of analyzing your options. Okay, so read the problems well. A well understood problem is half solved, right? So even if you understand all the problems well, 50% is guaranteed, right? A well understood problem is half solved. So you'll be able to solve half of the question. 90 questions you will be able to solve. See, that's how important it is. Okay, I'm just taking up one math and putting it to the entire generalized approach in the exam. But the idea is, if you have understood the problem well, you will be answering the questions correctly. All right. So which of the following is the best course of action for a project manager? So which of the following is the best course of action? Let us see. Observe the language and environment within the team for a few more days. Okay. If you suspect, should you observe? Absolutely. Right. It is not confirmed. So I need to observe. I need to see whether I am right or I am wrong. I need to validate myself, my concerns. Looks like a decent option. B, seek approval for allowing 50% of the team to work from home for remaining of the project. Right. So what are we talking about here? We are saying that, okay, let the teams work from home for remaining of the project. Probably that would reduce the interactions? Not necessarily. Will that reduce the difference of opinion? Definitely not. Difference of opinion does not get created because of being present together. Okay, difference of opinion would be generated because you want to solve a problem. You want to work in the project, right? So whether they are co-located is a problem, not sure, not given in the question. So should we move people to work from home as a solution? If that's not the problem, why should we select that as a solution? Okay, first thing, it's wrong. Now, second, hint for your exam. Whenever you see a specific number or a specific percentage, ask yourself a question whether it is justified. Why 50%? Why not 60%? Why not 70%? Why not 20%? Why 50% only? Why only half of the people? How is that even related? Okay. We as project managers, we are analytical, right? We are critical also. We want to understand why, or then we take decisions. Right? This decision of allowing or seeking approval for allowing 50% of the team to work from home is not justified by any means of sentence, right? So you should notice these words as well. Whenever you see 2 members, 3 members, 6 members, 20 iterations, 5 iterations, in the options, you must always check back into the question whether that number is justified. Okay, let's go to C. Escalate the issue to the project sponsor, complaining lack of involvement by the leaving project manager. First of all, there is no evidence that there was a lack of involvement. Second, it is just a suspicion. It's not even validated problem. Then why would you escalate the issue to the project sponsor? Such an immature way of managing project. Okay, although we all might have been a part of it, either complaining or being complained about. So you left an organization, somebody else joined your position, they must have complained about you. Okay. You have joined a new organization, you might not have escalated to the sponsor, but you must have also complained about somebody who has left. Because this is what happens, right? Everybody grows. And somebody who has left might not have done that as good a job as you have done. Right? But that escalation or that complaint should again be justified, right? Why would I complain? Why would I escalate? There has to be some information in my question telling me that yes, escalation is important. Okay, and hence all of you who have solved problems, you would have noticed that escalation is not generally the correct answer. It can be correct in one of the questions. Okay, we never know. But the reason it is not correct is because the justification is not given in the question. Why should I escalate? Why should I complain? And how do I know that there was not a lack of involvement? There has to be information in the question. We don't have to assume anything to solve any of the questions in the exam. Right? D, facilitate a meeting with all the team members and bring the team to normal state. Now, all of you who looked at the word facilitate and selected option D, it was a wrong option. It was a wrong process. It was a wrong approach to solve the problem. Okay, just because it is talking about facilitation, just because it is talking about collaboration, does not mean that it is the right option or it is the better option of other. Right? When would you facilitate? When you know for sure that there is a problem. Right? Then only you'll bring them to normal state. What if they're already at the normal state? Right? And it is just your suspicion. So you need to first validate your suspicion. Right? And then you will facilitate a meeting. So of all the 100 words that you see here, the most important word was this one. And it is never a difficult English word. Okay, it is always the common word that we use day in and day out. And because in our day-to-day work, we ignore the meaning of those common subtle differences in the meaning of those common words, that is what becomes challenging in the exam. Okay, and with this revision program, I'm sure to identify all those things. Right, you will start identifying this. Right, so if you selected because of that, then it was a wrong option. When will you do that? When the problem is confirmed. Right, otherwise there is no need to bring them to normal state. A is correct. A is better of the lot. Clear, everyone? Any doubts that you want to discuss? As you can see, the difference was in, the conflict between two answers was between A and D. So I hope it is clear now. Can you move to next if you don't have any questions?
Sure.
Perfect. The next one. Please again attempt, put the answer in the chat box, and then we'll discuss. All right, I think we have more than 50% response. Let us discuss. Supply in a project continues to have arguments with a team member. Okay, with a team member it should have been. They also disagree on the timelines for delivery by the supplier. The project manager is concerned that the disagreements could impact the project objectives. Okay, which of the following is the most appropriate action for the project manager to take? Now, if you did identify this word, concerned, okay, then I was successful in whatever I was discussing. Okay, but this question is a little bit more on than that. Okay, we don't repeat the same lesson, right? So supplier in a project continues to have arguments with a team member. It's an information. There's no doubt about it. They also disagree on timelines for delivery by the supplier. So this is also a confirmed thing. They are having arguments and they are disagreeing on the timelines. Now, what the concern is not whether they are disagreeing or not. The concern is that this disagreement could impact the project's objectives. Right? That's the concern. All right. Now, if a team member and supplier is having an argument, okay, they are having disagreements, and you think that it might impact the project's objective, which is the most appropriate action for you to take as a project manager, right? You always wear the project manager's hat and take decision in the exam. Okay, take a decision to resolve the conflict. Is there a conflict? Yes. Should you take a decision to resolve the conflict? Probably. But as we know, as a project manager, okay, we involve people and then take decision. We don't take decisions alone. Okay. If we have to take a decision alone, if we have to digress from the normal course of action of a project manager, okay, we must have some information telling us that. Otherwise, we believe that universally, it is best that we involve relevant team members, discuss, and then arrive at solution. That's the idea of problem solving. That's the process of problem solving, right? That we involve people, identify potential solutions, and then resolve. Right? So should I take a decision to resolve the conflict? I don't think this is a good option, but let us just park it just in case other options are even bad or even worse. Right? Let's see. Escalate the issue to the procurement manager. Procurement manager will be involved in procurement in discussion with suppliers. So we should escalate the issue to the project manager is kind of questionable. Right? Again, we are involving a third party into the discussion. Argument is between supplier and team member. You as a project manager are omnipresent. Okay, you're always present. Right? So anybody else is a third party for me. Okay. Now, if I want to involve any third party, there has to be enough reason for me to involve that. Okay. Otherwise, I'm a project manager. I'm being trained for PMP. I'll get PMP certified. All right. Why should I need anybody else? Unless and until it has gone beyond my authority. All right. So escalate the issue to anybody, HR, procurement manager, functional manager, a sponsor. is not a good option as of now. Only two statements are given. Those two statements does not justify the involvement of any third party. Meet with the conflicting parties to facilitate a solution, right? This is aligned to our mindset of a servant leader, that whenever I would try to solve the problem, I would try to bring people and solve the problem. Who am I bringing? The conflicting parties. None other than the people who are having a conflict, right? There cannot be better people to resolve a problem than the members who are having a problem. Right? A third party, again, I mean, third party, no, not a third party, but the project manager alone taking a decision or involving people to take a decision, always it is better to involve people to take a decision, because then they would also be able to suggest a solution. They are having a conflict. They know their conflicts way more than anybody else. Okay, you can facilitate, you can discuss, you can ask questions. Okay, but when you involve them and your expertise as well, you will arrive at a better solution. So when we compare A to C, A is not that good as C is, right? So inform the customer about the potential delay. We can do that and we should do that, but there's no justification that the project will get delayed. Yes, they're having arguments, they're having disagreeing on the timelines, but it is not nowhere said that there could be a delay. Could be a delay also, a potential delay as well. There's nothing as such. So should I inform about the potential delay? Let us first try to understand what the conflict is, try to resolve the conflict, try to understand the impact of the conflict. Okay, then maybe we will inform down the line somewhere to the customer as well. See, when you are informing the customer, which means you are informing somebody external to your organization, there has to be a concrete information going to them. Yes, you should inform as early as possible. Good news should be informed fast. Bad news should be informed faster. But just confirm the bad news first, okay, before informing. Don't just look at the word faster and not look at the bad news. I mean, you have to confirm the bad news. Then only you inform, right? C is the best choice. I think all of you answered correctly. Kirti, you had raised hands, I think, for the previous question. Please let me, yes.
Amit, in this question number 2, when we were discussing, what we said was that project manager should get involved when the conflict is affecting the project. It's adversely affecting the project, right?
See, yeah, project manager should get involved when you come to know about the problem. Okay. Now, whether it is adversely impacting the project or not, you will come to know after you have done the analysis. But you cannot avoid yourself from getting involved. Okay, even when the problem has come, like problem has come to your notice, so you will have to be involved. Now, what you do with that involvement is a different thing. Okay, but you cannot ignore the problem.
Okay.
Hmm?
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yes, Amit.
Okay. Perfect. Is my voice and everything clear, video? Because I could not hear Kirti's voice properly. Is everything clear, everyone?
From my end, yes.
For me, I heard some disconnections in between, but
yes,
then
your voice
I
is
assume
breaking.
my network problem, not yours.
Yeah. It is breaking. Your voice is breaking. Right. So there are two questions that we have discussed. So what are the conflict management techniques? Okay. When we talk about conflict stages, okay. Right. The first is problems to solve, where you collaborate and you seek win-win situation. Right. Second is a disagreement. Okay. The second level of conflict. If there's a disagreement, then you support and empower to resolve the situation as a project manager, right? You get involved, support, empower, resolve the situation. If it's a problem to solve, which means there's a difference in opinion and both the teams are trying to solve the problem, then also you get involved. You facilitate the collaboration and try to seek win-win situation. If it's a contest where one person wants to win the argument and ensure that the other person loses the argument, okay, it has become personal now. At that point of time, maybe accommodation is a good technique where one person gives up to somebody else's point of view if it is not impacting the project. Okay, project manager should negotiate and try to get facts So then the fact can come into the discussion and we can again collaborate and try to win. If it is a crusade, which means if it is a group formation, okay, where there were two people conflicting with one another, now there's a group formation. People have joined these groups and then they are having a conflict. Establish a safe structure, be diplomatic and solve the problem. Then if it has reached the last level, okay, where both of the conflicting parties are trying to hurt one another, okay, in that case, we cannot do anything but to separate them, right? So problems to solve, sit and resolve. Disagreement, which means I don't agree with you, you don't agree with me. Contest means I want to win, the other person also wants to win. Crusade means there's a group formation and ideological discussion happening. World war means group formation is there, one group wants to beat the other group. Okay, this is the solution. We need to understand this well. I just wanted to revise this as we were solving the question. Right? Let us have a look at the next question. All right. A new project is being initiated and the project is being chartered, which means project charter is being created. The sponsor, who recently attended an agile conference, suggests the use of agile approach for incremental value delivery. The team wants to use traditional approach for as the scope is clear. Okay, the sponsor wants agile approach. Why? Because of incremental value delivery. The team wants to use traditional approach as the scope is clear. Okay, which of the following will help resolve the situation? Manage the project using agile approach as suggested by the sponsor. Sponsor provides the money. We must listen to everything that the sponsor says, which is an absolutely wrong thing to do. And just because they are providing money does not mean that they are right. There has to be an information in the question for me to take this decision of going with sponsor, whether it is sponsor, customer, my management, my managing director, my global managing director, or if at all written in the question, God himself. Okay, as a project manager, you have the power to take correct decision, which is good for the project, not just for anybody. Just because they are a sponsor or they're your boss and it is appraisal period March, month of March, right? Just because it is appraisal period, okay, let us go with sponsor's opinion. It's not helpful for the project at all, right? So does not look like a good option. All right. Recommend using hybrid approach to manage the project. Okay, we are trying to say, okay, let us have little bit of traditional, little bit of agile. Okay, so can we recommend this using hybrid approach? I saw all of you answering this as a correct one. So which is this technique? Which resolution technique is this? Anybody remembers? There are 5 resolution techniques that we discussed. Anyone who remembers the techniques? Yes?
Compromise or win-win?
There's one compromise, okay?
Or win-win?
There's another technique called win-win, which means collaboration.
Collaboration. Sorry, not compromise, it's collaboration.
Lose and win.
Okay, lose and win. But what is that technique called?
I just remember that for the table which you have showed us.
Okay.
LL.
There's one direct and there's one smooth. Right? And there's one more, withdraw. Right? So understand these 5 collaboration resolution technique or management technique very, very well. Okay, you must know exactly what it means to be able to solve the question, solve all the questions. Even if you have a general understanding, you will be able to solve, I would say, 60% of the questions. Okay, but if you wish to solve all the conflict related questions, understand this very well. Right? So this is hybrid approach. This is not a win-win situation. Okay, a person wants agile approach, other person wants traditional approach. You are giving a little bit of agile, little bit of traditional. So this is not collaboration, this is actually compromise. Okay, collaboration would be when the information says that the sponsor and the team member discussed, had collaboration, and they both agreed to go with one of the approaches, either agile or traditional. Okay, or they both agreed to go with hybrid approach. So both the conflicting parties should agree. Then only you can say that yes, both have won the situation, win-win situation, because they have both agreed. Okay, if you have gone with little bit of this, little bit of that, then it is called compromise. Okay, looks like a decent option. Compromise is definitely a resolution technique. Select traditional approach as suggested by the team, because you are a servant leader. You must put your team members first. Hence, whatever the team says, you should agree no. Right? Just because team says, I mean, there has to be something that is helping my project. My project is above anybody, right? My team, my project sponsor, my anybody. Right? Yes, I should promote my team. I should support my team. I should involve the team members in discussion, but I should not blindly agree to anything that they're saying. I should discuss with sponsor. I should collaborate with sponsor, but I should not again blindly agree with anything the sponsor is saying or anything anyone is saying at all. Right? So should I select the traditional approach? No. Terminate the project as a consensus has not been developed. Termination is a big decision. It cannot be taken just because sponsor and team member are having conflicts. Okay, so big decisions need big justifications. Eliminated, please correct. Right? Clear, everyone? Any doubt?
Amit, I just wanted to know if the scope is clear, then we can use traditional, right? Not for this, just a key point.
See, when you decide on traditional, it's a very good question, Ashish. Okay, that just because scope is clear, we don't go with traditional. Scope is clear is one of the indication that we should use traditional approach. Okay, but there are multiple other things also at play, like incremental value delivery. Okay, let us say scope is absolutely clear for software application. Okay, but the customer says that I would still want to deliver the product incrementally to the user. Okay, so you also provide me the products incrementally. Okay, even if as of now scope is clear. Okay, so scope is clear. Yes, it does give us a great understanding that yes, we should use traditional approach, but that cannot be the only factor of deciding. Okay, there can be other factors also, right? So in general, which is a very good question, Ashish. That just because scope is clear, we will not select traditional approach.
Okay. So
Yeah.
we need to understand that which are the key points while choosing the options.
Yes. So whenever you see the questions, be a little bit critical. That is it. That only because scope is clear, I should go with traditional. Okay, might not be the case. However, in some questions, they will discuss here that your scope is fixed, it is clear, it is not expected to change, which approach you will use. In that case, you can use traditional approach, right? Because that is the information available with you, and you have to choose one of the approaches. So with that information, you can choose. All right. But whenever you are looking at the question and it is saying that just because of that, you have chosen it, then you should be a little bit critical about it. Okay, that is it the only reason why we should select traditional, or there are multiple other reasons also at play. Ultimately, you have to be customer centric. You have to deliver value to the customer. And if the customer is asking you to deliver incremental value, you may be inclined to choose agile approach. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Perfect.
So Amit, if suppose the C answer would be like select traditional approach because scope is clear, then also will not select
We
option
will
C.
not select. No, we'll still not select. Okay, it is saying select traditional approach because scope is clear. As I said, just because scope is clear, you may not be able to select as an approach. Okay, selecting an approach is a big decision, right? The team member should be trained for it. The customer should agree for it. Your sponsor should agree for it. Your management should agree for it. Okay, you should have the frameworks in place. So there are multiple things that would help you choose. Scope is clear is a major point, but not the complete point, discussion point for your selection. Okay, so should you select for a scope is clear? Yes, you should be inclined to select, but that is not the only reason why you would select traditional. There are multiple other reasons also involved. Clear?
Yeah, Amit, this is John. I had a quick question regarding that type compromise, collaboration, and direct and smooth. If we want to revisit any of the sections, can you please recommend how to proceed? Like,
I would
any
recommend,
section.
yes, I would recommend 5 minutes. Okay, after this question, we are
Okay.
going to see that.
Okay.
I know that those questions will come, so I am prepared. Okay, I have planned for my discussion. So after this question, we will discuss all those 5 so that you don't have to go back to any video or any PDF to look at it. Okay, we'll discuss here right away.
Got it. Thank you.
Let us solve a question and then we will go to that.
Amit, I have a question.
Yes, please.
I have actually two questions. One is what we are discussing, that we knew that scope is clear. So even I was inclined to choose traditional, but then incremental was also there, right?
Absolutely.
Correct. So if suppose there's a project where they says that scope is clear, but it's getting completed in 3 phases,
Mhm.
right? So is that project hybrid or
No, that is tradition. That is tradition. Unless and until they say that we are using agile approach, just because they are phases, it does not make it agile. Okay, phases is a very very valid way of dividing an agile project also.
So in this case also, when they said that there's increment delivery, but the scope is clear, then the answer again, traditionals look to be more appealing.
Yeah, it does. That's what I'm saying. Even if you don't take anything else, okay, just because scope is clear, traditional looks more appealing. Okay, but that cannot be the only decision. Okay, because I don't have any other information. Okay, so in order to resolve this situation, what would be the best thing to do would be to go with hybrid, because I cannot go with any of the other because I would need more information. And the question is not talking about more information. Option is also not talking about that you are, yes, gather more information. So if the option was talking about gather more information, I would have selected that. Okay, but because the options are not talking about gathering more information, hence I choose that action. That okay, out of the given option, I cannot go with traditional, I cannot go with agile. Hence, hybrid is better than going with traditional or agile.
Okay. And my second question is, you said that this is not a win-win situation. It is actually
Compromise.
right. So
Yeah.
what would be win situation then? Because if there's
Win-win situation would give you an information that both the parties have agreed with either of the approach, either traditional or agile or hybrid approach. Okay, it should very clearly tell you that both the parties are happy also with it. Okay, which means they have arrived at a solution. The sponsor and the team member, they arrived at a solution. We talk about collaboration, right? So they discussed, they solved the problem, and then they said, okay, I was thinking traditional, sponsor was thinking agile, but we both have agreed to a term that we should go with hybrid, which means you both are happy with whatever solution has been selected. Only then it is a win-win situation. Otherwise, it is a little bit of agile, a little bit of traditional, and that's why we are calling it hybrid. Right? Hence, it is a compromise. It is neither agile nor traditional.
So actually, one of them convinced the other one.
No, they didn't. Nobody convinced anyone. We said hybrid is a better solution because we are not able to conflict because of the lack of information. Okay, so we decided to go with hybrid, which means a little bit of sponsors, little bit of traditional team members, and we have tried to resolve the solution. This resolution can come back again. This conflict may arise again. So this is not a final resolution. Only collaboration is a final resolution. Compromise is not, because none of them are happy, right? One person wanted agile, other person wanted traditional, right? So none of them are happy. The conflict may arise again. But
Sure.
for the given condition, we have selected one. Yeah.
So Amit, this is John. Just that last question. I think the way I, done the program for a while, the sponsor is geared towards agile, and the team is comfortable on the traditional. Yeah. But the statistics shows, even now when they do, the both hybrid approach is the best approach. Even though traditional was done in the past. So from that angle, I think hybrid is the best approach. That's the way I understand.
It could be, but don't select based on what is happening around the world. Okay, because even though let's say, for example, 70% of the project today are happening with hybrid approach. Let us see, just for example, even then, okay, the question might ask us about the remaining 30%. Okay, so we have to understand the situation that is given. Based on that situation, we have to choose agile, hybrid, or traditional. Okay, so they could be talking about a very specific project, very specific project scenario, and asking you to select which approach would you suggest your sponsor to take. Okay, in that case, we have to understand the situation and then. Am I clear? Am I able to?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Amit.
Yeah. Answer to question third, Satyajit, was hybrid approach. B. Yeah. Let's discuss fourth. I think we already have the answers. Right. A software product that has been developed is ready for testing, but the team is divided on the approach to test. One group wants to include tests at multiple stages for regular feedback, while the other prefers a final test at the end so that the team can focus on developing the software. Okay, it's not has been developed. I'm sorry for this. Okay, software product is being developed. You're planning for testing here. Okay, this makes it very conflicting, because if the development is already ready, then you would not be discussing all these things. Right. So I'm just rephrasing this question because of some mistake. The software product is to be developed. Okay, and the team is divided on the approach to test while they are planning for it. Okay, one group wants to include the test at multiple stages. Other prefers a final test at the end, so that the team can focus on developing the software. The project manager discusses with both the parties and decides to test at multiple stages for project's benefits. Okay, which of the conflict resolution technique was used? Okay, if anybody wants to change their answer, I mean, you can do it. Okay, and then we will discuss. Right, so this made it confusing. Please ignore this. Read from here. The team is divided on the approach to test. One group wants to include tests at multiple stages for regular feedback, while the other prefers a final test at the end, so that the team can focus on developing the software. The project manager discusses with both the parties and decides to test at multiple stages for the project's benefits. Okay, which of the following conflict resolution technique was used? Smooth or accommodate. Okay, smooth or accommodate means that one party is accommodating to somebody else's point of view. Okay, that is smoothing, that I am accommodating to somebody else's point of view. That is not happening here. Although we are going with one person's point that we will test at multiple stages. So the conflict is one person says multiple stages, one group of team members, and other group of team members says only at the end. Okay, so this is the conflict. Multiple stages versus at the end, single test. All right. So now the project manager decided that we will test at multiple stages, which means they selected one. Right. So this is definitely a win-lose kind of situation. Right. But it is not smoothing, because smoothing would be me accommodating to somebody else's point of view. Okay. Hence we can remove this. Is it forcing or directing? Yes. So I'm directing a solution. I'm directing a resolution. Right? Hence, it could be force or direct. Looks like a decent option. Compromise or reconcile? No. Compromise or reconcile would mean little bit of multiple, little bit of end at the end. I mean, little bit of multiple, somehow reducing the frequency of multiple stages and doing at end also. Okay, that would be a compromise. That at the end, the extensive test that was required to be done, we will not do that. At the multiple stages also, the entire frequency we will not use. Okay, so if they are saying 10 tests during the development of product, we will do only 5 or 6. At the end, if it would have taken 2 hours of comprehensive testing, we'll do only 1 hour out of that. That is compromise. Little bit of this and little bit of that. Okay, it is also not this. It is very clearly 1 and this 0. We are going with multiple stages. Is it withdraw and avoid? No. Withdraw and avoid means 0, 0. We are not going with any point of view. We are not even having a discussion on conflict. Okay, we are just withdrawing. We are just avoiding the conflict. Right? Hence it is B. Okay, I'm very sorry for the mistake in the question. Is it clear to everyone what was wrong in the question and what is the right answer also?
Hello.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Amit, I have a question.
Yes.
If you go to question number 1, there you said that once if it is discussed between 2 parties and then decision has been made, then it should be like win-win situation, or it is kind of smoothing kind of thing or accommodating thing.
Yes.
Here I can see that project manager has already discussed with both the parties. Correct. And then concluded this. So I'm a bit
confused, right? So
confused between
understood. Discusses with both the parties but decides. Okay, the project manager himself has decided or herself has decided. Right? If both the parties have decided, then it would be collaborative. Okay, but the project manager discusses to maybe understand the conflict and then decides. Okay, if discusses among the parties and the parties deciding, so that would be your hint on selecting. Okay, these are the subtle differences that would change the actual meaning. Right, so the project manager, if they discuss with both the parties, all right, and all of them are into an agreement, that is collaboration and problem solving. But here the project manager discussed and decides on its own, on his own or on her own. Right, that is the reason we are calling it a force clarity. Otherwise your thought process is absolutely correct.
Amit, but I felt that when I was reading the line, this line, I
Mhm.
felt that he discussed with the third party and then he came to the decision with this thing. So I thought after discussion only they decided it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So they did not decide. Okay, the project manager decides. It is very clearly written. Okay,
Okay.
so what is happening is yes, the project manager is discussing with both the parties. We don't know whether together, separately, or what. Right? Collaboration is together discussion, facilitation of a meeting together. Right? So what this meaning says is the project manager discusses with both the parties, not sure whether together or separately, and decides. So the project manager has decided. If it said they decided or something of that sort, then it is kind of collaboration, right? Otherwise, the project manager alone has decided. That is why we are selecting direct as an option.
Okay.
Clear?
Okay. got
So
it.
if the language was the team decided or the group
Agreed.
decided, then A, right?
Then collaborate,
Right.
because together they all decided. Okay, A would be me accommodating to someone else's point of view. From my perspective, I have given up the conflict. I have said, okay, I don't want to get into this mud. Let us go ahead. Okay, so I have given up on the conflict. Why? Because there was not much difference, and I thought that it will not impact my project. Okay, so rather than discussing, let us go ahead with somebody else's opinion. Okay, that is my smoothing. Okay, directing and forcing is that me forcing somebody else with my opinion, or the project manager directing the conflicting parties to take a decision. Clear?
So Amit, like what language would the question have when A is the right answer? Or
Me
the right-
accommodating to somebody else's point of view. When the question says that project manager is having a conflict with their senior member, okay, and the senior member is discussing about something, the project manager does not agree with it, but says, okay, we will go ahead with your point. Okay, that would be your smooth or accommodate. Understood? Me as a project manager accommodating to somebody else's point of view who was having a conflict with me. I'm saying, okay, let us go ahead with your point.
So in relevance to the question, if the language said that team A decided that
So
team
what I'm
B
saying
is
is that because PMP will ask you about project manager, hence it will be as per the project manager's perspective.
okay.
Now let us say, yes, if the team decides that, okay, let us go ahead with whoever is that person. One team decides that, okay, let us go ahead with other team's point of view. Okay, so which of the conflict resolution technique the team used, the first group of team, then it will be smooth.
Got it. Now,
It's from my
thank you.
perspective.
Yep.
All right, so let us resolve this, okay, on a slide. So what we do, we put our concern for our opinion on y-axis, concern for others' opinion on x-axis. Okay, and if my concern for my opinion is more, which means I have gone with my opinion, I have won. If my concern for my opinion is less, which means I have let it loose, I have let it go to somebody else's opinion. Right? Same thing, others, if I have more concern for others' opinion, it's a win for them. If I have less concern for their opinion, it's a lose. Okay, and then you will get 4 quadrant and something at center. The first quadrant is collaborate, where you have high concern for yourself in this zone and high concern for others as well. Right? Hence, it is a win-win situation. When you collaborate, when you come together, when you discuss, you try to solve the problem. Doesn't matter which opinion you have selected. Both of them have together selected that opinion. Okay, so they could be discussing between A and B, right? Opinion A versus opinion B. Okay, the resolution of a collaboration could be A, could be B, or could be C, right? But they both, like you and your conflicting party, both have agreed to this. Now it is both of their opinion. It is not my opinion. Now it is long gone. Okay, my opinion was A, their opinion was B, but now both of us have an opinion A. This is my problem solved. Okay, A, B, or C. It could be anything. Right? But we both agree. Now it is both of us, our opinion. Right? That's the idea. Then in quadrant 2, my concern for myself is less, but my concern for others is high. Okay, so I'm okay if they win the argument. I'm okay if they win the discussion. I'm okay with if they win the conflict. Okay, because I think that getting into this argument is not resolving things and my project is getting delayed. Okay, so from my opinion, I'm taking this decision. So what am I doing? I'm smoothing the conflict. I am accommodating to their point of view. Hence, it is here. Quadrant 3, where it's a lose-lose kind of situation, which means I'm neither going with A, my opinion, nor going with B. So it's a lose-lose situation, which means we are not resolving anything. We are withdrawing from the conflict. We are avoiding the conflict. When do we do that? When there is time, when you don't have information. So you say, okay, let us spend some more time, understand what is happening, and then we'll take decision. Right? That's your avoid. And then quadrant 4, where it is win for your concern, your opinion, lose for their opinion. So when you realize that, okay, this conflict is not getting resolved, I'm suggesting something, but the other person is not able to understand, and this is impacting my project objective. Okay, so for my project of benefit, I could force if I have the power. Right? So I could force or I could direct them to a resolution, saying that yes, this is the approach. A is a better approach because of this reason. Let us go ahead. Okay, so this is also possible, rare but possible, most common, most effective. Okay, the second most effective is your compromise, where it is a little bit of win, little bit of lose for my opinion, little bit of win, little bit of lose for others' opinion. Right? And hence it is called compromise, which means it is neither A nor B. It is half of A and half of B. It is a mix of both. Right? Second best resolution. If you are not able to collaborate, then compromise. Because in these two scenarios, one person is not happy. Here you are not happy, you have accommodated to someone else's point of view just because of project, but you are not entirely happy about it. Here, you have directed the decision to somebody else, so that other person is not very happy about it. Although they have agreed because you have the power and other things, but they're not very happy about it. So the conflict may arise again. Even you have avoided, it will definitely arise again. Compromise, both of you are not entirely happy, so it might arise again. Collaborate, whether it was A, B, C, D, E, F, whatever the decision was, you both decided it together. It is both of yours opinion. Right? Hence, this is the most effective way of resolving conflicts. All right. So let us test us on one more thing. All right. Let's discuss. A junior member who recently joined the project team has informed a senior member that he will join another organization as he was hired as a project manager. Right? Good promotion. So I must leave. Yes. The senior member accuses the junior member about not being loyal to the company that offered him a way of earning. Wow. The junior member explains his point of view, but the senior member starts shouting at him. So the junior member leaves the discussion. Which conflict management technique was used by the junior member? Smoothing, compromise, collaboration, withdrawal. Right? Is it smoothing? Yes, the junior member has taken a decision, but not to stay in the company or not to go with the senior member's point of view. right? But to just come out of it, leaves the discussion. So the technique that the junior member has used as avoided the conflict, okay, which is nothing but withdraw. They have withdrawn from the conflict. Okay, and I don't want to get into this discussion, right? So it is not smoothing. It could be withdrawal. Compromise would have been if both the points have been discussed. Collaboration would have been if they have come to an agreement. There's no resolution here. We have just withdrawn from it, right? Withdrawn is correct. Clear, everyone? I could see all of you answering D. Right? So now we are clear on the conflict resolution techniques. Everyone?
Yes, Amit. Thank
Perfect. Perfect. All right. Right. So the mindset, whatever we have discussed, I'm just revising all those things, right? Notice if it's a concern or a confirmed issue. Concern is a risk, probably. Okay. Confirmation is an issue. Both are handled differently. Okay. For risk, we prepare a response plan. We understand the impact. We analyze the risk, and then we prepare a response plan for it. Okay. It is for future. Issue has already happened. We need to resolve the issue. Right. So if it's a concern, those options which are talking about validating the concern, discussing and understanding about the concern are more, I would say there are more chances that it will be correct. Okay, I cannot say that it will always be correct, but there are more chances, right? There's a difference between observation and ignoring. Okay, observation is a conscious effort. In the first question, we discussed this, right? That we will observe the conflict. Observing the conflict is not sitting idle. Okay, sometimes we might say, okay, we are observing like this, sitting with folded hands and we're observing. We are not doing anything. Okay, it's not that. Observing is a very conscious effort. You are taking decisions, you are looking at it, you are analyzing things, you are looking at their behavior, personality traits, looking at the environment, looking at the language that they're using. Observation is a conscious effort. Okay, it's not folding your hands and observing it. All right. So understand this. Okay, ignoring is a bad thing. Project managers don't ignore any problem. Observation, yes. If they're not sure, if they're concerned, if they have suspicion, okay, they can very well observe. When you notice a number, percentage in options, ask yourself a question. If that number is justified, okay, whether that number is justified. You saw 50%, right? You might say 6 weeks, you might say 8 seconds, something of that sort, right? Whenever you say number or a percentage, okay, ask yourself a question whether that exact number is justified or not. PMP these days don't have mathematical questions, okay? So there's no reason why to use numbers. So your mind should send you an alarm, right? That this number, why this number? Okay, you should be critical about any number that you see in your project management also, right? Whenever somebody says, okay, I finished in half an hour, you should be a little bit critical about it. Okay, why is it saying half an hour? Why not 1 hour? Why not 45 minutes? How exactly did they calculate that? Right, so you have to be critical about the numbers that you see. I'm not saying that it will be wrong. I'm not saying it will be right. I'm saying just be critical about the numbers and percentage that you see in the option. Compromise the next best resolution technique after collaboration. Collaboration gives you win-win situation. It has resolved the conflict. Compromise is a little bit of win for both, and hence it is the next best. The other two, forcing and accommodating, one person has lost the argument, okay, so they are not entirely happy. One person is not entirely happy, not happy at all, right? So it is not that good a resolution technique. Withdrawal, definitely you'll have to resolve the conflict again. So you're just taking time out from that. Never favor any of the conflicting parties unless it's for project's benefit. We have seen that. Okay, project manager directed for project's benefit. One thing. Okay. Second thing, there was sponsor, the team members, they were having conflict, agile and traditional approach. The project manager did not select with anybody. Okay, just because it is sponsor, just because it is team, or just because it is customer, or just because it is anybody else, the project manager will not select for them. Project manager will select for project always, right? And I cannot emphasize enough on this. Understand your conflict resolution management techniques well. Understand the term and understand the technique. Okay, because you might see the term also, drag and drop questions, just like we saw in the options. Okay, you have to identify that. Okay, just remembering the chart might not help. It will help, let's say, for example, for 60% of the questions, but understanding the term is also important. All right. All right. So let us have a discussion. Okay. In order to overcome the challenges faced due to prevalent pandemic in the world, officials decide to roll out a vaccine development and injection drive across the country. Okay. So there is going to be some vaccine development and some injection drive across the country. The uncertainty in the development of vaccine may block the deployment of injection at vaccination centers. Okay, so what's happening is that there's a pandemic in the world, okay, because of which there is a project that is being decided, and there's an uncertainty in the development of vaccine, because of which the deployment of injection might get blocked. Then the second set of information, however, the deployment can be planned across the centers in detail while the vaccine is being developed. Okay, so if the vaccine does not get developed properly, then the injection drive will not happen. However, while the vaccine is being developed, we can plan on how we are going to run the injection drive. That's the information available with us. Okay. The most important part of your question in the exam would be this one sentence. The second most important is this. Okay. So you have to understand the scenario well. Try to spend 2 or 3 seconds extra in understanding what the question says, and then look at what the scenario says, and then look at the question that you have to answer. Okay, so the scenario says that there's a pandemic, vaccine is to be developed, vaccine development is uncertain, but the deployment can be planned in detail. So which project management approach will be most suitable? So they are trying to understand the project approach. Predictive life cycle, we have seen a word called uncertain here. Somewhere here. Where is that? Yes. Right. So we have already seen the uncertainty. So can we predict a lot of things in the project? No. So if it is uncertain, we should go with agile approach if no other information is given. Right. So this can be eliminated. Always try to eliminate an option which is wrong. Okay. The instruction in the exam would be that you have to choose the best choice. Okay. So don't go for looking for the correct answer. Okay, try to compare the option. By comparing, you will arrive at the best choice. Best is a comparative degree, better is a comparative degree. So you have to find a better option out of the 4. Right? So always compare and figure out. But when you are sure that something is wrong, you can eliminate. If you're sure that something is right, just keep it. Okay, compare with other option. Maybe the other option would be even better. Okay, but certainly predictive life cycle will not help us here. Right? Agile development and predictive deployment. Okay, agile development and predictive deployment. Development is uncertain, that we have already seen. Deployment can be planned in detail, which means if we use predictive deployment and agile development, the project can run successfully. Okay, but just because you are sure, don't put a tick on this answer and move to the next question. Don't do that. Okay, always look at all the 4 options, compare the options, then only move to the next one. Okay. Do this in your practice. It will be very helpful in your exam. Okay. So we'll just park it. We go to C. Predictive deployment and agile deployment. Okay. Sorry, predictive development and agile deployment. Right. So when we talk about predictive development, the development is uncertain. So we cannot use predictive. Right. Agile life cycle. The development of vaccine is uncertain. Okay. So we can use agile life cycle. But we also have an information about deployment. Okay, so given the information, the hybrid approach where agile development and predictive deployment happens is better than agile lifecycle. Okay, hence you would eliminate D. There was no absolute reason why you would eliminate D. Okay, but because we have a better option, hence we have eliminated D and B is correct. Right, so this is nothing but hybrid approach. Right. Any doubts, any questions, anyone? I hope it is clear. I could see almost all of you answering B. I saw some of D and C, but I hope it is clear. The reason why anybody would go to C is if you have, or if you are in a rush, okay, you may misspell or misunderstand these tongue twister words. which looks similar. Okay. And if you're in a rush to solve the question, right? I also made a mistake while I was reading this few seconds earlier. Right? I read it as deployment. So in that rush, if you are there, then you might make a mistake. So never be in a rush in the exam. Yes, it is timed. You have to complete on time, but that does not need a rush, because rush will increase your time. Okay. If you are reading the question in a rush, you will have to read it twice or thrice. If you're reading the option in a rush, you might make a mistake. Right? So don't be in an urgent rush of completing the things. Read well, understand well. Okay, understand quickly. I mean, read quickly also. You don't have enough lot of time. But if you understand the problem well, you will be able to solve it as well. All right. So those who answered D or C, I hope you have got the information that D is not correct, or D is, maybe D can be correct, but we have a better option. We can run through it hybrid. If you didn't run it through hybrid approach, we will be able to manage the project better, and it is most suitable. Okay. So we have to always answer the last sentence. Right. Let us move to the next one. Before we talk about next question, okay, now that we have seen hybrid approach in the question, let us try to understand it as well. Okay, hybrid is a mix of agile and traditional. Okay, and that mix can happen in any manner. Agile first, traditional later, traditional first, agile later, lot of agile, little bit of traditional, lot of traditional, little bit of agile, or in any order they are mixed. Agile, traditional, traditional, agile, traditional, agile, anything. Right? It is just a mixture of two things. You are mixing two things in any order. Okay. Hybrid is not a separate approach that we study. We study traditional, we study agile, and we say hybrid is a mix of both. So we don't study it separately. So it is a mix. It could be anything. 10% of agile, 90% of traditional. 10% of traditional, 90% of agile. That would also be a hybrid approach. Okay, so what happens is that it is not a clear distinction. It's a spectrum. Okay, if this is traditional, then on the other end of a spectrum, you have agile. Okay, so your project can be purely traditional, purely agile, or lie somewhere here. Little bit of traditional, lot of little bit of traditional, lot of agile, lot of little bit of agile, lot of traditional. Okay, the mix can be anything. Right? So don't worry about whether we should do agile first or traditional first. It can happen in parallel also. Right? Where you would see that agile and traditional both are happening in parallel. We have two separate teams. Right? So don't be afraid about any kind of mixing. It can all happen. Right? Hybrid approach is mix of agile and traditional. You can mix according to your project needs. As long as it is serving your project objective, you can choose it. Right? Let's move to the next one. Midway through a traditional approach project, a project manager was informed of a change in regulations that would impact the final delivery of a product in certain areas. Okay, so what is happening? So you should always identify those keywords which are related to project management. So what all are the information given to us? Traditional approach project. Project manager was informed of a change in regulations that would impact the final delivery of the product in certain areas. This is the most important thing. Not all the regulations element are clearly defined, and multiple communications are anticipated from the officials. Okay, so you're already managing a traditional approach project. Okay, you have been informed of a change in the regulation. So there has been a change. Right? And that change of regulation is not very clearly defined, and a lot of communication would be required, or multiple communications are anticipated from the official, which means officials may tell you about regulations, may change it, may again change it. So there will be multiple communication from the officials. Your project sponsor is concerned about loss that the project will incur due to this change in regulations. Naturally, right? Any project sponsor who has put in money into the project will definitely be concerned. If I have put in money and the regulation is changing and I'm not clear also, I will definitely be concerned. Okay, so that's the understanding. That's the scenario. That's the premise. That's the background. Okay, that you are managing a traditional approach project. There has been a change in regulation. The regulation is not clear. Sponsor is concerned that the money might go for waste. How should you revise the plan to reduce the impact? As I said, this part is the most important part of your question. You have to answer this question. See, what happens is when you practice a lot of questions of PMP, you start anticipating what could be the question. Okay. And in the rush of the exam, you may skip reading this question properly and choose either the first thing to do, next thing to do, best thing to do. Okay. While the question might be asking something else. Right. So what you have to do is spend again 1 or 2 seconds extra, 5 seconds extra, but understand this question well. The question is asking, how would you revise the plan to reduce the impact? Right? This is not asking you whether there will be an impact or not. What will you do next? They're asking, how will you revise the plan, or how should you revise the plan to reduce the impact? Let us see. Use the project reserves to improve the margin of the project. See, if you improve the margin of the project, will it reduce the impact? Probably. But can I use project reserves in this case? Maybe. Some management reserve I cannot use, but I may ask for approval. But this is too focused on just the cost part. Okay, what about other impacts to the project? Right? So we have to reduce the impact not only for the cost, but also the other impacts. Right? So we can eliminate this. Change the approach from predictive to agile to take care of uncertainties. Now, this one is saying that change the approach from predictive to agile. You are managing a predictive approach, traditional approach project. Okay. And because there are multiple communication not clearly defined, so you are suggesting, okay, let us change the approach from predictive to agile, not a bad option at all. Okay. So let us park it. As I said, even if you think that it is correct answer, just park it, because you will have to compare the two options in the exam, which would seem both correct. You have to choose a better one. Right. So let us see. Split out an agile track for impacted areas to deliver incrementally. Right? Now, this one is saying that, okay, let us split out an agile track. So we are already going in a track, okay, a traditional approach track. Let us split out one agile track also to cover those areas which are impacted. Right? If you look at the question, it does say that this regulation will not impact all the project, all the areas, okay, in certain areas. So what you are deciding that, okay, for these certain areas which are getting impacted, let me split out an agile track, because ultimately the regulation change is only impacting this certain area. Right? So this now suddenly looks better than B. Although B was looking good, but now suddenly C looks better than B. Why? Because why to change something that is going nice for those areas which are not getting impacted? So I would split out an agile track only for this. As we already discussed, majority of traditional, little bit of agile. Traditional and agile in parallel also. Right? So hybrid can be any mix. So there is no stopping us from doing that. But the question is, will it be helpful? And the answer is yes. Right? So for those areas for which you already have a plan, why would you want to change the plan and everything and then convert it agile? Do it only for those which are impacted. Right? So in the, let's say, for example, in 10 cities, if you are delivering the product, only 3 cities are getting impacted, then you change the plan only for those 3 cities. For rest 7 cities, at least continue. Right? So that is much better than completely shifting from traditional to agile. Okay. Hence, B now can be eliminated and C looks better. I'll keep it because I don't know whether D is better or not. Right? So we will compare C and D and then see which one is better. D. Wait for more information about the regulations to prevent rework. Waiting for information midway through the project does not seem like a good option. Okay, so I have a better option. I will split out an agile track. I'll try to deliver incrementally so that I could deliver one thing. By that time, that some communication will happen. So whatever communication is clear with respect to regulation, I'll start building that. Okay, and I'll start delivering incrementally. That looks like a better approach than completely waiting for the information and doing nothing. Okay, so C is better than D. Right? That is why C is better. So those who were confused in between B and C, B looked good unless we saw C. Okay, so you can change from traditional to agile. There's no harm in that. If you're, many things are in play. Team should be skilled and other things, but those information are not there, so you don't have to worry about it. Okay, but splitting out an agile track was a little bit better, because why to change those things which are not getting impacted? Change only those areas which are getting impacted. Right? That was the idea. If you have a doubt, if you have any doubts, please let me know in the chat box and I'll explain. Till the time, let's go to the next question. Let's discuss this. You're managing a construction project that would incorporate a fire safety technology to protect the residences from any mishaps. Okay, you have completed similar projects before, but recent advancement in technology renders part of the project uncertain. Okay, so what's happening here? You are managing a construction project that would incorporate a fire safety technology to protect the residences from any mishaps. And that's the first part of information. You have completed similar projects before, but recent advancement in technology renders part of the project uncertain. So how should you respond? Let us see. Use hybrid approach to manage the two separate parts of the project. Do we have separate parts of the project? You have completed similar projects before, but recent advancement in technology renders part of the project uncertain. So the question does talk about two parts. One part is uncertain. Okay, the other parts are done before. So can we manage through hybrid? Possibly. We'll park it. Manage the project using agile approach, considering the uncertainty in technology. Right? But that uncertainty is only for the part of the project. So hybrid approach is better than agile approach. Similar to previous question. Okay, just a revision for us. Start constructing using traditional approach till you receive clear information on technology. Right? There's nothing different. Okay, the question number 3 is purposely picked up to tell you that whether they talk about software, construction, mechanical, fire safety, NASA scientists, anything. Okay, ultimately the question will be on project management domain. Okay, so the meaning would still be lying towards the project management domain only. Right? So here also we are saying that, okay, let us wait for information. In the last question also, we were waiting for government's information. Right? So waiting is not good. Rather, we should use hybrid approach so that we can manage. Things are uncertain. Yes, we can manage it through agile approach. So it is better to use hybrid approach than start constructing through traditional approach and wait for more information on technology. Don't initiate the project till you receive more information on technology. Okay, neither starting constructing nor not initiating the project looks like a good option. Why should we wait? See, there has to be an information, like a strict information, like a clear information, which would ask us or which would justify our decision to wait, to not initiate. Okay, there's no such information. The information is only that it is uncertain. Okay, so recent advancement in technology has put some part of the project, made some part of the project uncertain. Okay, so hybrid approach would work. There's no reason why we would wait for an information, why we would not initiate the project. Hence, A is better. Okay, I think all of you answered A. There are a few B also that I see. Okay, see, what is important here to note is that not the entire project is uncertain. Okay, there are two sets of information available. One is that you have completed similar projects before, which tells us that we have done things before. It is not completely uncertain. We may know few of the things on how to complete it. And part of the project is uncertain. So there are two sets of information. And that is the reason we are using both the approaches. Okay, so for that part which we have done before, traditional suits best. For that part which is uncertain, agile suits best. Right? So we are using a mix of traditional and agile. Hence, we are going for hybrid approach. Right? Rather than going for agile purely or traditional purely, because we have two sets of information. If it talked about only uncertain, you would pick up agile. If it talked about only similar projects than before, you would pick up traditional. But because it talked about both the options, hence we are going for hybrid. Let us move to the next question. Please put in your doubts if you have any. I'll definitely answer. All right, so let us discuss. The executive management of a software company has invited a project manager to help create the benefits management plan. Right? If you practice the questions, okay, most of the times you will get those information which might be confusing you when you are studying. Okay, should the project manager get involved? Probably yes, right? Because the executive management has invited. So if you're invited as a project manager, you might be involved in creating the benefits management plan also, right? So if somebody tells you that benefits management plan is only created by project sponsor or only created by salesperson or business analyst, might not be true. Okay, project manager might also be involved. It all depends on what your management wants. Okay, so that was a guidance, a little bit of spin-off from the question. Coming back to the question, the executive management has invited a project manager to help create the benefits management plan. The software being developed will help many different functions of the organization, and all the department heads want their department to be prioritized. Naturally, right? If there is a benefit for every function, and that function is being led by a department, all those department heads would want to have their benefit, right? It is natural. So the question is, which of the following is the best course of action for the project manager? Right? So what's the situation? You are helping create the benefits management plan. The benefits are applicable to all the functions, and all the functional head, all the department heads want their department to be prioritized. So what would you do? Let us have a look. Discuss with the department heads one by one to understand their requirements before prioritizing. Should we discuss with all the department heads? Absolutely. Okay. Will it help us in understanding their requirements? Yes. Will it help us in prioritizing? Yes. Looks like a very decent option. Okay. Just by looking at A, you cannot eliminate A. Okay. Hence, keep it. Right. Keep calm and keep the option. Okay. You don't have to necessarily select either tick or cross. You don't have to do that necessarily. Wait for the other options. See which other option is confusing or which other option is better or worse. Okay. Then take your decision. Coming to B, ask the project sponsor to take a decision and inform the decision to all the department heads. Dictatorship, right? Gives an idea of that. Okay, and why do we avoid that? Not because it is dictatorship actually, but the idea is that when the department heads are going to be benefited with something, how can you ignore them? How can you say that, okay, I will decide who gets what benefit? Okay, how can you decide? The sponsor would decide who gets what benefit, right? It is always better to discuss with the department heads also and then decide. Okay, similar to what you do with your team, right? You involve the team members, right? So whoever is going to get impacted, the much better idea is to involve them. Okay, they may be able to suggest something better. One person taking decision, involving all the other departments also to take the decision is much better, right? So B is eliminated because project sponsor alone might not take the best decision. You have to take consideration of the department heads also. Look at C. Request all the department heads to wait till the end of the project for more clarity on benefits. Okay, see, benefit management plan should be created in the beginning itself so that everybody has absolute clarity on how the benefits will be distributed. If you wait till the end, it's not a good thing, right? So we can eliminate it. And you would have noticed almost 3 questions we have seen where wait is wrong. Now that does not make it a rule, but waiting is generally not a good idea in project management. Okay, generally not a good idea. I'm not saying that waiting is always wrong because it will all depend on the context of the sentence. Don't look at one word and select your option. Collaborate, put a tick. Facilitate, put a tick. Okay, don't do that because the context of the sentence is important, where that word was used. Okay, so yes, waiting has been wrong for 3 options, but does not mean waiting is always wrong. But generally it is wrong. We don't wait. We plan, we respond, we tell them that, okay, we are planned for taking action 3 days later. But that does not mean waiting. That means planning and then doing some other work. Okay, waiting is always generally not good. Let's look at D. Call a meeting with all the department heads to finalize and document the prioritization. Right? So the question is that all the department heads want their department to be prioritized. Now the choice is, should we call one by one or should we call all the department heads to finalize? Right? What would happen with one by one? You will have to have a multiple meetings. First, you will discuss with, let us say there are 5 department heads. One by one, you discussed with them. Then the conclusion will not happen. right? Everybody will put their point. Then you'll have to again discuss with them, talking about the other people's point. Okay, so you will have to have multiple discussion with every department heads. It is much better to call all of them in a meeting and let them discuss their requirements. Okay, and together help them come to a conclusion, just like we do with our team. Right? So department heads are stakeholders who are going to get impacted by the benefits. They all want a piece of the pie. Bring all of them and help them distribute among themselves. Right? That is always better than the other. Hence, D is correct. Right? It is always better to involve people who are going to get impacted or who are going to create something, then take decision rather than you telling the decision, your sponsor telling the decision, rather than any one person telling the decision. It is always better to have a collective decision making in project. Then, rather than discussing one by one, because you will listen to one person's point of view and you may get biased with the person whom you discussed with first, either positively or negatively, which will not be a good thing. Bring all of them to the same platform and then decide. Right? That's the idea. Call a meeting with all the department heads and then finalize, discuss with them, and document the prioritization. All right, so I could see a lot of D, 1A. So now we're clear why A is not correct, because discussing one-to-one is not as beneficial as discussing collectively within the team. All right, now we look at the last question for the day. After this, I'll give you a tip of the week, okay, which would be helpful for you in many, many questions. Okay, so solve this question and then we'll see what that tip is. All right. Let us discuss. Your team is building a drone that will help in making grocery deliveries to the residential areas. There are multiple regulatory requirements that must be met in order to commercialize this innovative product. Okay, so there is a new, innovative product. There are multiple regulatory requirements in order to commercialize this innovative product. What should you plan to ensure the product meets these requirements? Okay, so what should you plan to ensure the product meets the requirement? That is the question. Okay, understand the question well, you will be able to answer the questions. Select the correct option properly. Okay, let us see. Hire a compliance specialist in the team to guide through the process. Now, there are multiple regulatory requirements. Okay, a compliance specialist might help us. Okay, so what should you plan? You should plan to hire a compliance specialist, not a bad option at all. Okay, so we can keep it. Then analyze the potential threats to the requirement and plan your response. So what are we doing? We are saying, okay, these are the requirements. Let us understand the risks associated with not meeting these requirements. Okay, and then plan our response, not a bad idea at all. Okay, so we can keep this as also. C, establish a procedure to measure if product complies with the regulations. Now, what is happening here? What are we doing? Establishing a procedure to measure if product complies with the regulation. What is our question? The question is, what should you plan to ensure the product meets the requirement? Right? So how will you ensure that the product meets the requirement? By hiring a compliance specialist? See, hiring a compliance specialist is just hiring. Okay, it is not ensuring that you will meet the requirements, hence eliminated. Analyzing the threats is analyzing the risk associated with it and planning your response. Right? In comparison, if you want to ensure that the product meets the requirement, you are testing. Right? So every time the product is built, you are testing whether it has met the requirement or not. Right? So testing will help you in ensuring that it meets the requirement more than just planning the risk and its response. Right? So B is talking about identifying the risk and planning the response for those risks. But what about doing the work? What about testing the regular work? Right? So many things are involved. So how would you ensure? Just by risk analysis? No. But by testing? Yes, chances are more. Right? So you can eliminate B and keep C. Then look at D. Validate that the product meets the requirements. Okay, this is even better if you don't read the last point. Right? Sometimes in a rush, we miss the last part of the option. The last part of option says that validate the product meets the requirement of flying in a low fly zone. Now, where has the low fly zone come into picture? Okay, it is only telling us residential areas. Okay, that does not mean that we will only have low rise building. We may have high rise building also, right? So it has gone a little bit too specific. Okay, when any question goes a little bit too specific, be a little bit critical and look back at the question to see whether it is justified. Okay, so you are validating whether the product meets the requirement of flying in a low fly zone only. Okay, that might not help. Right? Hence, now when we compare C to D, D can be eliminated, C is better. Right? C tells us that test. If you want to ensure that it meets the requirement, plan for testing. Plan for checking whether it has met the requirements or not. Right? That's the idea. So whenever you are trying to plan whether it has met the requirements or not, always plan for doing the testing. Whether it is a regulation requirement or any other requirement, quality requirement, we test. Any communication requirement, we test. We check whether we have used all the communication requirement or not, whether we have sent the report properly or not, whether we have called them for meeting or not. Right? So that's the idea. Whenever you are trying to meet the requirement, when you are trying to ensure that you meet the requirement, testing is the best thing. Right? You can test and you can ensure that yes, it has met. If it has not, then you suggest some changes. Right? Those changes will be done, and then you will test. If it is acceptable, it has met the requirements. Right? So that's the idea. Let me see if there is any doubt. But if we have a meeting with all of them, it will be a chaos, which is fine. Okay. See, the question in the chat box is for previous question, where we talk about bringing all the stakeholders together. So there is a doubt that if you bring all of them together, it will be a chaos, which is fine. The decision is always between risk and reward. Right? Whatever decision that you take, there will always be a few risks and there will always be few rewards. Okay, reward of bringing those department heads together is much more than the risk that there will be a chaos, because the chaos can be managed with good facilitation. Okay, bring your company's head into the meeting, to whom these department heads are reporting. Okay, chaos will reduce. So what I'm saying is that there are always options. Okay, if you think something is very, very beneficial, then choose that. Right? Now, risk with one-to-one discussion is huge. That once you discuss, you will have to discuss again, and the risk is that you will not be able to come to a conclusion, or it will take a lot of time to come to a conclusion. Hence, what you're doing is bring all of them together, right? And then discussing. Yes, there will be chaos, but it can be managed with good facilitation. Okay, so whatever decision you take, it will always have a little bit of risk, little bit of reward. What you have to check is whether reward is more than the risk, and can I manage the risk to reap those rewards, right? So I hope Jaipal Reddy, it explains you. Chaos will give better clarity. Chaos gives an understanding. Yes. So when people will have discussion, it will have better clarity. Chaos might not. We'll have to reduce the chaos. Okay, and then definitely we'll have better clarity. Conflicts have better clarity. Absolutely. Okay. So the question is, the executive management team. What is an executive management team? Basically, your CEO, COO, like top management level people, okay, can be termed as executive management team. They have asked the project manager to include 2 team members because of their expertise related to project's requirements. The project has not yet been authorized, and the performing organization is awaiting a detail on compliance requirement from the customer. Okay, so what has happened? The project has not yet been authorized. This is a very important information available with us. We should be able to identify project related information in the question. Okay, there would be some technical information, there would be some extra information which we don't exactly need in the exam question. What we need is to understand the project management related information, which says that the project has not yet been authorized. Okay, and the performing organization. What is a performing organization? The organization that is performing the project, which is your organization. right, is awaiting a detail on compliance requirement from the customer, and that's why it is not yet authorized. The confirmation is expected to take a week's time. So this is the information given to you. Okay, the recent development in the PMP exam says that you will see 2 to 4 sentences in the exam, based on which there would be a last sentence which will be talking about question. Okay, 2 to 4 sentences talking about the scenario, right? Similar to this. So you must understand the scenario well, and you must understand the last sentence of the question well. I have been repeating this and I'll keep repeating this till you get PMP certified. All right, that the last sentence is the most important part of the question. Okay, don't be in the rush. What happens is, I observe this, that people read the question and they very quickly jump to the option, very quickly read the last part. While what we should do is, we should spend a little bit extra time in understanding what the last part of the question is. May be important, may not be important, but it is a very good practice. Okay, the question is, what should the project manager do? Not much is here, but there will be questions where you will see that the last part of the question changes the meaning. Okay, and we will see this in this session itself. All right. So what's the scenario? Scenario is that the executive management team has asked the project manager for 2 resources. The project is not yet authorized. The authorization will take a week's time. So what should you do? What should you do as a project manager? Think about it. Ask the executive management to raise a change request to incorporate their request in the project. Okay, see, change request is generally a good thing. But if the project is not yet authorized, why would you ask them to raise a change request? Okay, this is not a change as such. Okay, they're just asking you to include some 2 resources. Okay, project is not authorized. They are telling you that these 2 members have good expertise according to the project requirement. Why don't you incorporate them? So we can do that, right? So this as such is not required, so we can eliminate. The reason why we are eliminating this option is because the project is not yet authorized, which means we are at initiation stage. The project is getting initiated. It has not yet got initiated. So because it has not yet got initiated, I don't need a change request. In fact, even if I have not done the planning, I don't need a change request, right? If I'm only doing the planning, if I'm only doing the initiation, I don't need change request. I need change request once I have completed the plan, right? Hence, A can be eliminated. B, deny the request as the decision to hire team members should be taken by the project manager. See, the second part of the question. Sometimes what would happen in exam is you will see 2 parts of the question. Okay, there will be one part supported by some or the other extra information, not extra information, some or the other more information. Okay, both the information should be correct. Okay, for you to choose the correct answer. Deny the request as the decision to hire team members should be taken by the project manager. The decision to hire team members should be taken by the project manager, yes. Right? But should you deny the request? There has to be a reason, right? See, your executive management team is saying that they have expertise related to the project requirement. So include them. Your management is asking you to include them. Why would you deny the request? You can say that, okay, let me work on this, let me figure out the analysis, and yes, we will do this, we will not do this, is a different part. That you will work on it, you will analyze the information, you will check these resources, is a different part altogether. Right? But denying the request is a very strong action. Okay, without analysis, you should not take strong actions, not this high level of decision. If the executive management team is telling me something, there must be a reason. I don't know whether I should deny it. Okay, hence you can eliminate this. Look at C. Accept the request as the resources can be pre-assigned during initiation stage. Are we at the initiation stage? Yes. Can the resources be pre-assigned? Yes. Right? There can be many resources which are pre-assigned to you. Think about your project. Right? How much ever you want a particular set of team members, sometimes you are given the resources. Right? And you have to manage the project with the given resources, right? That is why you are called a project manager, right? So sometimes you will have to manage the project with given resources also. Should you accept it? Maybe. Okay. Should you deny it? No, not at all. Should you accept it? Maybe. Okay. So I'll just park it because I am not sure whether this is 100% true or not. Right? Before accepting the request, maybe I'll like to understand the resources. I may have a discussion with executive management and then see whether I have to accept or not. But Looks like a decent option as of now. Ask the executive management team to wait for a week before suggesting resources. See, they can suggest the resources. Why should they wait for suggesting resources? Okay, the requirement of a week's time is on compliance requirement. Okay, it may or may not be related to the 2 team members that are being suggested. Okay, so for suggesting the resources, should we ask the executive management team to wait for a week? Not necessary. Right? So even if they have suggested, we should start discussing. Why should I wait for 1 week's time? There's no reason why I should wait for 1 week time. What would happen in the 1 week time? Right? Hence, when you compare C to D, you will find that C is better than D. Hence, you would pick up C. Right? So what we have to do is we have to look at the options, understand whether you can reject the option or eliminate the option. Okay, if you can eliminate it, by all means, you should eliminate it. Right? But you should be absolutely sure that you can eliminate the option. You should have a reason for eliminating the option. If not, just park it and park all the options that you are confused. Even if you are parking all the 4 options, it is fine. Okay, but then compare the option and see which one is better. Either standing alone, you should be able to eliminate the option, or through comparison, you will always find a better option. Okay, so elimination and comparison, if you use this technique, you will be able to solve it. Now, in explaining this, I may have taken 10 minutes, okay, but you will have to do all those things in just 1 minute. Okay, 70 seconds is the time available for you in the exam. With practice, you will definitely be able to do it. And I'm explaining a lot of things, hence I'm taking time. Okay, but you will be able to do elimination and comparison for all the question in 1 minute. There will be some easy questions. So there will be some very easy questions. There will be some medium level questions, and there will be some difficult level questions. Okay, difficult level questions might take some time. Easier questions will be solved easily, right? But if you practice eliminating and comparing, it will be a good practice to select the choices, because if you're looking for the correct answer, there can be n number of correct answers and you'll get confused. Okay, if you are looking for what should the project manager do, then you'll get confused. If you're looking for what should he or she definitely not do, it will be easier to understand, right? Hence we use elimination. Is it clear, everyone? Especially those who did not answer C. Is it clear why B or D is wrong? Just a quick confirmation, yeah? Okay. So we are introducing this new thing while we discuss the question and answer. Some tips, okay? So that you see the tips right in front of your eyes, you will be able to remember for long. The question stem, okay, the scenario that is given. In the exam, we'll talk about initiation stage using many different words or phrases. Be sure to notice that and take decisions accordingly. Okay, if you are able to identify which process group they are talking about, okay, it will be easier for you to take decisions. If you know that, yes, this activity is initiation activity, this activity is planning activity, okay, it will be easier for you to take decisions. And they will not tell you exactly that this is initiation stage, you are working in planning stage. Sometimes they will, they're nice people, they will do it, but sometimes they will not, because they want to test you through different languages also, different terms also, right? So we should know what are those terms for initiation stage that they can use. With practice, you will see it. Anything that talks about starting the project, right? Not talking about planning, executing, or checking, just starting the project, understanding, initiating the project, right? Looking for overall scope so that it can be started. Those are a hint that they are talking about initiation stage. Authorization is one of the common word that they will use. But the project is not yet authorized, because what we do in initiation stage is authorize the project. Right? Which means initiation stage, you create a project charter, which is a license to start the project. Right? That is your tip. Let us have a look at the second question. Yes, Kirti, please go ahead.
Amit, while we were practicing the sessions, there was one question about, it was a similar question that customer is recommending to hire 2 of their members because of their experience. And there we discussed that it is the project manager who will approve or deny. It is solely his right, correct?
Right.
So how does the situation differ here?
See, if the customer is asking, then it could be a very different scenario altogether, right? I'm not sure whether the customer can also ask about having such few resources, right? So if the customer is asking, stakeholder is asking, then it will be a different scenario. If my management team themselves are asking, then it will be a different scenario. First thing. Second thing, every question will have different options. Okay, so just because the scenario is same does not mean that you will have all the answers same every time. Okay, a very simple explanation that I always use: if the question is what is 2 plus 2 closest to, okay, and it talks about 5, 6, 7, 8, then 5 is it what 2 plus 2 is closest to. But if it is talking about 6, 7, 8, and 9, although 6, 7, 8 were wrong, 6 was wrong earlier, this becomes better choice because of the options given. Okay, so it will always depend on the options that you are looking at. Okay, so how do you eliminate those options? There is no correct answer given on the scenario. Okay, scenario could be same, but because the options are different, so you will be always selecting a better choice. That is why it has changed there, right? So if it is saying that deny the request, then it is wrong. Okay, should I deny the request? What is the logic for denying the request? Okay, if it is asking for customer, I can say that, okay, give me some time and then I will do it. Project manager is definitely authorized to hire the resources, but there are some pre-assigned resources also which can be assigned to us during the initiation of the project. Okay, and in those cases we will have to use those resources also. Is that clear? Am I able to explain?
Yes, Amit.
Someone raised hands, I think. Abhishek, did you want
Yeah,
to say
yeah.
something?
I raise a hand. I was wanted to ask about means if customer asks for this thing, then how we should react. I guess you have answered that already.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. So the reaction is simple. That we don't have to react. We have to respond. We have to understand the scenario. Okay, ask them why you are saying so. Why do you want this particular resource? Understand them. Analyze that resources suggested by them, and then take them into your project. Okay, but what the last question tested you, or the last question was testing everybody, was whether we understand that there can be some pre-assigned resources also given to us by management. Okay, and in that case we will have to accept it. Okay, so we have to manage. See, there are a few things that management will give us. Although we create our budget, we create our own schedule. Okay, but there is always a limitation, right? Which the management will provide us. That, okay, you have to do the project in $1 million only. You have to finish the project in 12 months only. Okay, we can have a discussion, we can have negotiation and everything, but sometimes these limitations are those things within which we have to work. Okay, so that is what the previous question was testing. All right, so now let us move to the next one. One of the key stakeholders in an agile project has requested a change that needs special expertise that no one in the team currently has. Okay, so there's an expertise required which no one in the team currently has. The team has completed several iterations and they're working on the final release due in the next months. So these are the important information with respect to project management that they are saying. There's a final release that you're working on, which is due in the next 3 months. You need expertise, but there is no one who has the expertise. And the key stakeholders has asked or requested for a change. Okay, which of the following is the best course of action for the project manager? Let us see. Provide training to the existing team members. So the team members do not have the expertise. Okay, and this question is saying provide training to them. Why not? By all means, yes, looks like a good option, but every time you find a good option, just park it, because there can be a better option also. Okay, it is very difficult to select a choice without reading B, C, and D options. Okay, so always have this habit, practice of just parking the option. Don't be highly biased toward that option. Just say, okay, this looks fine, but might be there could be a better option. Okay, so you have to always compare the options and see which one is better. The question will ask you to choose the best choice, right? So this is the first. Second, ask senior team members to train junior team members in their team. Okay, again, a good option, but there is an information that says no one in the team currently has the expertise. So senior members might not also have the expertise, right? So not a good choice. C, hire an external expert to guide the team for 3 months. Again, a good option, right? No one in the team currently has the expertise. So should I hire the external expert? Yes. Okay. So I'll just park it. Now I go to D. Reject the request as the requirement is not clear. See, it's not that the requirement is not clear. It is just that the team does not have expertise. We don't know whether the requirement is clear or not. Probably it is clear. That's why we understood that nobody has the expertise, right? So I cannot reject the request just because, based on this information, which is not true, right? We don't know whether the requirement is not clear. So I can eliminate this. Now I have A and C to compare. There are two things that I'm comparing. Provide training to the existing team members. Hire an external expert to guide the team for 3 months. Right? Now, the choice is whether we should provide the training to existing team members or should we hire an external expert to guide them for 3 months. How would you decide this? Okay, what kind of information would help us in deciding which one to be selected? Right? Now, let us have a look at it. They are talking about a special expertise that no one in the team currently has. Okay, if it is about a knowledge, if it is about something that the team does not know, okay, you can provide the training and provide that knowledge. Just the training might not help in the expertise, which is similar to just the training might not help in developing the skills. Okay, many a times I have seen these questions being asked and being discussed within the group that we have also, is that should we select training or should we select coaching? Should we select training or should we select mentoring? Okay, the idea is that if you have to develop some skill, if you have to develop some expertise, training alone might not help. Okay, you will have to work with them regularly so that they can become an expert, so that they can develop their skills. Okay, now, if you are only thinking about cost, that training the team members would have low cost than hiring an external expert, then probably that is wrong because you don't know how much the trainers charge. Right? You don't know how much will you be paying the experts. Right? So I don't really know which cost is higher. So I cannot take a decision based on the cost. Right? Training is generally lower cost than hiring somebody, but we are hiring just an expert for 3 months. Maybe that could cost less, maybe training could cost less, I don't know. Right? First of all, even if you're taking just based on the cost, it might not be a good decision because the cost is not available with us. So what is the information that would help us resolve this draw between training and hiring the external expert is the need of the project. The need is of an expert. We need expertise. Okay, so when you need expertise, training will not help as much as an external expert who is guiding the team for remaining 3 months. Okay, this could be better. Hence, you would pick up C over A. Right? If it was about a certain knowledge, if it was about certain, like let's say, for example, they don't understand a particular framework or something, right? You can provide the training and help. But if it is because it is talking about expertise, hence we are selecting the external experts, right? Yeah, yes, please. People have raised hands. Go ahead. Malvika, yes.
Amit, let's say, for example, the question also talks about cost.
Yeah.
That, the project sponsor is not comfortable with increasing the cost for training. So then what do we do? Do we go ahead with training then, or we still hire an expert?
If it is about cost, then we need to know about the cost of training and external expert both. Okay, only then you will be able to take that decision. So if they're talking about the cost, then the option will also talk about some or the other cost, which will help you in understanding that yes, training is more costly or expert is more costly.
Okay.
Well, in that case, they would give you some more information which will help you in taking that decision.
Okay.
Yes, Kirti, go ahead, please.
Amit, 2 questions I have.
Yes, please.
One is that in some statements, like one of the key stakeholders is mentioned, or sometimes it just says the customer has said, or customer representative. So our decision for these cases will be same, right? Because the key
Yes,
stakeholder means
doesn't
okay.
matter. Doesn't matter whether it is a key stakeholder, whether it is a lock stakeholder or any other stakeholder. It doesn't matter. These are just to little bit confuse ourselves, because it doesn't matter whether sponsor is asking us, stakeholder is asking us, executive management is asking us. What is happening is more important than who is asking it. Okay, ultimately we have to take a decision for the project, right? So if sponsor is saying that I will not provide money, then sponsor becomes important. Okay, if customer is saying that we don't have money, then customer becomes important. If executive management is saying that you have these resources, then that is important. Okay, but mainly or majorly you will see that who is saying that is not as important as what is being said. Okay, so what you're saying is absolutely correct, right? Sometimes it might matter, sometimes it might not. So we should not ignore it. What you're doing is you're focusing on it is absolutely correct. But just because a key stakeholder is asking, my decision will not change. My decision will always be for project's benefit. Okay.
Got it. And Amit, coming back to the question which Malvika was asking, the cost related, right? So even if cost of training members will be less comparatively, if it is less, right? Still, it is not leading to the expertise, right? So if
Yes.
that was the scenario, then still we should think of the expert
prefer
team.
the coaching itself, right? So in such scenario, what would happen is they might not talk about expertise, they only talk about cost, and they give you two options about cost in both the options as well, so that you can take a decision. Okay, it cannot be that they're talking about cost and they're talking about expertise both, and then asking you to take, because then you will not be able to take a decision, right? So they will always give you one resolution out of the draw that you will have in two options, always.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Let's move to the...
Hi, Amit.
Yes, please go ahead.
So, Amit, apart from cost, is there any other parameter based on which we can
take decision?
Yeah,
All the
decision
6
differs based on the
all the 6 constraints. You may not be required to think about all the 6 constraints in all the questions. Okay? But whenever we take a decision in project management, we think about all the 6 constraints. How much cost it will take, how much time it will take, what would be the impact on quality, what would be the impact on risk, what would be the impact on resources, how will the scope be impacted. Right? So we have to think about all the 6 constraints, because these are our limitations. Right? Whatever decision you take, is it adding the risk? Is it decreasing my quality? How is the scope impacted? Okay, what would be the resource requirement for this? How much time will it take? How much money it will take? Like, you have to always think about all those things. Good thing about exam is that within 1 minute we cannot think about all those things. So it will be given in the question. We should not think about only one thing. Is the hint that you should take from this question. And if somebody is thinking only about cost, then we are making a mistake. It is not only about cost, it's also about time. We only have 3 months. Will we be able to train the team members in 3 months to become an expert? Not sure. But if somebody is already an expert and guiding the team, maybe it will be a better decision. There's no guarantees here also that we'll be successful, but it's a better choice. And we always select a better choice in the project. There's no guarantee of any decision that it will definitely help. Okay, but it just makes it more close to the objective that we want from the project. Is it clear?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Let's move to the tip from this question. Right? Do not hesitate in hiring external consultants or experts if the project demands their presence. Okay, very important, right? You should always be critical about it. Okay, you should always ask yourself a question: is the external consultant or expert definitely required? Be critical about it, right? Because it is cost, because it is time, because it many other things also involved, right? So you should be critical about it, but don't hesitate. Don't say that, okay, just because they are hiring external consultant, I should always say that it is a wrong option. It's not that. Always be a little bit critical about any decision that you are taking, but don't be overly critical to say that every time it will be wrong. Sometimes it might be right. Okay, it all depends on situation. It all depends on the framing of the sentence in the exam, everything, right? So be absolutely sure that the question justifies their requirement. Question said nobody has expertise. There is only 3 months, okay, and you have to complete the work. That is why the involvement of someone external was justified. Okay, so always look for justification whenever you are adding something extra. Talking to sponsor, talking to HR, talking to functional manager, hiring an expert, hiring some more machineries, asking for time, anything. You are asking for something extra. So whenever you're asking for something extra, okay, you should always be absolutely sure that this extra is justified. Otherwise, nobody will approve that, right? Our managers will not approve. In our day-to-day life, if you ask for an expert, will they approve? If it is not justified, they will not. Right? So you should also not take that decision if it is not justified. That's the tip number 2 for today. Let's move ahead. Question number 3. Again, go through the question and put the answer in the chat box, and then we will discuss. Midway through the second release in an agile project, the project manager was informed by a senior member working on critical activities that she will be leaving the organization in 1 month. So she's working on critical activity, she's a senior member, and she'll be leaving in 1 month. This will hamper the work being done by the agile team. Okay, so understand the situation. The situation is that a senior member who is working on critical activities will be leaving the organization in 1 month. And this will hamper the work being done by the agile team. That is a confirmation. Which of the following replacement profile should be preferred? So you will have to replace her. So which replacement profile will you prefer? Let us see. An expert developer with a good track record in development. Good choice. An expert tester with a good track record in testing. Again, a good choice. And there's nothing which would help us select A over B because we don't know whether this senior member was a developer or a tester or something else. Right? So just park it. I am not able to eliminate it immediately unless and until I see any other option. Okay, so if you are not sure, just park it. Okay, go to the next. A developer who can also do testing. Now this is a good idea. Let us have a developer who can also do a little bit of testing, or who can also do testing, not just little bit, who can also do testing. It's a good idea. Is it better than an expert developer? Is it better than an expert tester? Probably. Right? Because one, we don't know whether this senior member was a developer or tester. Okay. And second thing, one thing we know, right, that I type of skill set is where people have expertise, depth of knowledge. There's a T type of people who have depth of knowledge and the width of knowledge also. So we should always prefer T type of people. In fact, it should be a mix of I and T, but if given a choice, you should prefer T type of people because they will be expert in one thing and they'll also be helping you in some other things, so that if a tester is absent, this developer can do testing also. Okay, so in this scenario, A, B, and C, C is better than A and B. Okay, so don't be afraid to park the choices. If you look at the option, you will see that you will be able to eliminate the other options. C looks good. But is it better than D? We will see. A team lead who can serve as a servant leader. Now, a project manager should be a servant leader. We should have emerging leaders in our team, right? We should develop leaders in our team. All those facts are correct, right? But given this scenario, okay, just because it was a senior member, just because she was a senior member, does not mean that we need to replace them with a team lead who can serve as a servant leader. I don't know at this point of time. All right. So all that they are saying is that the project manager was informed by a senior member working on critical activities, which means it's a part of a team. Right? In Agile, there are only 3 roles: team, project manager, or servant leader, or team lead, or facilitator, whatever you call them, okay, as a lead, and product owner. Okay, project manager is already discussed. So somebody is informing the project manager. They are not a product owner. So they're not project manager, they're not product owner. So they're a part of your team. Right? So looking for a servant leader might not be a good choice. What you want is people who can work on critical activities rather than lead the team. Okay, somebody is working on critical activity and they are leading. Hence, D can be eliminated. C is better. Clear, everyone? Any doubts? I can see almost everyone said C. So that's the idea. Always look for people who have expertise and who also can do few other things, right? So the tip is always prefer team members who can perform more than one task or one role for agile teams, so that they can learn from those experts in their presence, some other experts which will be there in the team, and fill in for those experts in their absence, right? So you will have some experts in the team. Let us say this is a development expert. If you have somebody who can do development also and testing as well, right? They will learn about development from this person. There will be a testing expert. They will learn about testing from this person, okay? And together the team will grow. If a tester is absent, this person can do testing. If a developer is absent, this person can do development, right? So if you have all the team members with T type of skill sets, that is also better, right? Anybody can take up anybody's roles, and together they can help develop a good team. But the question now is, why should we ignore hiring experts? Or why should we not look for hiring experts for these roles? The experts are experts, right? They can do the work faster. They can do the work better. In such scenario, why are we saying that we should go for T type and not for I type as per the roles required? So hire developers, hire testers, hire integrators. Okay, why are you looking for people who can do both development and testing? Why? Anyone? What could be the reason? Why are we not going for experts and we are only going for all-rounders?
Because they can fill in the gaps when any other team members are absent.
Absolutely correct, right? But why would that need arise? Why would they need to fill in for people, right? Let us say if I have 2 developers, 2 testers. If one of the developer is absent, one of the developer can take care of that, or tester is absent, tester can take care of that. We may have 3 developers and 3 testers also. Why do we say that let us have somebody who can do testing and development also? And why do we prefer more of such kind of people? Why would there be a need of filling in? One is that people will be absent, right? But not every time everybody would be absent, right? They might be absent in once a quarter, because you can always plan for that, right? Maybe once a month, but not always. So if they're going to be absent once a month, once a quarter, that itself, that is one of the reasons, definitely, but that itself cannot be the reason. What else can be a reason?
Amit, it brings kind of flexibility in the team, because when the tasks come, each team member takes what he's best at.
Absolutely. And
So-
why do we need that flexibility? What is so special in Agile that we need that flexibility?
Sir, time, schedule,
Okay, time is fixed. That is okay.
Change.
changing,
Change,
change
right?
environment. Yeah.
So what would happen is that why do we pick Agile projects? Because scope is not sure. We are anticipating a lot of changes. Okay, technologies will change a lot. So we don't know which person is the perfect fit. Okay, so if you start looking for a perfect fit, perfect developer, perfect tester, you may not find that, because you yourself don't know what kind of expertise you're looking at. See, it is very easy in theory to say, okay, I'm looking for a developer, I'm looking for a tester. Right? Somebody who has done development does not mean he fits into your project also. Right? There are so many programming languages, there are so many skill sets required, there are so many things happening in technology. Right? So you don't know who would that person be. You will not be able to hire that perfect person, because there is no perfect person available. You hire them, you work with them, and you make them perfect. Right? That's the idea. So everybody, I mean, all of you were correct. So the idea is that in Agile project, because there will be so many changes, if I start looking for an expert, I may not be able to find it, because I myself don't know the requirements. Right? Hence, what we do is we look for the closest related person, and we also look for people who can play 2 different roles, so that they can fill in. I don't know whether testing will be more in the project or development will be more in the project. So I don't know exactly what requirement is there. Hence, we prefer this. Okay, so hybrid is the trending term in project management. We have Agile plus traditional, we have developers plus testers. Okay, we have people who can lead, who can manage. So hybrid is the current trend in project management in the entire world also. A lot of things are customized, a lot of things are getting hybrid. Operations plus project, and many things are getting hybrid. Okay, so hence we need to be prepared for that. That is why we are looking for such skill sets. People who have multiple skill sets are better in any team, especially when we are looking for flexibility, and change. Right? Great. So knowing why is also very important so that you will be able to take decisions in other questions also. Even if the question is talking about anything, you know that T type of people are always better. Next question. Second last for the day. Please go ahead and answer the chat box. Even after multiple discussions among the team members to resolve a problem, they were unable to reach a consensus and are divided between two close options. The project manager called for a meeting to resolve the conflict. Despite discussing for 15 minutes more than the allotted time, the decision could not be taken. What would be the best course of action for the project manager to take? So this situation says that there is a conflict. Okay, they have had multiple discussions themselves. You have also been involved and had a discussion for more time than allotted time. Right? So you have tried your collaboration technique. It has not worked. What will you do? Right? How will the decision be taken? What is the best course of action? Let us see. Ask the team to take a decision quickly as the time is long over. See, if they could do it, they would have done it. Right? So asking the team to take a decision does not make any difference. Right? They are already trying to take a decision. They have also done a meeting. Right? So asking the team to take a decision quickly as the time is over, it does not emphasize anything else. Right? Call the project sponsors and ask them to take a decision. Okay, so there's a draw between two team members, two group of team members. Okay, you are saying, okay, let me call somebody senior. When they come, definitely the team will take a decision. See, just because a sponsor will be present does not mean they will take a decision. And asking the sponsor to take a decision, sponsor might not even be aware of what the conflict is. It will just add up more time. Okay, maybe sponsor could suggest some technique, but does not look like a good solution. Suggest the team to use Roman voting technique. Okay, Roman voting technique is one of the decision-making technique. Right? Where what you could do is, there are two options that you're talking about. You can ask all the team members to provide their support. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How much do they support a particular option? Okay, you can very quickly ask them to show their hands. You can note down and you can take a decision. See, one of the other hint is two close options. Okay, so you can use this technique also. If there's a draw, you have done everything, collaboration and everything is done, you have to take a decision. So let us take a majority decision. Okay, let us do voting, not just Roman voting. Any decision-making technique could help, which could be done faster. Even if it is voting, one option, option 1 or option 2, whoever, whichever option gets the majority can be selected. Time is already lost. You have to do it quickly. You can do this. Looks like a good option. Okay, so I'll park it. Let's go to D. Help the team pick up another priority task. Just because there's a problem, should you ignore that problem and take up another priority task? Never do that. Okay, always try to resolve the problem unless and until the question says that this problem can be resolved later. If the question says that you are starting the project and the problem needs to be resolved at the end of the project, or it needs to be resolved 2 months later, 2 weeks later, then you can use this technique, which is also called withdrawing from the conflict. And only if the question very clearly justifies that it can be resolved later, which is not showing here. You have had multiple discussions, you have a meeting, which means you want to resolve the situation. Right? Hence, this is not a good choice. At this point, it can be a good choice. Okay, so don't eliminate just because it is saying pick up another thing. You can withdraw from conflict. It is also a conflict management technique, but for a specific scenario. And that scenario is that at this point of time, it does not need to be resolved. We can wait. We have some time. Then you can do that. Okay? C is better. Clear, everyone? Again, I think everybody answered correctly. So let us move to the next question. Last question of the day. Okay. So midway through the execution of a construction project, the project manager observed that one of the team members' performance had decreased significantly, and the member was also participating less in the meetings. Okay. The project is at a critical stage and the work must be completed on time. So what are the informations available? We are midway through the execution and it is a construction project. Project manager has observed that one of the team members' performance had decreased significantly. And the member was also participating less in the meeting. Their performance has gone down. They're also not participating. And there is one more information that the project must be completed on time. This is an additional information. All the project should be completed on time. Okay. I don't see a critical stage in the project. Every time, whenever you're doing a project, you should complete it on time. When is that stage that we should not complete the project on time? Right. So these things you should be able to identify. Right. This is just an extra information. Okay, I should always complete my project on time. Doesn't change my decision. What should be the next best thing for the project manager to do? Let us see. Ask remaining team members to take up this member's workload for 15 days. Okay. Ask remaining team members to take up this member's workload. If it was only this, okay, still it was not a good choice. The reason is that why should the remaining team members take up this person's job? Why should you add up the other team members' job and their performance will also go down? Right. So this is not helping. The problem is with this member, solve it with that member. Don't add more problems to other team members. Okay, the first part. Second part, why only 15 days? Where has this 15 days come from? Okay, the reason I'm saying this, that you should be critical about it. Okay, some questions could be easy, like the last two questions. Some could be medium or difficult, like the first three questions. Okay, in difficult questions, these things will help you. All right, that when you look at 15 days, you should be critical about it. Why 15 days? Why not 16? Why not 17? And why not 30 days? Where has this 15 days come from suddenly? Right? So this should give you a hint. Just by looking at 15 days, you should not eliminate it, but you should be critical about it. That yes, this does not look a very good option. Discuss the developer's performance issues in the next monthly meeting. Should we do that? Should we discuss the performance issues? Yes. But in the next monthly meeting, no. Right? If there's a performance issue, discuss with them separately. Why do you want to discuss anybody's performance issue in a meeting? And that too in a monthly meeting. Monthly meeting is probably for the status. We don't know. Okay, but if it is for project status, why do you want to discuss performance issues? And that too in public. Discuss one-to-one. Okay, have a one-to-one discussion. Looks good. Have a one-to-one discussion with the team members to understand the reasons why they are not participating, why the performance has gone down. So you need to understand that. Looks like a good choice. Find a replacement quickly to support the project objectives. Okay, even if this said, find a replacement quickly to complete the project on time, which this option is saying the work must be completed on time. Okay, still finding a replacement is a big activity. Okay, you will need to spend time, you will need to spend money, and then when a replacement comes, your team goes back to the storming level, right? On Tuckman ladder, forming, storming, and then norming, and then performing. So team members are performing, you add one more team member, there will be a little bit of conflict, right? So it will take some time for the new team member to gel well with the existing team members. Okay, hence finding a replacement again should be justified, and then only you should do it. It will be a last resort for us. Sometimes we did hire expert in previous question. Sometimes we will, because the need of the project will be so. But if it is not, then we don't need to. Okay. At this present point of time, the question is not asking me to resolve this problem. Question is asking me, what is the next best thing to do? So next best is, first let us have a discussion. Let me understand the reasons. If the reason is that they will not perform in the future also because they have found a new job or anything, then maybe I need to find a replacement. Otherwise, right? Hence I can eliminate. In comparison from C to D, D can be eliminated. A and B was already eliminated. C is a better choice. Right? So last tip of the day, it's okay to look for replacement, but the need should be absolutely justified. Okay, look for justification. If you're adding any person, any machinery, anything extra, look for that justification in the question. Only then you should do that. Okay. Also, always check in the questions whether it is asking you to resolve the situation or asking you the next best step. Okay. They might say, what will you do next? What is the next thing to do? What will you do first? What should the project manager do first? Or they will say, how will you resolve it? What is the best thing to do? Okay. Sometimes they're asking you for resolution. sometimes they're asking you to check what is the next best thing to do, right? So always, okay, I'm repeating this. Read this last part of the question very carefully. A well understood problem is half solved. If you understand what they're asking, you will definitely be able to put the right choices. Okay, so with that, today's session is over. I hope it was helpful. Okay, we will move on to the next study group. I'll meet you on Wednesday when we'll talk about planning the project. Okay, so there will be multiple tasks that we are going to discuss. We will discuss about planning mindset in traditional and planning mindset in agile, and we'll discuss a little bit on the processes also. And then after that, on next Monday, we'll talk about and we'll solve some planning related questions, which will be from process domain. This was people domain. Okay, so sometimes it is easier. Process domain is sometimes difficult because you might not be involved in all the processes in your project. Right? So that the next week becomes very, very important. I'll share some more questions on this topic on the group and on the drive so that you can solve it. And then we'll meet on Wednesday to discuss about planning related questions. Okay. All right. So let's discuss. Those who are attempting, please keep going through it and put your answer in the chat box. Let us discuss. Okay. So things that you should notice whenever you are practicing the question. The first thing is, were you able to understand the language? Were you able to understand the situation well or not? Right? If not, then spend some time and understanding it, solve more questions in looking to the question background, the information, so that you understand the situation well. Because if you don't understand the situation well, you will not be able to answer the question. Okay. So for initial days, take time, take 2 minutes, take 3 minutes, whatever you have to take some time, but solve the question well. Okay, understand the question well. Let us see, what does it mean? The executive management. Executive management is the top management in your company. Of a software company has invited a project manager to help create the benefits management plan. What is a benefits management plan? Nothing. Okay, so whenever you don't know what does a certain component or what does a certain term mean, just look at the English and you'll get an idea. Benefits management plan is a plan to understand how to manage benefit. That's it. This is all that you need to know. Okay, we'll discuss many other things when we start discussing on what benefit management plan is. But for now, you need to know only this, that it is a plan to manage the benefit that there will be from project. Yesterday, we discussed every project is done to create some value. Value is nothing but benefit. So if you are doing a project to create value, then you should have a plan on how will you deliver this value, on how you will manage the value, right? That is exactly what it is. Managing benefits in the project. Okay, so what is happening? The management is inviting the project manager to create this plan. The software being developed will help many different functions in the organization. And all the department heads want their department to be prioritized naturally, right? Everybody wants a piece of benefit. So what is the question? The question is that a benefit management plan is being created for a software which will be beneficial for everyone, and everybody wants to be prioritized. Pretty simple real life scenario, right? We do also face this. You do something beneficial and every department will say, okay, prioritize my department. I want that benefit. Right? So when you face that scenario, which of the following would be the best course of action for you? So when you face a scenario where everybody wants the piece of a pie first, what should you do? That's the question. Right? Let us see. Discuss with all the department heads one by one to understand their requirements before prioritizing. Such a great idea. Right? That everybody wants a piece of pie. Let me talk to all of them, understand what they want one by one, and then decide. Right? Such a good idea. But what is our approach? What is our practice? That even if I found the best choice, I would just park it because there could be a better choice. I may find it to be correct, but I don't know. I have not seen the other option. It might be even better. So question is, what is the best course of action for you? Best can only be arrived at by comparing. Individually, you cannot say best. I cannot say that I am the best until and unless I compare with other PMP trainer. Right? So you cannot say this option is best until and unless you compare with other options. Okay. So we'll just park it because this is a good option. We cannot eliminate it. Should we do that? Definitely. Will it help? Definitely. Let us look at B. Ask the project sponsor to take a decision and inform the decision to all the department heads. But this is not a good idea. Why? See, department heads want benefit. Okay, and I'm saying, okay, project sponsor become a Hitler and decide what is to be done. Not a good idea, right? Project sponsor might not be in a position to decide. Now, first of all, what is a project sponsor? Who is a project sponsor? Project sponsor is a person who is giving money to the project, who is arranging money from investors, bank loan, and providing money to you, maybe from your management team. Right? Even though they are from management team, even though they are providing money, even though they are protecting me in the project, but they alone making a decision is not as good as me talking to the department heads and then deciding. Okay, hence A is better, B is not. Right? Now this is a hint. If you are noting it down somewhere, note it down in your notebook as a hint that will be used for all the exam questions, many of the exam questions basically. This is an exam tip. One person taking decision is never good. Right? Collective decision making is always better. As a project manager, if you are taking a decision for your entire team, you alone taking a decision or you involving team members, involving the team members and collectively deciding is always better because you will get more inputs from the team members. It will always be beneficial. Right? So sponsor taking a decision is not as good as me talking to everybody and then taking a decision. Now let us move to C. Call a meeting with all the department heads to finalize and document the prioritization. Okay, this looks similar to A, but there is a certain difference. In A, we are saying discuss one by one with everyone, understand their requirements, and then prioritize. In C, we are saying call a meeting with all the department heads together to finalize and document the prioritization. C is much better than A. Why? Just imagine what would happen when you start talking to them one by one. Everybody will try to convince you. You will listen to this point, then you listen to this point, then you listen to this point. Then you have to come back and discuss again with others' point. It is much better to call everyone together and then decide. So that whatever their points are, it will be discussed. Right? So it is always better to bring in all those people who have difference in opinion together on the same table and then discuss. See, there will be some chaos, but you should trust yourself as a project manager to manage that chaos also. Right? So calling a meeting, talking to all of them at once is much better than discussing with them one by one. It is time consuming and not that effective also. When everybody is together, it is effective. You can hear to all those points together and you can solve it. Right? So this is a hint for all the project exam, other exam questions also. One hint was one person taking the decision is not as good as collective taking decision. Second, whenever you want to discuss, discussion one-to-one will not be as effective as discussing with all the team members. You can use this in your project also from tomorrow itself. Okay, and you will see that there is a benefit if you're not doing it already. Okay, you must be doing it already, but if you're not doing it, try to do this. Try to see whenever you have to take a decision, involve the team members for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15-minute discussion, and you will see how much more inputs come from the team members rather than you taking a decision. Or when two members are conflicting with one another, rather than talking to them one-to-one, bring them together in a meeting room, small meeting room, and then let them discuss their points. You will see that they're not fighting because people don't fight on face. Right? So bring them together, have them face to face. You will see that you are able to solve it. Right? So C is better than A. Hence I can eliminate A. I'll park C. Then we move to D. Request all the department heads to wait till the end of the project for more clarity on benefits. This is also wrong. Why? Because you need to tell them at the beginning itself that these are the benefits you will get at this point of time. This is how it will get it, so that they can plan for it. If they wait till the end of the project, they do not have the time to plan. Okay, it will not be a good idea. So whatever benefit that you are delivering from your project, you need to inform all your beneficiaries, okay, that this is the benefit that you are going to get, so that they can plan for it, right? D is also eliminated. C is the best choice, which I think almost all of you answered. Okay. Ame was confused between A and C, but went with C, which is a good choice. All right. Is it clear, everyone? Okay. What is more important is what we are learning from these options, which are wrong. Because these things will help you in solving many, many exam questions and will help you in managing the projects better also. All right. So the takeaway from this question, one person taking decision is not as good as the whole team taking decisions. Discussing one-to-one is not as good as bringing all of them together. If you have to provide some benefit to somebody, tell them in the beginning itself. Tell them in the beginning of the training itself that you will get PMP certified. Tell them in the beginning of the training itself that you will be able to manage projects better, so that they can also plan for it. So that they can also plan for discussion for appraisal, different discussion for promotion, discussion for job change, so that they are prepared that yes, I am going to achieve this. Okay, so whatever benefit that you are going to give to somebody, tell them in the beginning itself, so that they can plan for it. Right? So 3 hints, 3 tips. If you remember this, you will be able to solve a lot of questions. So please note those down in your notebook. Let us solve another question. Okay, let us discuss this, okay, instead of wasting a lot of time. To estimate project resources. So what are we doing? We are trying to estimate resources. The resource management plan calls to use data from a previous similar project that employed a fully dedicated Scrum team of 4 developers. Right? So in your previous project, there was a Scrum team. Okay, Scrum team means agile team. We'll discuss what Scrum is later, but Scrum team is agile team of 4 developers. Right? So you are now estimating resources. You have a reference in previous project where you used 4 developers for full time. You decide to acquire 5 developers since another project needs 20% of their time. Okay, so in your previous project, all the resources, all the developers were available fully. But here, their requirement is that they will only be available for 80% of the time. 20% of the time, they will do some other project. However, after first 3 sprints, this is your cycle that I was talking about. Okay, we said that we will fix our time in Agile. Okay, so this is the time that we are fixing. Right, so fixing the time of 2 weeks or 3 weeks, 1 sprint, 2nd sprint, and 3rd sprint. So what is happening after the first 3 sprint is that the team's velocity, which means whatever the team is able to achieve is insufficient to complete the project within the approved schedule baseline. So there is an approval on your schedule which you will not be able to achieve because the team's performance has gone down. Okay, so what does this question say? That you had a plan to estimate and you used a certain technique, but that technique was not helpful. This is your X-ray of the question. Irrespective of what all technical terms that they are saying, what they are actually summarizing it is that you had a task to do of estimating the resources. You had a previous project. You used a technique, but that technique did not work. What might have prevented this problem? That's the question. Okay, so let us try to understand this. Those who do not understand sprint velocity, don't worry about it. We are going to see this question was by mistake put into this slide by me. Okay, so what might have prevented this problem? Let us see. If possible, 2 projects should have been carried out sequentially rather than concurrently. What is happening here? 80% of time they are putting on project 1, 20% of the time they are putting on project 2. So this option says that probably this was a mistake. We should have used the team members to complete the project, and then we should have done another project. We should not have done in parallel. Because we were doing in parallel, hence this problem happened. Right? So we should have done it sequentially. Looks like a decent solution, right? So because we are doing 2 things in parallel, probably this would have been a reason. We'll park it. Then you should have acquired 8 developers that would have been 50% dedicated to the project. This would not have changed anything. 5 developers available 80% of the time, or 8 developers are available 50% of the time, does not change anything. Both means that they are not fully dedicated to your project. What you need in your project is fully dedicated team. Okay, so this is nothing, not a better solution than what you are already implementing. So we can eliminate this. Then a team of subject matter experts should have been acquired instead of team of Scrum developers. See, you needed developers. So you have hired developers. Why would you go for subject matter experts? There is nothing in the question that is telling me that I should go for subject matter experts instead of these developers. Right? Hence, we can eliminate C also. Let's look at D. You should have used bottom-up, not analogous estimating. So this one is saying that you should have used a different estimation technique than the one that you used. Okay, so don't worry whether you know bottom-up or not, whether you know analogous or not. We will see this. But for now, what is the idea here? The idea is that you should have used a different estimation technique as specified in resource management plan. So instead of analogous estimating, which was mentioned in the resource management plan, you should have used a different technique. Nowhere does it, the question says that my estimation technique was wrong. I don't have any information on estimation technique here throughout the question. All I know is that I had to estimate the resources. I did estimate. Some team members are available 80% and 20% on different projects. This was my technique, and which has backfired, and I'm not able to deliver on time. Right? So my estimation is not wrong. This technique is wrong. So what should I have done? I should have ensured that there are 3 members only, but they are fully dedicated to my project. The other 2 members are doing the other project. That would have been better. But that is not there in the option. What is another option? Another option is that you should not have done the projects together in parallel. Okay, hence A is better than B, C, or D. Why is B wrong? Because it is nothing different than what we have already done. Why is C wrong? Because there is no need of subject matter expert that is mentioned in the question. Why is D wrong? Because question does not tell us which technique we used, and it also does not tell us whether the estimation technique was wrong or not. There's nothing in the information that tells us. What it tells us, although, is that my team is not dedicated fully. So if I would have made them dedicated fully, maybe it would have helped me in the problem. So there's only one option that is somehow helping in the problem. Others are not even helping close. That is why I selected A. Okay. Now, if those who have not understood it, don't worry about it. Okay. But A is the best choice. Let us move to the next problem. All right. So let us discuss. With the ongoing discussion whether to work from office or home, organization has currently left it to the employees to decide. Some employees have chosen to work from their hometown. Right? So whether they should work from office or home, organization said, okay, let the employees decide. So employees said, okay, we'll work from our hometown. We'll go back to our hometown and we'll work from there. As a result, the team is now distributed, of course, across various locations, and communication is getting impacted. Right? So organization had a policy that let the employees decide. Employees decided to work from their hometown. As a result, the team got distributed, and now the communication is getting impacted. Another real life scenario, right? We are facing, all of us are facing this situation. Okay, so which of the following would be the best action considering the circumstances? So what I'm trying to say is PMP exam will not be anything different from what you're already facing. Okay, and we have to learn how to select, how to make decisions in that. Right? So which of the following would be the best action considering the circumstances? Let us say, ask all the team members to work from office. Why would you do that if your organization policy is asking the employees to decide? Right? You cannot overrule your organization's policy as much as you want. Right? Then ask all the team members to work from home. Another decision which you cannot take. Right? Because organization has decided that employees will decide, so you cannot overrule that. So there's no difference between these two options. Both are overruling what organization has decided. Look at C. Provide the team with the options to connect on video conference. A good alternative, right? We'll park it. Hold the project till the management takes a firm decision. Management already taken a firm decision. There's no flexibility there. They have already told the employee that you decide and you take care of it. Okay, so in those circumstances, in the given circumstances, the best choice that you have currently is to provide them option on video conference so that they can connect. They cannot meet face to face, but at least they can see one another and decide and discuss. Right? So this is a hint for your understanding of the project that whenever preferable, you should go for face-to-face discussion because you will be able to see the expression, you will be able to see the personality and everything, and you learn better. But if that is not possible, go for video conference as the second choice. Okay, so in this case, C is correct, and I think all of you were also correct. Which means we can move to the next question. All right, so let us discuss. While discussing the schedule with the project sponsor is someone who provides money in the project. You realize that the project would have tight budget. So you are discussing schedule with the project sponsor. Sponsor said that we don't have a lot of money. Tight budget means not a lot of money. The sponsor also asks you to compress the schedule to meet the expectations of customer. Okay, another real life scenario, right? That my management is telling me I don't have money, and they're also asking me to compress the schedule. So I will not provide you money, and I'm also asking you to reduce the timeline. Pretty real life scenario, right? This is what we face as project managers. They neither give us money nor they give us time, and they ask us to manage the project. So what would you do in this case? Okay, what would be the best step for you to take? So if your sponsor tells you that we don't have a lot of money, and they also ask you to compress the schedule, what will we do in this case? Look for a new job. No, that will not what we'll do. So let us see what is the best step to take. Adding resources to complete the work faster. See, they're asking me to compress the schedule. If I add resources, I will definitely be able to compress the schedule. But I'm ignoring one information, which is tight budget. I don't have money. So adding resources will cost me money. So I cannot add resources to complete the work faster. Element. B, trying to do activities in parallel instead of series. What does this mean? This basically means, let us say we have an activity A of painting the wall. Activity B is to do ceiling work. Okay, imagine the building or the room that you are currently sitting in. Look at the wall and look at the ceiling. Okay, there are two activities, painting the wall and doing the ceiling work. It should ideally be done in sequence. Okay, you should first complete painting the wall and then you should start working on ceiling. That is your understanding. Okay, just for example. Okay, now if you do this, painting the wall will take 2 days, doing the ceiling work will take 1 day. Okay, which means in total it is taking 3 days. But your sponsor has asked you to compress the schedule. So what are you trying to do? You are saying, okay, can we do these things in parallel? Can I put some people who are doing ceiling work and can I ask them to start 1 day early? What would happen? You will start doing A, you will do it for 1 day, you will do some painting, and then in the next day, you will also do the ceiling work. Right? So by doing the activity which was supposed to be done in series, doing it in parallel, you are able to compress the schedule. How? On Monday, you should have started painting the wall. Monday and Tuesday, you would have completed. On Wednesday, you would have done the ceiling work. By doing activities in parallel, you are saying on Monday, I will start doing the painting wall. Painting the wall will complete on Tuesday. But the ceiling work, I'm starting on Tuesday itself and completing it. So within 2 days itself, you will do both painting and ceiling work because you are doing in parallel instead of sequence. Will this help you in compressing the schedule? Yes. Right? So this looks like a good choice. Is it adding money? No. Because there were always people available for doing ceiling. So what you are doing is, instead of asking them to do it on Wednesday, you are just asking them to do it on Tuesday. So it is not adding you money. So you don't need money for that. Even if you have a tight budget, you can do this. right? So you would have anyways paid them on Wednesday once they would have completed the work. So instead of doing it on Wednesday, you are just asking them to do it on Tuesday. That's it. Whatever money that you would have paid on Wednesday, the same amount of money you will pay on Tuesday. So your tight budget is also taken care of. So B looks like a good choice. Going to C, optimize the number of resources. Okay, what does this mean? Optimizing the number of resources means use optimal number of resource. See, optimal number of resource, compressing the schedule does not look aligned. So just by optimizing the number of resources, how will I compress the schedule? Right? Not a good choice. Terminate the project. Right? Such a good option. You are not giving me money. You are saying it is tight budget. You are asking me to compress the schedule. I will not do the project itself. Terminate the project. Right? Not a good choice, right? So when you don't have money, you don't have, and they're asking you to compress the time also, terminating the project is not justified. As a project manager, you have been hired so that you can take care of these critical circumstances. Okay, if the project was all about goody and everything nice, anybody would have done the project. Right? You have been selected as a project manager because you can help them when the budget is tight, and still you will be able to compress the schedule. You have that skill sets. Right? Hence, you will not go for terminating the project. This was already eliminated. Trying to do activities in parallel is a better choice. Right? So the idea here is that as a project manager, even if the circumstances are very dire in your project, you would still be able to manage the project because you have that skill sets to understand how to manage the project. That is why you are called project manager. All right, let us move to the next question, which is last in terms of traditional approach. All right, let's discuss this. You're about to complete your first project as a project manager. You are excited and so is the team. You all have also planned to celebrate upon completion of the project. Such a nice thing to do. As you sit down to formally close the project, which of the following is not included in the closure stage? First thing that you should notice is not. PMP, PMI exam, whoever makes the exam, they are nice people. Okay, so they have put it in bold. They will also do it. I have done it and they will also do it. Okay, so it is a good thing. Sometimes they might not. Okay, so you should definitely notice this. So the question is that when you are closing the project, which of the following is not included in closure stage? And you have to choose two options. So there are two important things to notice when you are reading the question. Never be in a rush. You will not miss it. One was not included in closure stage. Second was you have to choose two options. So those who selected only one option, you were wrong because you had to select two options. Okay, never be in a rush to solve the question. Always read the question well, understand everything so that you can avoid silly mistakes. Right? So now this is the question. We have to answer. So which of the following is not included in the closure stage? Let us see. Determining performance measure. First of all, what did we discuss about closure stage? We said closure stage is wrapping things up, not checking anything, not doing anything, just wrapping things up and saying that, okay, my project is closed. If you are checking something, then you are at a part of monitoring and controlling. Okay, so closure is different from that. So determining performance measure does not look like a closure activity, which means this could be my correct answer because I have to look at not included in closure stage. Then handing over the product. Do we hand over the product at the closure stage? Definitely. So eliminate it. Documenting lessons learned. Do you document lessons learned at the end? Should we do that? Yes. Eliminate. Updating company's project repository documents, which means once you have completed the project reports, test reports, any plan that you have created, you are updating it on the company repository. Should you do that at the close stage? Yes. So you can eliminate this. So you have already eliminated 3. The only choice left are A and E should be correct. Let us look at E. Identifying stakeholders to be informed of project closure. Why is this not a good option? Why is this not a closure stage? The reason is that although you are at closure stage, but that is not the time to identify the stakeholders to whom you will tell that the project is closed. you should have done it in the beginning itself. Right? So it should not be done at the closer stage. It should be done at the initiation stage itself, when you were initiating the project. At that point of time itself, you should have identified the stakeholders to whom you will tell that the project is closed. Okay, hence this is not a closer stage activity. So A and E are your correct choice. B, C, and D are wrong. The question is why A is not a closer stage? Because closer is about wrapping things up, not about measuring performance. First thing, measuring performance is monitoring and controlling activity. Second, here we are not measuring performance. Here we are determining what should be the performance measure, which means we are saying that the team should complete 10 activities every week. We are planning this. We are determining what would be our performance measure. We are not measuring it. It's not saying measuring performance. It is saying determining performance measure, which means you are determining how you should measure the performance of your team. This is your planning activity, not a closing activity. Right? Does this help you in understanding about tradition? Everyone is clear why these two choices first, and then has these set of questions helped you in understanding traditional approach a little bit better? A project manager has recently been informed that due to restructuring in the organization, several resources that were promised for the project will not be available. The project is currently running smooth with CPI and SPI both close to 1. Which of the following is the first step the project manager should take? Right? So we have to now understand which of the following is the first step that the project manager would take. So let us understand the scenario first. Project manager has recently been informed that due to restructuring in the organization, several resources will not be available. That is one point that is known to us, right? Second, the project is currently running smooth. Okay, so that is the second information, and they are adding the information with CPI and SPI saying it is close to 1. Okay, CPI is cost performance index, SPI is schedule performance index. Okay, chances are high that they would mention that as well. They would not mention only CPI and SPI. Okay, but what do we mean by that? We mean cost performance and schedule performance, which is close to 1, which is close to ideal, which means that you are doing exactly as per your plan. You are spending as per your plan, and you are doing the work also as per your plan. Now, in that scenario, when you are doing everything right, and somebody tells you that the resources will not be absent, will not be present, what should you do? What should be your first step? Inform the customer that the project will be delayed. Okay. Now, should we do that? Definitely. Right. As soon as I come to know that the resources are absent, okay, logically thinking, it says that inform the customer that the project will be delayed because resources are absent. Okay. But as a project managers, we are not just logical thinkers. We are also critical thinkers. And so when you think critically, you would say, okay, resources are absent. Several of the resources are absent, but I need more information. What was the activity and what were the activities on which these resources were working? Was it a critical activity? What were they doing? And when they were promised that they will not be available, will I be able to fill in with some other resources? Will I be able to replace other resources who could do the things faster? Right? So there are multiple open points with this information. The resources are absent and schedule is getting impacted. Right? So will that get impacted? Chances are there. But will that definitely get impacted? I'm not sure. Right? Because just because resources are absent does not mean my project will be delayed. I'm a project manager. I would like to manage my project still in the absence of resources also, so that I can complete the project on time. Maybe I would need more money. Right? And what if the customer agrees to it? Right? What if the management agrees to it? That, okay, we have already done the restructuring, so we'll not let your project get impacted. We'll provide you some money. So you would need more money. So informing the customer immediately is might not be the first thing to do. But can we do it? Maybe yes. I have not seen the other options, so I'll just park it. This is what you should do in the exam. Okay, if you're sure, 100% sure that it should be eliminated, then eliminate it. Even if you have a little bit of doubt, 5%, 10%, just keep it. Compare with the other option and then select your best choice. Ask the human resource manager to hire replacements. Should I do that as the first step? Should I do it? Yes. Should I do it as the first step? I'm not sure. First step could be anything, right? I would have to compare and then decide. So I'll just park it. Go to C. Discuss with the team to understand the impact of absence of resources. Somebody has informed me that resources will be absent. Before taking any action or before deciding anything, rather than action, before deciding anything, okay, I should first understand the impact of these absence, right? Everything that we discussed. What were they working on? What work was planned for them in the future? If they are not there, do we have other resources who can replace? If they are not working, what else we can do? So you're trying to understand the impact of the resources. Definitely a first step or a step that you should do before asking the resource manager to replace and before informing the customer that you will be late. Right? Now let's go to D. Suggest the remaining team members to work overtime for the rest of the project. Now, this is again a decision that you are taking, which is not justified through any analysis. Okay, now several resources are absent. Remaining team members, you are asking them to work overtime. What if these resources had a particular skill which these team members don't have? How will you replace? How will you, just by asking them to do overtime, how will you be able to still complete the project on time? Right? So every time you are taking a decision, it should be justified through some information given in the question. Right? Hence, all these decisions are not a good decision. You are jumping to conclusion. You are jumping to conclusion that the project definitely will be late. You are jumping to conclusion that you will definitely need to hire replacements. You are again jumping to conclusion that the team members would be able to do the job that other resources were supposed to do. Right? First, I would try to understand who those resources are, what were their responsibilities, and how it will impact my project. Hence, C is better. Right? I know all of you answered C. I can see on the chat box, but the reason I'm discussing all these points because it will be helpful in other questions also. Now, there is a question in chat box. Will the answer be same if CPI and SPI was not close to 1 and it was negative? See, answer could be different. But if the CPI is negative, SPI is negative, which means your project is not doing well. In such circumstances, if the resources are also absent, maybe there would have been an option saying that discuss with the project sponsor and ask for more money. Okay, but discussing with the sponsor, asking for more money, asking for more time would also happen after your analysis. Right? So if you are saying that given everything remains same, only this thing changes, then yes, this would have still been the correct answer. Right? Because whatever you do, whatever decision you take, first you need to understand the impact of the problem that you are facing. This is an issue, right? This is a problem that you have faced. So first you need to understand what the problem is. Then you need to understand what would be the impact. Only then take a decision in the project. And the decisions should always be justified. All right, I can see on YouTube also, all the answers are correct. So let us move to the next one. So this is one of the way that question will be asked. They'll give you some value and you will have to interpret. Okay, now let us look at the second question. Again, go through the question, put the answer in the chat box, and then we will discuss. All right, does that mean you don't remember the formula? Does that mean you don't remember what is to be done? Okay, I can see one answer already on the chat box. I can see another as well. All right, so we have close to 50% of the responses. Let us start discussing. What does this mean? And how do we come to know about this? Right. For a construction project, the earned value is reported to be 150,000. The planned value is 125,000. And the actual cost is 130,000. Straight away, they have given you the numbers and they're asking which of the following statement is true. Right? Even if you're afraid of maths, okay, I said that we should not be afraid of maths, right? So even if you're afraid of maths, just look at these numbers. I mean, there's nothing in this question. That other question was a little bit more complicated. This one is straightforward. We know 3 numbers and we have been asked what is true in this, right? So let us see. Project is behind schedule, over budget. Okay, the moment you look at the options, you will see behind schedule, over budget, ahead schedule, under, something is there regarding behind schedule and over budget. Let us try to understand first that. Okay, what does this mean? Earned value is reported to be 150,000. Now, in terms of interpretation and in terms of your thought process, how should you think about this number? Okay, so you are earning 150,000. Right? Think of that. Okay, earned value as you are earning 150,000. It is just an thought process. It is not that somebody is giving you money. It is not that customer is giving you money. It is just an understanding. Okay, and you are earning always based on the work that you have done. So what you have done with earned value is that whatever work that your team has completed, you have converted it into value. Okay, and you are saying that we have earned this much value because we have completed this much work. Right? So that is your earned value. It is an assumption. It is an understanding. Nobody is giving you that money practically. Right? But it's just an understanding so that you can measure and compare what your team members are doing with respect to schedule and cost. Right? So earned value is your understanding the team has completed this much amount of work, which means they have earned this much amount of value. So you have converted your work done into value. That's it. Right? Second is your planned value. Right? Which is saying that what was your plan in terms of the number. And actual cost is what is your actual expenditure. So there are 3 points. One is your plan, which was your initial plan. Second is what you have earned against that plan. And third is what you are spending against your plan. Right? So what you will always try to measure is what was your plan and how much you are earning. Right? This will tell you about the work that you are doing, which means this will tell you about the schedule. If your planned value is less than your earned value, which means you're earning more than what you had planned. Typically, it means, and not typically, always it means that you're doing more work. Right? Your planned value was 125,000. You're earning 150,000, which means you are earning more than what you had planned, which means you're doing more than what you had planned. Now, when you compare earned to actual cost, what is this interpretation and how should you think about it? You are earning 150,000 while you are spending 130,000. Okay, if you think in this manner, you won't need to remember the formula. Right? So you are earning 150, you are spending 130, which means you are spending less. You are earning more, which means you are doing more work in less amount of money than what you are actually spending. Right? So earned to plan was a schedule, earned to cost is your cost. Right? So when you subtract the values, you get schedule variance and you get cost variance. Right? Earned value will be subtracted to planned value, earned value will be subtracted to actual cost. Right? Here we see that we are earning more than what we had planned, and we are also earning more than what we are spending, which means we are doing good in terms of schedule, we are doing good in terms of cost. What do we mean by doing good? Which means we are doing faster than the plan and we are spending less than the plan. So let us find that out. And behind schedule, no. Ahead of schedule, yes. Behind schedule, no. Ahead of schedule, yes. Now, which is showing under budget? This one. Take this is right. So I think, and I saw that all of you answered B. There was one C also, but I think you are clear, right? All right, great. So now let us, any question in this before we move to the next one?
Amit, one query. So here they directly mentioned EV, PV, and AC. So in exam, what can be the synonyms for this?
They could mention it directly, okay, or they would explain it to you, just like I explained it, that you are earning more than this, or I mean, there's no, as such, they could put the definition also of earned value, right? That your planned work or actual work is maybe 50%. Okay, so your actual work was planned to be 50%, that you will be completing 50% of the complete project by this time. Okay, and your planned expenditure was something else. So they would add your actual expenditure, actual work as well, instead of talking about earned value only. So they would say actual work is completed this much, and your planned or your estimate for this much work was this value. So you may need to do one more calculation, which I doubt that they would ask in your PMP exam. You will only have, if at all there is a calculation, you will have only one level of calculation. Okay, they will not give you work completed, they will not give you planned value, and then they'll ask you to calculate EV and then estimate. That would not happen. Two levels, I have not seen question. I have discussed with participants also. I have not seen such question. So they will not ask you questions at two level of calculation, only one level. But if at all they do, okay, they would either define it or they will explain it in terms of actual work, estimated work. They might give you a table and you may have to calculate. If at all they want to make it difficult, otherwise it will not.
Yeah, got it, Amit. Thank you.
All right. So now let us move to the next one. Please go through the question, answer, and then we will discuss. All right. So let us have a look at this question as well. The project team has just received the acceptance on the last deliverables from the customer. The project sponsor looks at the report submitted and notices that the CPI is 0.75 and SPI is 1.3. Sponsor asks the project manager to explain what do these values mean. How should the project manager respond? So basically, there are two values, CPI and SPI, and the question is, what do these values mean? So let us see. The project was terminated early and team spent a lot of money. As the team spent a lot of money. Did they spend a lot of money? CPI is 0.75, which means CPI is less than 1. Okay, if CPI is less than 1, it means that we are spending more than what we had planned. Okay, which means we are spending more than what we are earning. Right? The work that we are completing, we are spending more money than what we had planned for. So, did the team spend a lot of money? Yes. But does that mean that project was terminated? There's no information in the question that tells me that the project was terminated. Hence, we can eliminate this. The team spent only 75% of the initial budget. No, CPI of 0.75 does not mean that they spent only 75%. In fact, they spent more than what was the plan. Eliminated. The project team spent more money than planned. Yes, they did. But completed on time. No, they didn't complete on time. SPI is 1.3, which means they completed early. And SPI is more than 1, which means they are doing better than what they had planned. So they completed early. D should talk about that. Project team spent more money than planned, but completed ahead of schedule. Right? This is correct. Right? Before the call, a lot of people were saying that questions are difficult with respect to maths. And during the call, almost everyone is answering correctly. So it is just a fear in your mind, nothing else. Right? Let us have a look at the next question. All right. So let us discuss this. A project to develop an underwater tunnel has a schedule performance index of 0.9 and a cost performance index of 0.85. The sponsor wants to know why this happened. What is the most likely explanation for why this occurred? So till now, we have been saying interpretation. Now we are looking at analysis. That if you are given as a project manager some numbers, are you able to understand what do these numbers mean and what could have resulted in such numbers? The scope was changed multiple times in the project. Okay. See, if your scope increases, right, there could be an impact on CPI. You may need to spend more. You may need more time to complete it. But with change in scope, your baselines would also change. Okay. Hence, CPI and SPI might not get impacted. That is one thing. Second, even if it is saying scope was changed, it is not necessarily just increase in scope. There could have been a decrease in scope as well. Right? So again, critical thinking, whenever you see change, that does not mean only increase. It may have decreased as well. Right? So as such, it is not related. A few team members left the company and they were replaced. Right? Team members left the company, which means they were replaced. Some new members joined. So there is always a cost of hiring new members when some team member goes out. Okay, and there would always be some time that they will take to complete the job. So logically, again, this may be that the cost and schedule will be impacted, but we are not sure just with this information. Okay, we are not sure when the team members left the company and when they were replaced. Okay, maybe probably there was a 3 months of notice period and the replacement happened 2 months early. So these team members and the new team members both were working together. So schedule might not get impacted. Okay, the team members who were replaced might have charged less than the team members who were already in the company. They were senior members and some junior members were added to the team, right? So cost might not also get impacted negatively. Okay, so just because team members have left or they have been replaced does not mean my schedule and cost will definitely get impacted. Here it is a definite thing. It has definitely got impacted. So we have to look at something which tells us that yes, your schedule and cost will definitely get impacted. Number of trainings were more than the earlier project completed by the project manager. So now in this project, there were a lot of trainings. Trainings causes the cost, right? It will incur some cost, and training also needs some time from your team members. Okay, but trainings can be planned as well, right? So when you can plan for the trainings, you will plan for that time, you will plan for the budget. Just because there were more trainings does not mean that my cost and schedule both will get impacted. Okay, hence this is also eliminated. D, a critical path activity took longer and needed more labor hours to complete, which means there was a work critical activity which took more time and which also needed more resources, right? Took longer and more resources. This is definitely saying that CPI and SPI was impacted because longer is compared to the plan, needed more labor hours compared to the plan. So when you're comparing to plan, you are requiring more money and more time, and hence your CPI and SPI got impacted. D is correct. Any question, anyone? So I can see something on chat box. A was also looking close. Is it clear why A is wrong? Because scope change does not mean scope increased or decreased. It could be either. And generally, when we say scope change in our real life scenario, we always mean scope addition most of the times, but that is not how we should think. Okay, we should think about whatever has been given to us as an information. Okay, now before we go to the next question, there was a question on YouTube which was talking about assumptions. Okay, and it was said that I'm not clear what assumptions mean. I've read everywhere, but I'm still not clear. Okay, so let me take 1 minute or so in explaining what assumptions mean. First of all, where do assumptions come? Whenever we are initiating a project, we note down some assumptions, saying that we are assuming these things and then taking the project ahead. So we are initiating the project, we are authorizing the project based on certain assumptions. If those assumptions are not true when we are doing the project, then whatever we are mentioning in the initiation will also not be true. Right? That is the meaning of assumption, that whatever maybe the commitment, whatever the decision, whatever you are entering into the project charter, that the project will take 2 years, project will need $2 million. Whatever you are mentioning, these are all based on certain assumptions. Okay, so what you are doing, you are saying that, okay, we have made some assumptions because there is no clarity as of now, but we cannot keep the project on hold also, so let us initiate. What could those assumptions be? Let us say, for example, you are doing a construction project. To start the construction work, you would need some permit from the government. As of now, your permit is not there. You are initiating the project, there is no permit from the government. Okay, the customer said that the permit will be available 15 days before you go to the site and start the activity. For now, do the planning activity, do the design, do the drawing. By the time you do the drawing and everything, your permit will be in the hand of your project manager. That is what the customer said. Right? This is an assumption that the government permit will be available when we start the project. So you mention that into a project charter. Otherwise, later, when you have gone to the site and you see that the government permit is not there, it will take 15 more days to come. So your team will be sitting idle for 15 days. And when you talk to the customer Customer will tell you, why did you not tell me that earlier? Customer might have forgotten. It might take 3 months, 4 months, 6 months to do the design work and planning, right? So customer might forget about it. They would say, why did you not remind me? Hence, what you need to do is you need to put that into your project charter. Okay, that is one of the assumption that the government permit will be available. This is the assumption based on which we are initiating the project. Second assumption, every fund that is committed to the project will be available as and when we will require it. Right? See, if you need $2 million, right, nobody will give you $2 million in your pocket and they'll say, start the project. They would distribute it. Right? They would give you every month, every 2 months, every 3 months. Right? So you need to mention that into the project charter, that the funds will be available till the end of the project. Discuss with the customer if you want to discuss with, and then tell them that the money will be paid according to payment terms. So if you don't pay me money, then everything that we are discussing in initiation will not remain valid. So these are your assumptions, things that you are assuming to be true, and whatever you are putting into your initiation in the project charter is based on these assumptions. Right? I hope it is clear. If not, let me know in the comment box and then we'll discuss again. For now, let us move to the next question. Manager decides to use 3-point estimation technique and asks the team to submit their optimist, pessimist, and most likely estimates for a deliverable. The estimates were as follows. Are you able to hear me clearly, everyone? Just
Yes,
a quick confirmation. Thank you. So the optimist estimate is $20,000. Most likely is $30,000, and pessimistic is $100,000. So you are trying to calculate, estimate through 3-point estimation technique, and you have asked your teams for these 3 values. What value should be considered if the team needs to use beta estimate in 3-point estimation technique? Right? So we are using 3-point estimation technique, but we are not using triangular estimate. We are using beta estimate. So what will you consider as a value? Let us see. What do we mean by beta estimate? Okay, beta estimate considers that most likely estimate, the probability that you will be close to your most likely estimate is more than the probability that you will be meeting your optimist or your pessimist estimate. Okay, so now very quickly I'll explain this. Optimist estimate means that your team is thinking that everything will go right, nothing will go wrong in the project, and then they are estimating. Okay, so it is there as optimist view, that I am very optimistic about project, nothing will go wrong, and then they are putting this view. Pessimist view is when you are thinking that everything will go wrong in the estimate, everything, every risk will happen, every problem would happen, and then what would be your estimate? Okay, that is their putting, and most likely is what is their understanding, how many risks could happen, how many risks could not happen, and then they are putting. See, the chances that you will fall into your most likely estimate is 67%. Chances that you will fall into optimist view is 13%. Sorry, 16%. And chances that you will fall into pessimistic view is also 16%. So extreme conditions are only 16%. Most likely condition is 67%, and this is called normal distribution. Okay, so 67% is close to somewhere around 4/6. So what you do is you add your pessimist value, multiply the most likely by 4, add your optimist value, divide it by 6. Okay, and this is how you will get your estimate, because you are using beta estimate. If you are using triangular estimate, then you would have pessimist, most likely, optimist, and divided by 3. It is your normal average. This is the condition where you think that pessimist and optimist and most likely all have same probability of occurring. So you have asked your team members for 3 estimates, and you believe that the chances that we will fall into either of these estimates are equal. If that's your belief, you will go with this. But generally, everybody thinks that it is always normally distributed. Then you use this formula. So when you use this formula, 4 into 30,000 is 120,000, plus 100 is 220, plus 20 is 240. Divide by 6, 40,000. Clear, everyone? If you just added and divide by 3, you would have answered 50,000, which is wrong, right? This is triangular estimate, beta estimate is this one. All right, great. So now let's move to the next one. All right, so we have enough responses to discuss. All right, I can see C, A, D, a lot of things. Okay. So now this is interesting, right? A project manager is trying to figure out the cost performance that must be achieved to meet the financial goals in the project. Which of the following techniques would help the most? Right? So the project manager is trying to figure out what should be the cost performance that must be achieved so that we can meet our financial goals. Let us see which of the following techniques would help. Benchmarking. Benchmarking is comparing something, right? Comparing A to B. Right? Just by comparing, will I be able to know what my cost performance should be to meet the financial goals? Not very sure how this is going to help. Maybe a far-fetched imagination might help me in getting there, but we'll just park it. Exam questions are not about far-fetched imagination. It is about direct answer. Okay. Variance analysis. Okay, so you are trying to understand your variance, cost variance, schedule variance. That is called variance analysis. Variance analysis is basically comparing plan versus actual. That would tell you what your variance is. Right? So comparing plan to actual, will you be able to understand the cost performance required to achieve your financial goal? Maybe after analysis, you will try to figure out how much work is remaining, and then you may be able to estimate again. Not sure. Okay, so again, a little bit far-fetched. Analogous estimate. Okay, you are trying to understand what should be your cost performance to meet the financial goals. Okay, so you're trying to understand how to calculate the performance, not how to estimate. Okay, hence this is definitely eliminated. These things are very far-fetched, can help, may help. This is definitely not helping. Okay. Now look at D, to complete performance index. Okay, if you don't remember what the formula is or what the term is, okay, never worry about it. Okay, that is what I discussed in training. This is what I'm discussing now. Never worry about a term that you don't know. Try to spend a little bit more time to guess what it could be if you don't remember. Okay, this is saying to complete performance index. And this is saying that you are trying to figure out your performance to complete the project. And to meet the financial goals means to complete the project on target. Okay? So something is very, very similar. So even if you have to guess, always guess based on your English. If at all you have to guess. You will not be required to guess, but if at all you are required and you are running out of time, something is happening, try to always look at the question. Try to understand the English and you will come to know about it. To complete performance index basically is that if you are running a project from, let's say example, January to December, you are at June, where you are measuring your performance. Okay, what is the CPI that you will need to still complete the project in budget? So your budget is budget at completion. So what is the CPI you need for the remaining work to still complete the project on budget? Which means if your actual cost was at CPI of 0.8, what would be the CPI that you will need here? So definitely more than 1. If you are spending less than what you had planned, okay, then this will be 1.2, 1.3, 1.1 something. Then you can spend more also in the remaining work, which means it can be less than 1 as well. So TCPI is CPI for the future. Okay, to complete. CPI for the future is called to complete performance index. Always we calculate CPI and SPI for the past, right? Whatever we have already completed. So CPI and SPI are for the past performance. What is the performance you need? So which means you are forecasting. So whenever you are forecasting, you use TCPI. That what is the CPI that I need to complete the project on time? So what is my cost performance? What should be my CPI to achieve my financial goals? What is my financial goal? To complete the project on budget. Right? So this is just another way of explaining. So Revant was asking, what could be the other way of explaining the same things? These are the terms that could be used. All right. Hence, D is correct, A and B are not. Any doubt, anyone, before we move to the next one? All right. So please try this one. Again, the question is about opportunity cost. If you don't know what opportunity cost is, try to guess. All right. So let's discuss. Due to limited resources in the project, executive management decided to choose between the two projects being discussed at the moment. So they cannot do both the projects. They decided to choose between this. The business cases were compared, and the project that yielded more benefit was selected over the other. If one project's estimated benefits were 250,000 and the other projects were 200,000, what is the value of opportunity cost for the project? Right. So we have two values available, which are estimated benefits for the two projects. And the question is saying that the business case were compared and project that yielded more benefit was selected. So which one yielded more benefit? Which would yield more benefit? This one, right? This is my estimate. So 250 would yield more benefit because this is my benefit that I have estimated. And this is something that we will not select. We will select that project which will give us more money, more benefit. Right? The question but is, what is the value of opportunity cost? So how do we calculate opportunity cost? Okay, opportunity cost is the cost of missed opportunity. Okay, so you had an opportunity to do both the projects, right? But because you don't have resources in the project, you are doing only one. Okay, now because you're doing only one, which one would you select? Something that would be more beneficial. Even if they are not mentioning here that the project with more benefit was selected, you would always select the one project with more benefit if no other information is given. Right? So you will select this. This is the opportunity that was available with you, but you missed. Hence, your opportunity cost is $200,000. Right? So that's the understanding of opportunity cost. You may see this term in exam, rare, but it might be possible that you are seeing this. So you should know what that is. Right? Opportunity cost is the cost of missed opportunity. And what is the opportunity you missed? This project. It was present with you. You could have got a project of $200,000, but you didn't have resources, so you missed it. So my opportunity cost is 200,000, which is B. Any doubts, anyone? See, these are absolutely mathematical questions, straightforward interpretation. So there's not much discussion other than explaining whatever we are seeing. Let's move to the next one. All right. So let us look at this question. While preparing the risk response in a project, the project team identified a risk that the materials being shipped to the customer's location might get damaged during transit. They looked at the previous project records and noticed that there have been several products delivered to the client and 5 out of every 100 shipments gets damaged. Right? When the team discussed with the insurance company, they quoted an insurance premium of $2,500. The cost of the materials being dispatched is $30,000. So what should the project manager suggest the team to do? So there are several information available with this. You have identified a risk that there might be a transit damage. Right? They also looked at previous record. So they did some analysis about that risk and they found that there is a 5% chance that my material might get damaged. So they thought, let us buy insurance. When they wanted to buy insurance, company said that insurance premium would be $2,500 and the cost of material is $30,000. So what should the project manager suggest the team to do? Right? So how do we understand this? Okay, there's a probability 5% that your material might get damaged. If it gets damaged, the cost of material is 30,000. So the cost is 30,000. Right? So what is the expected monetary value of this risk? Expected monetary value is always probability multiplied by cost. So 5% multiplied by 30,000. How much would that be? $1,500. Right? So if your expected monetary value is $1,500 and your insurance company is asking you $2,500, should you purchase that? Right? Okay, my expected monetary value is 1,500, but if the material gets damaged, I will not lose 1,500. I will lose entire 30,000. So should I buy insurance or should I not? Okay, let us look at the question. What does it say? Options. Add 2,500 into the budget. Where does 2,500 come from? Okay, insurance company is charging 2,500. So should I add 2,500 to the budget? Probably yes. Right, so we'll park it. Let's go to B. Do not buy the insurance. Okay, should we not buy the insurance? Okay, this is estimated value is 1,500. They are charging me 2,500. So definitely they are charging me more than what I am expecting the damage to be. So should I buy or not? Let us say we are confused. We'll park it. Develop a contingency plan. Contingency plan is developed for those risks which are low priority. Okay, low priority means low probability and low impact. Here it is low probability because it is 5%, but impact is huge. The material will get damaged. Hence, we'll eliminate C. Right? C is low priority does not mean low probability only. Low probability and low impact also. So if it gets damaged and you lose only $100, then you can have a contingency plan and contingency reserve. Right? Look at D, buy the insurance. Okay. Now, if you are confused, okay, how would you answer this? Add 2,500 into budget and buy the insurance. Both mean the same thing exactly. Right? If you buy the insurance, you'll have to pay the premium. Where will the premium come from? If you add into the budget. So A and D both mean the same thing. And my question is not asking to select two choices. Right? So if you are not sure on what to do, smartly you would say that, okay, two options cannot be correct and I'm not sure what should be done. So let me pick up B. Right? Again, don't use these tips and tricks for every question, but only when you are confused. Otherwise, you should know what is to be done. Right? Here, the correct answer is do not buy the insurance because your expected monetary value of that risk is 1,500 only. And premium is charged at 2,500. So if you are going to pay more, why would you do that? Right? There is only 5% chance that this might get damaged. So let us take that damage into our consideration and let us go ahead. Why to have an insurance which is to pay even more than what would it cost us in the damage? Now the question is that if you don't buy the insurance, what would happen? Right? Natural question is there that if I don't buy the insurance and if the risk happens, then I lose 30,000. So in trying to save $1,000, I'm losing $30,000. But that's not the case, right? Because the probability is only 5%, which means for 5% probability, you would not be buying the insurance. And the reason is that if you're trying to buy the insurance, then you will have to buy insurance for all the 100 remaining shipments that would happen in future. That could happen in the future. So for every transit, you would be required to buy some premium, okay, which you should not do. So what you must think about is that, yes, $30,000 is something that I will have to pay if the damage is there. But then that 30,000 will happen only 5 times in 100 projects. Okay, in 95 projects, I am saving these $2,500. Right? Only in 5 projects, I am paying $30,000. Right? So based on that, you would calculate. Right? So 2,500, 2,500 into 100, it would be somewhere around 200,000. 30,000 into 5 is somewhere around 150,000. Right? So even if you do this calculation, you will be spending more. So the idea is that whenever you are buying insurance, you are always calculating the probability. If the probability is less, multiply it by the impact. If the expected monetary value is less, your response plan should not be more than that. Okay, you are not saving the cost for your organization in that case. Is it clear? Any questions, anyone? Okay. So there's a question about opportunity cost on the chat box. Okay, what is opportunity cost? Can you repeat this? So, and there is one more question about contingency. So let us discuss both the things. Okay, opportunity cost is always the project that you did not select. And the question is, what if I had 3-4 options to be selected? Okay, and I have selected only one project. Okay, for that, you will not calculate for all the 3-4, only the second highest. Okay, because that was the opportunity available with you. There could be 100 other projects also. You will not calculate everything. Okay, that could have been a project. Only those top two, consider it the one that you select and then the one that you not select. The one that you not select is your opportunity cost. You will not add for all the projects. Right? That is about opportunity cost, the cost of the project that was not selected. Now, second is contingency. Contingency is where you plan. Contingency reserve basically is the amount of money that you keep in the project for the risks that you have accepted. Okay, so if you accept the risk, saying that, okay, I will not do anything about it, then you keep some more money out, saying that this is my contingency reserve. Risks are accepted for those risks which are low priority, means low probability and low impact also. This one is not a low priority. It is low probability, but the impact is huge. Every entire material might get damaged. Right? Hence, we are not going for contingency plan here. Right? Hence, we are not accepting this as a risk. All we are doing in this question is not buying an insurance. We may do many other things also. We may improve the packaging. We may train the drivers. We may put a GPS into that. We may pick up a different route. Anything can happen. Right? But the question is saying do not buy the insurance and other options, because other options are wrong. Hence, we are saying we will not buy the insurance. Is it clear? Can you move to the next one? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Let's move to the next one. All right. So now time for some direct questions. You are managing a project with 15 stakeholders. How many potential communication channels are there among the stakeholders? Okay, let me see some choices. Let's see, I can see A. All right. So what is communication channel first and how do we calculate it? Okay, let us say we have two stakeholders, A and B. Right? There is one channel. A would communicate to B, B would communicate to A. Then let us see, there is one more stakeholder coming in. How many channels are there now? 2 channels. One more stakeholder coming in. How many channels are there now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? One more stakeholder would come. They can potentially talk to anyone, right? So there will always be some number of channels that are getting added. Okay, so when you added the 5th stakeholder, you added 4 more new channels because this 5th stakeholder can talk to all the 4 stakeholders potentially. Right? If you add a 6th one, you will add 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 channels. So every stakeholder that is getting added is adding some communication channels. Right? So if you are adding 6th stakeholder, you are adding 5 channels. If you're adding 5th stakeholder, you are adding 4 channels, which means if you are adding nth stakeholder, you are adding n-1 channels. Okay, and how do we calculate this? Number of channels, if it is 15, you will not be creating this document and trying to count it. The formula is n into n-1 by 2. Right? So this is the formula that you will use to calculate the communication channel. How do we arrive at it? Don't worry about it for now. It will take a lot of time to explain. Okay, but that's the formula. So 15 stakeholders into 15 minus 1 divided by 2. 15 minus 1 is 14. 14 divided by 2 is 7. 15 into 7 is 105. Clear, everyone? So this is the formula that we should use. Okay, there's a question is only among stakeholders. See, I mean, if they're talking about stakeholders, then we are talking only about among the stakeholders. So there are 15 stakeholders. Among the stakeholders, these are the channels. If they're saying 15 team members, 15 people, doesn't matter. Okay, if they're asking people and people communication channel, then it doesn't matter really. Okay, how many channels there are, because they are talking about 15 stakeholders and they are also talking about communication channel among the stakeholders. Let's move to the next one. All right, so let's discuss. You are managing a project with 12 stakeholders. One stakeholder has just left the project. How many potential communication channels are there among the remaining stakeholders? So 12 stakeholders were there. One has left, which means there are 11 stakeholders. So now we have to understand what are the potential stakeholders, what are the potential channels among these stakeholders. So in terms of 11, 11 into 11 minus 1 divided by 2. 11 minus 1 is 10. 10 divided by 2 is 5. 11 into 5 is 55. Right? So if you are looking at communication channel, this is one formula that you will have to remember. Let's move to the next one. Now we will see some project selection questions based on the financial matrix, benefit measurement matrix. Okay, so 5 questions, 5 formula, and we will be done for the day. All right, so let's discuss this. A company is considering investing in 2 projects. Project A has net present value of 40,000, while project B has a net present value of 20,000. Which project should the company choose? So they're considering which one they should invest in. So which one they would choose? Anyone which has a net present value of higher value. Net present value is net present value. Okay, value is dollar. Net means cash that is going out minus cash that is coming in. So whatever is spending minus what you are receiving. Okay, so if your spending is more than what you are receiving, you will have a negative value. If your spending is less than what you are receiving, you will have a, cash in minus cash out. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that it is a difference between the money that you are receiving and the money that you are spending. If you are receiving more, the net present value will be positive. If you are receiving less, then the net present value will be negative. You should always look for positive value. And whenever you are comparing net present value, it should always be the positive value. Which one is larger? Right? So A is larger here, hence A is correct. Both projects are equally good? No. There's a clear difference. None of the project? No. We would have to select one. Let's move to the next one. Right? Internal rate of return is the rate of interest at which your project's investment will earn money. Right? So it is the rate of interest. So whichever project will give me higher rate of interest, I will select that. So I will select B in this case. Right? So it is all about understanding what the term means. Okay, and you will be able to answer. As you can see, this is what I was continuously telling everyone, that math questions are easier. Okay, it is the project management, it is leading the team that is more difficult than maths. Once you understand it, it is very easy. Right in front of you, black and white, there is an answer. But when you're leading team, then it is difficult. Right? So let's look at the next question. All right. So a company is considering investing again. Cost is 10,000, benefit is 20,000. Cost is 20,000, benefit is 40,000. Okay, so we have a term called benefit to cost ratio. You look at the benefit to cost ratio and you will see 20 by 10 is 2, 40 by 20 is 2. So 20 by 10 is equal to 2 for project A. For project B, it is 40 by 20. That is also 2, which means A is equal to B. With respect to benefit cost ratio, both the projects are equally good. Right? So that is my choice. All of you answered the same, so let us move ahead. I can see one answer as B also. Is it because you are calculating profit also, benefit minus cost? And you're saying that, okay, 20 minus 10 is 10,000, 40 minus 10 is 20,000, hence I may select this. Yeah, so if you're doing it that way, yes, so you can say that the question is not very foolproof in that manner, okay, because whenever there's a draw, okay, between benefit and cost ratio, you may look at profit also. That, okay, benefit minus cost is 10,000 only here it is 20,000, so my profit is more, why will I not select that? Okay, but here we were actually trying to understand benefit to cost ratio. Okay, so based on that, your first answer was correct. C. If you're trying to take out the profit, then B would be better. Next one. All right. So project A will recover its initial investment in 2 years. B will recover its initial investment in 5 years. Which one will you choose? Even if you don't know what this is, anything which will give me my investment in faster time, I should select that. So I will select A, and this is nothing but payback period. Right? So payback period is a time that it will take for you to recover your cost, recover your initial investment. All of you were correct. So I'm just moving, and I'm just trying to show you that what kind of questions will be there. Okay. Hence, don't worry about it. Out of all the questions that we are seeing, you may see one such question in the exam. Okay. So don't be worried a lot about this. Okay. Figure out what all are the other question types in which you are going wrong. Okay. Focus more on that. You can go through this video maybe one more time before your exam, and you'll be prepared. Okay. Because there would be 1 or 2 questions only, not more than that. Let's go to 50. Last question of the day. All right. So a company is considering investing in 2 projects. Project A generates $1 of profit for every $10 invested, and B is generating 2 for every $10 invested. Okay, so if I'm investing $10, I'm getting $1 in project A and $2 in project B. Okay, naturally, my B is my inclination, even if I don't know what they are talking about. But they are talking about return on investment, which is the profit that you will have, $2 divided by the cost, $10, which is 0.2, which means 20%. So you are getting 20% return on the investment in the option B. Option A, you are getting 1 by 10, which is 0.1, okay, which is nothing but 10%. So you're getting 10% return on investment in project A. Okay, so B is giving you 20% return, hence you will invest into that. As you do it for stock, as you do it for fixed deposit or anything, you always look at your returns and then you invest. Whichever is giving you more returns, you select. Right? So those were the questions. Okay. I don't think there would be anything more than whatever we have discussed. If at all there are numerical questions. What is a little bit complicated is earned value analysis. For that also, if you know CPI, SPI, cost variance and schedule variance, you should feel very comfortable that you will be able to answer the questions. Okay. If not, for some reason, if you see a very different formula, okay, consider it as a 1 question out of 180. Don't worry about it that much. Okay. What you should be worried about is the more important parts, which is to lead the team, know the best practices, know your business environment domain. Okay. The questions, there would be, as I said, 1 or 2 questions. So when you are in the last week of your preparation, go through this video 1 more time and you will be able to revise everything that is there to be revised. Okay. There was an earned value analysis video also shared. So you can go through that as well very quickly and you will understand. Other than that, I don't think there is any other math that is important for now for PMP exam. Okay. If they introduce something absolutely new, we'll come to know about it. But other than that, there's nothing much in terms of math and numerical that we have to discuss. All right, let's discuss this. And those who are trying, please keep trying. Please put your answer in the chat box. An automobile manufacturing company has purchased a new equipment which will be used to manufacture chassis of a new model of passenger cars in their target market. The tests conducted have shown that the equipment is running fine. So test is successful. However, the quality team member updated the risk register with a risk of equipment failure while using it in the project. Okay, so what's the scenario? Scenario is that an equipment has been purchased by a company and they are planning to use it. Testing was fine. Everything is running and the equipment is running fine. But the quality team feels, okay, that there is a risk that it might fail while in the operation. Okay, which of the following would be the most appropriate response for this risk? Transfer. Okay, what will happen and how do we transfer this risk? The risk is that equipment might fail. Okay, so how do we transfer this? Not sure. Okay, so just park it. Except, see, if the equipment fails, you will not be able to launch your new model of passenger car, the project that you are doing. Okay, so this is not a low priority risk. So there's no reason why you would accept it. You have to plan some response for it. Okay, then mitigate. Mitigate means reducing the probability. So doing something so that the probability of equipment failure reduces. Looks like a good choice. We'll keep it. Okay, then escalate. There's no reason why we should escalate. I'm the project manager. I have a team. I have a quality team. We will sit together. We'll try to discuss what we can do, right? Instead of escalating. So we can eliminate this. Now the question is transfer or mitigate. See, transfer is a response where you are transferring it on somebody else. There must be some information in the question suggesting that. Okay. If it is not suggesting that, we don't know whether we will be able to transfer it to somebody else or not. And as it is, equipment failure, how would we transfer this risk on somebody else? Right? We may get some money out of it. We may have, let's say, for example, an insurance. Okay. We may get some money out of the equipment failure, but what about the time? Okay. So there's no clarity on transfer, but we have clarity on mitigate. Okay. Why do we have clarity on mitigate? Because mitigate is applicable for all the risks. You can always try to reduce the probability of occurrence. Okay, so in this case, comparing transfer to mitigate, mitigate looks like a better choice. Okay, so whenever you are confused between two options and you are not clear on one of the options, you select that one, which one is more clear. Right, so that is one way of looking at the exam questions. Okay, but this is not how you are going to see in the exam. You may, there's a chance, there's no guarantee on what you are going to see in the exam, but you may say this, but actually the way you are going to see this is like this. Scenario would still be the same, and they would not mention the terms, the response terms, but they would explain it. Okay, and when they explain it, it becomes easier. Trying to remember the concept is more difficult than trying to look at the scenario, look at the action, look at the decision, and then taking action. It is easier, but if you understand those responses, it will even be better for you. Right? So what you're going to see in the exam is something like this. Scenario is same. They have changed the options, and these mean nothing but the same thing that we saw in the previous slide. Right? So they would explain transfer, purchasing an insurance to protect from the impact, accepting the risk, mitigate, conducting regular maintenance, inspection, repairs so that we can reduce the likelihood. How crystal clear has it become? Just because they have explained it. Right? So in your exam, you will see that they would be explaining it. Chances are less that you will see the direct terms. Okay, but if you see it, you should be able to find out. It becomes difficult to find, as we just saw, but it becomes easier when they explain it. Right? So that is about question number 1. All right, so let's discuss this. The weather department in the city has informed of significant change in temperature and humidity as the city moves from summer to rainy season in coming days. The project manager is concerned that the team members might fall sick, resulting in their absence. So what's happening? Weather department has informed about some significant change in temperature and humidity. And the project manager is concerned that the team members might fall sick. So there's a risk that they might fall sick, and the impact will be that they are absent. That is the information given. Another information that is given is the project is already over budget. This is one condition given to us, and the absence of team members will also delay the project. So it is already over budget. If they become absent, then it will further delay the project. So we are not doing good in terms of cost. We'll start doing bad in terms of schedule also. So what should the project manager do to ensure the project continuity? Let us see. Accept that risk may occur and keep a contingency reserve. Okay, again, we don't know whether it is a low priority. Okay, it is, chances are more that it will happen because they have explained and given some information about it, that there's a significant change in temperature and humidity. So it is not a low priority risk that we're talking about. The team members might fall sick. Okay, so we have some information that suggests it is not a low priority risk. Okay, so A can be eliminated. B, hire additional team members as a backup plan. Should we do that? Yes. If my team is falling sick, I must do that. But there's one condition, there's one constraint, one limitation that is stopping me from doing that. The project is already over budget. Okay, hence this is also eliminated. I don't have money for that. C, call for a group discussion on health and fitness awareness. Looks like a good choice. Okay, I don't have money, but at least what I can do is I can call team members and tell them, look, this is what is happening. Please stay fit. Please eat nice. Please stay home. Please don't roam around here and there. Keep yourself fit. And we can have a discussion around that. Okay, maybe somebody is a fitness freak who can help my team, other team members. And so what we can do, we can bring team members together and discuss about staying fit in this changing circumstances because of that risk. It looks like a good choice. Purchase insurance coverage to protect against the risk. It is also a good choice, but we don't have money for that, right? Because we are already over budget. So when we are over budget and if we have to select between insurance coverage and group discussion, we will select this because we don't have money for buying insurance, right? I could see all of you were correct in this, so no doubt. Any doubts in discussion or anything that you want to discuss about this question? If not, then what is this response that we have taken? Which response is this out of the 5 responses that we discussed? Anyone? What would this response be called? Avoid, accept, transfer, mitigate, or escalate?
I would say mitigate, Amit.
Mitigate. I can see avoid on the chat box. Then I say I can see mitigate also. Is it avoid or is it mitigate? Anybody would like to explain their answer, please? Why they are thinking it is mitigate or avoid? Just so I can understand the thought process behind it. What is avoid? Yeah, please go ahead.
It's a mitigate, I think, because if it would have been avoid, then we have done nothing for that.
So you're saying that we have done nothing to avoid that risk.
Yes,
right?
yes.
We are only having a group discussion. We have not changed the plan. We are only having a discussion about it. Okay, we have done nothing to avoid the risk. While will it be a mitigation? Probably, right? If I have a discussion, if I discuss about health and fitness, the chances improve. The team members will become aware and they will not fall sick. So what am I doing? I'm reducing the probability of the risk occurrence. I'm not avoiding it. Right? Just a discussion will not avoid the risk, but it will reduce the probability of it occurring. That's what I can see in the chat box also, that it will reduce the risk. It is not avoiding, right? So it is not avoiding, it is mitigate.
Even in that case, we could not have group discussion also. We didn't have group discussion also.
Right, we would have avoided the risk itself. So we would not have needed the group discussion either. Right? We would have done something else. We would have said, okay, take leave, change the plan, or work from home, don't travel. Something of that sort. We would have changed the plan. Avoid means changing the plan and avoiding the risk altogether. Mitigate means reducing the probability of the risk occurrence. Doing something, discussion, training, testing, adding resources. These are all trying to reduce the risk. You cannot avoid it completely. Yes, Kirti, go ahead. You raised hands, please.
Yeah, Amit, in this case, we are trying to avoid people falling sick, and that's the reason. Means I thought avoiding is the response.
That's exactly why I wanted a response from everyone. Why are you thinking about? See, we are trying to avoid. Okay, but this action will not avoid it. Okay, it will prevent, it will reduce the probability. It can do a lot of things, but just a group discussion will not avoid your risk. Okay, so what we are trying to do here is not to avoid the risk altogether, but we are trying to reduce the probability of occurrence. Right? We are not changing the plan. We are just adding some more discussion so that we become more aware about health and fitness and the changing circumstances around us, and the chance that people will fall sick will reduce. Okay, so your discussion will not help you avoid the risk. It will only reduce the probability of occurring.
So Amit, for my understanding, is it right to say that avoid means changing the route and mitigate means reducing the impact?
Yes, reducing the probability.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Let's move to the next question. All right, so let's discuss this. A project manager is creating project schedule for a research and development project. A similar project was initiated earlier in the year, but was closed as the project was not delivering expected value. So what's happening? A project manager is creating a schedule. There was a similar project which was closed because it was not delivering the expected value. The project manager is concerned about this project's performance and wants to ensure the success of this project, naturally. Right? Everybody should want that. What is the best course of action for the project manager? So in these given circumstances or given information, what is the best course of action for us? Add more resources to the project. Okay, there's nothing in the question that is telling me that I don't have money. Okay, but also there's nothing in the question that is telling me that adding the more resources would help me in expected value or would help improvement in performance. Right? Adding resources just does not help in performance. It might or might not. So I'll just park it because I'm not sure whether it will help or it will not help. If I was sure that it will not help, I would eliminate it. If I was sure that it will help, I'll park it. If I'm doubtful that it might help, I'll still park it because I don't know what other options could be. Right? So in your exam, always compare the options, eliminate only when you're absolutely sure that this is not going to help. Because they are talking about best course of action. This could be the best if all the other three options are worse. Right? It is very much possible. So next, review lessons learned from the previous project. What should I do if I want to ensure the success of the project? I would review the lessons learned. I would learn some lessons about it. It might help. Okay, so now I have two options. Adding more resources to the project where I am doubtful. Okay, reviewing lessons learned from previous project where I am sure that it will help, but I don't know how much it will help. Okay, but I'm sure that it will help. So I have a better choice. Hence, I will eliminate A. Then I go to C. Convince the sponsor to withdraw from the project. Okay, just because the previous project was not successful, should I convince the sponsor to withdraw from the project? No, I'm a project manager. I should believe that I will be able to make it successful unless and until my analysis says that it is not feasible. Okay, so there has to be something in the question telling me that it is not feasible. Only then I would try this. D. Purchase insurance coverage to protect against the risk. Okay, we don't know whether this will help or not. Right? It is similar to A. Adding more resources to the project, not sure. Generally, it might help, but I don't know what work this is, what kind of work would happen. I also don't know whether insurance coverage would help. I don't know what was the reason that the earlier period failed. I know that it was not delivering expected value, but I don't know why it was not delivering expected value. So if I review the lessons learned, I'll come to know about it. Okay, hence this option is much better than any action that we are taking without justification. Okay, so this is where our mindset of taking action only when it is justified comes into picture. Okay, this is where we are reviewing something. Okay, here we are taking a decision. Let us add more resource. We are adding some money to it. Okay, so this decision must be justified. Convince the sponsor to withdraw from the project. Again, I'm taking a decision to do something. It must be justified. Purchasing insurance, adding cost, taking a decision must be justified. Right? None of these are justified from the option, information given in the question. So we will try to review, understand what happened in the previous project, and then we will try to respond for it. Any question in this? I could see all of you were correct. All right, let's move ahead.
In terms of risk response, where it will come? Will it come
Yes.
into mitigation?
Good question. So, which response is this?
Mitigate.
Everybody else, do you agree? Is it avoid? No, right? So we're not avoiding it. Is it escalate?
No.
We tried it here, but it was not fruitful. So this is also not escalate. Is it transfer? Are we transferring it to somebody else? No. So 3 is very clearly no. Right? What else do we have? We have mitigate and we have accept. Accept also it is not. Hence it is mitigate. Right? This is the reason why I always say try to eliminate. Okay, eliminating is always easy rather than trying to figure out what could be the correct answer. Okay, if I sit and try to figure out correct answer, I would come to know, just like there was one answer and a lot of answer in the chat box. I would come to know, but it will take time. But eliminating is easier. I know for sure that it is not other 4. Hence it must be mitigate. Perfect. Let's move to the next question. While installing a newly developed software application as a part of the project for a government agency, the project manager has been informed about an anticipated regulation change regarding security features on all software applications involving money transactions. So what is happening? The project manager was working on the installation of newly developed software application, and he or she was informed about an anticipated regulation change. So there may be a regulation change regarding security features on all the software applications involving money transaction. So what the government is doing? Government is trying to change the regulation to bring in some security features which will be applicable on all the software applications. Now, this new feature could be a great source of revenue for the project manager's organization. Right? So the project manager thinks that if we could build this security feature, it will be a great source of revenue because this regulation is about to change and I have received this information. So this is a positive risk called opportunity. Right? Very important for us to understand that risk not always is negative. It's not always a threat. It can sometimes be opportunity also. Right? So let us look at it. Ask the product owner to add this new security feature in the product backlog. Okay, so you know that they would change it. Okay, there is a chance. It's an anticipated regulation change. So there's a chance that it might happen. Just based on the chance, you would not ask the product owner to add. Okay, first thing. Second thing, this security feature is not applicable to the software application that we are developing, but on all the software application that involves money transaction. Okay, so it is an opportunity not for the project, but for the organization. Okay, hence there's no reason why we should add it into the product backlog. Eliminate it. Organize a meeting with current stakeholders to discuss the opportunity. Again, if you look at this, and this is what the question is testing us, right? Did we understand what the opportunity is? Okay, the opportunity is on all the software application, which will be a great source of revenue for the organization. So it is not saying that it is specific to this project. And what you're doing is you're organizing a meeting with current stakeholders to discuss the opportunity. Okay, might not be very useful, but revenue to my project could also be there, and it could also be for all the other software applications. So this could help, but doesn't look like the correct option because we are talking about an opportunity for the organization, okay, which will be applicable for all the software application, and we are calling our current stakeholders in this project to discuss the opportunity. Okay, so there is some mismatch. Okay, we are talking about opportunity for the organization and calling stakeholders for this project. So there's some mismatch. Hence, I am a little bit wary about this option, whether this could be correct or not. We go to C. inform the sponsor about the opportunity, and continue working on the project. Okay, now this also looks good, right? Why is this good? Because this is an opportunity that would help improve the revenue of my organization. Revenue generation is not my responsibility as a project manager. So I may not be able to take that decision. So if this risk, which is a positive risk and opportunity, is something that I have identified, I should escalate. Okay, so out of 180 questions, okay, probably in 179 questions you would not escalate, but there will be one question where you would need to escalate. Okay, and that escalation should be justified, and it is justified here. It is applicable to all software, it is applicable to the organization, and it is a source of revenue for me. Okay, so the chances that it is an opportunity where my authority is less is high. Okay, so this also looks like a correct option. I'll park it, and then I'll move to D. Keep working on the current product installation and finish it on time. Okay, so this is a good information, but it has nothing to do with the information given in the question. So I can eliminate this. Now the question is whether B or C is correct. Okay, B is where the opportunity given in the question is for the whole organization, and I'm calling only my stakeholders. C is where the opportunity is with the organization, I'm informing it to the sponsor, and I'm continuing my work. Okay, now because it is applicable to organization, I don't have to spend a lot of time into that. It is beyond my authority. It is for revenue generation. People who are responsible for revenue generation, they should do it. My job as a project manager is to inform them and tell them that this is the opportunity. Okay, please assign somebody who can take care of it. If you get involved in that, okay, then who will do the project work? Right? So should you discuss the opportunity? Answer is no. Because this opportunity is about revenue generation. Okay, the correct responsible people should do that. My job is to inform the sponsor. If it was escalate the sponsor, inform the sales team, inform the product team, inform the business team, in your company, all of them are correct. Right? Because it is not related to my thing. If it was about delivering the value that we have planned, then it is my responsibility. Right? The value, the benefit that we have planned for the project, delivering that is my responsibility. Generating revenue is not. Okay. If I see the opportunity, I tell my team members that yes, there is an opportunity. That is my job. I'm done with my job. Right? And then I'll continue working on the project. Okay. So this is the information that I wanted to give you, that there are two things. Okay. Because we are talking about organizing a meeting or facilitating a meeting with the current stakeholders does not make all the options correct. Okay. PMI would always be looking at the questions on which people are answering correctly. So they would always be modifying the question. Okay. So we don't have to follow it as a rule that the minute we say that meeting with current stakeholders and make it a correct option and go ahead. Don't be under that bias is what I'm saying. Okay. Be with an answer the question or choose the option with an open mind. Right? Could this be correct in this case? Right? Could informing to the sponsor be correct in this case? Right? If that's the case, then we'll do it. Okay, so if you are that critical, you will be able to solve the difficult questions also in the exam. Is it clear, the explanation? Because I could see that almost everyone answered B. Right? So be a little bit aware. Okay, it will not happen every time, but it will definitely happen in the difficult questions. Let's move to the last question.
Amit, can I have one question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, does it make sense before escalate? Can we have a discussion with the stakeholders regarding this opportunity?
See, the reason why this is wrong is because it is current stakeholders. Okay, and the benefit is for the entire organization. Okay, not only for your project. Then why would you spend your time in discussing with the current stakeholders to discuss the opportunity? If it was a kind of benefit, let's say in terms of increasing the speed of your work, you could do the project faster, or you could save some cost in your project, then yes, definitely we should do that. Okay, but the opportunity is a great source of revenue for my organization. Okay, revenue generation is not project manager's responsibility. My responsibility is to save cost. My responsibility is to deliver value. my responsibility to deliver on time. Right? That all things, everything that I have planned, I can do. Everything that I have committed, I will do it. If I see an opportunity, I will not ignore it. I will inform it to the right person and I'll continue my work. Right? So if I have to answer your question, in this case, no. But if you see any opportunity which is for your project, definitely yes. This would be your first choice that you must discuss among the stakeholders because it is for my project. But if it is for organization and if it is for revenue generation, then I don't need to get in.
Okay, thanks.
Right?
Thanks.
So this is how your escalate response questions will be there. See, it is also a valid response. So there has to be one question probably, right? So they may ask you such question also. Chances are less, but it can be there. Last question of the day. All right, let's discuss. The team members in a construction project have identified a risk of potential budget overruns due to price increases in building materials. Because there's a construction project, risk is that there could be a potential budget overruns because the building materials price might increase. They're not sure of the exact increase and have forecasted based on the historical data available. So the team thought, okay, there's a historical data available of increase in the prices. So we believe that there is a chance that this building material price might also increase in the project, which could create a risk to our budget in the project. So what would be the best response from the project manager? What would we do? If the team has identified this as a risk, we'll plan a response for that. Right? So what will we do? Now, very quickly, which stage is this or which process group activity we are talking about here? Initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling or closing. Okay. See, it is very important to understand that as well because that helps you in thinking. Okay. When you understand which activity this is, then it helps you in thinking. See, stages could be different. Okay. It could be that you are constructing the building. Okay. That does not mean that every activity that you will do will be an execution activity. Just because you are constructing the building. Majority of work could be execution activity, but you may be identifying some risk also. You may be identifying some stakeholders also. You may be identifying some new requirements also. Right? So even though in your project, majority of work is happening in execution, you may still be doing some planning activity. Okay. And identifying the risk, planning a response for it is a planning activity, irrespective of when it is happening. Even if it is happening at the end of my project, almost towards the end, it is still my planning activity. Why? Because I'm identifying a risk and I'm planning a response. Right? So it is my planning activity. I'm not doing the work. I'm not checking my work. I'm not closing the project for sure. And I'm not starting my project also. Right? So it is my planning activity. Very important to understand because this will help you in thinking what could be the correct answer. Right? Let us go to A. Using less expensive building materials to stay within the budget. Okay, so I'm planning for doing the work. I realize that the materials price might increase. So I'm saying, okay, let us use less expensive building materials. Does not look aligned. Okay, why should I go for less expensive? And how would it help? How would it impact my quality? Okay, so this is an action which is not justified. Okay, just because there's a chance that price will increase, I'm saying I will use less expensive building material. What if the price of this also increase? Okay, so risk is not whether it is an expensive material or a cheap material. The risk is that the price might increase. Its price might increase for less expensive also. The only thing that would happen is in your budget, instead of using $1,000, you would use $800. Right? That is the only thing that will happen with this action. But that risk still stays. Right? So you're planning for the budget of $800. Your plan might also get over budget. Your project might also get over budget. You're planning for $1,000, that might also get over budget. So risk still stays, even if I go for less expensive building material. So this is not a response. Eliminate. Look at B. Negotiating with suppliers to lock in prices ahead of time. Okay, looks quite natural and logical, right? Even if I don't know about risk, even if I don't know about project management, I would still be inclined to do this. If somebody tells me that your price might increase, I would try to lock in. Right? Whatever that price is. Okay. If I try to lock in, my supplier is also knows that the price might increase. So instead of $800, they may fix it on $900. And I would also be inclined to fix it because I don't know whether it will go to 1,000, go to 1,200. I need certainty in my project. I want to reduce the uncertainties. Okay, so even if it is at $100 extra, I would try to lock it in. And supplier would also try to lock it in. So it is a win-win for both of us. Right? It looks logical. Let's keep it. C. Accepting that the risk may occur, keep a contingency reserve. Okay. Increase in price is not a low priority risk. We have seen the historical data. They are concerned about it, and they are saying it might impact the project budget. So there's nothing in the information that is saying us there is a low priority risk. Okay. Hence, just what contingency reserve would we keep here? And we need to understand about it, right? Hence, this is eliminated. Go for accepting the risk and contingency reserve only if the question very clearly tells you that it is a low priority risk, because it is a decision that you are taking. It is an action that you are taking, right? Which is a very specific action for a very specific condition. That specific condition must be met, similar to escalate. It is a specific action for a specific condition that it is beyond my authority. So I need that information. I need that clarity that yes, it is beyond my authority, only then I will escalate. Similar to accept, right? I need a clarity that yes, it is a low priority, only then I will take action. Otherwise, I will not. Hence, I am eliminating this. Right? Purchasing insurance coverage to protect against the risk. Again, specific condition, specific action for the specific condition. Right? If somebody is willing to take it, then I will do it. Otherwise, what is this? How do I transfer the risk? Okay, just by insurance coverage, how is it going to help? And what would that insurance be about? Okay, not a lot of information available, hence we can eliminate this. B is correct. Clear, everyone?
Hello. Hello, Mr. Anil. Hello.
I can hear you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. I have a concern about the answer.
Yes,
because of the situation I have every day in my project. And
your voice is not very clear.
Yes, like this. I say, are you listening? Maybe my earpiece has an issue. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah, please. Any other question? Anyone?
Yeah. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Are you getting me? Is better now?
Yeah, much better.
Yes. I say I have a concern with the answer B, and the concern is that's a situation I live in my project every day.
Yes.
And even if you negotiate and lock the price with the suppliers, most often, when we are faced with this situation, the suppliers refuse that they won't work again except we renegotiate the price.
You will have to do a contract.
And that's what.
I understood.
Yes, we have a contract. We have a contract with them. Most often we do what we do like an annual agreement. Yes, maybe the annual agreement is like a locked price. But in case there is a significant change in price, most of them will refuse to take any site.
What's happening there in that case is either they are requesting, okay, or they are bullying you. Right? They are requesting. What I'm saying is, what's happening with you in your real life scenario is that even when you have a contract, okay, and they are refusing to give you on that price, okay, first of all, it is not a part of, it is a part of illegal thing, right? So you have to go to the legal department and take that discussion. The reason you cannot do it is because of two reasons, okay? The supplier is either trying to request you for price increase because they are saying that the price increased so much that the locked in price is incurring them a lot of loss, right? So,
exactly.
Right? You locked in the price for, let's say, for example, 5% increase, but the price increased 25%. Okay, it is a definite loss for them. So they are saying that yes, we did this case, but it is what is happening in the environment or what is happening in the business environment is that the price increased 25%, and this is something that they did not anticipate. So either they are requesting you to increase the price because they got hit a lot, or they are trying to bully you because they are the only supplier with which you are working. And they know that. And they know that you don't work with any other supplier, or any other supplier is not there in the market. So they are trying to bully you. That even if it is a 7% or 8% increase, they are saying, okay, please increase the price because there's a huge increase. So that could be the only two reasons. As a project manager, what you need to do is you need to escalate this to your procurement manager, to your sponsor. You need to tell them that this is the case, that is what is happening. So it becomes a strategic decision.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, and that because it is a strategic decision, that is why I choose C, concerning given that contingency is managed by it's under a strategic decision, because most often when we are faced with that, we are not the ones who decide what has to be done. It is based on the contingency that the project director.
Contingency reserve is something that you keep for a low priority risk.
Okay.
Okay. If there is a less chance, if there is hardly any chance, there is no chance that it will happen. Okay, 1%, 0.5% chance that it might happen.
Yes.
So you always keep a contingency reserve for low priority risk, less chance of happening, and less impact also. Here it is not a less impact or less chance of happening, right? And hence we are not selecting this.
Okay. Understood.
So see, what you're saying is absolutely correct, and I understand this practical scenario. I have also faced this, and many of us face it. Okay, but the choice here is that what is the best response among the 4 choices, right? So as of now, we should try this, right? This would help us. While I'm planning, we will try to lock in. After that, okay, if you have the anticipation that my supplier would try to request or bully me for price increase if it goes more than that, then you can build a contract in the beginning itself saying that no other prices would be entertained. You can be safe around that. But if you have only one supplier, you are never safe. Okay, they would always try to get some more money because they know that they are the only one. Okay, so these things would happen, and then as I said, it becomes a strategic decision. Whether you want to work with them, whether you want to take them to court, whether you want to take a legal action on them, it becomes a strategic decision for the organization. Okay, so what is this? Is it avoid or is it mitigate?
Mitigate.
Negotiating with the suppliers to lock in the prices ahead of time. Yes, please. Are you changing the plan or are you trying to mitigate things? You are avoiding the risk completely. It is not mitigating. It is not reducing the probability that the risk would happen. There's no risk. Once you have locked in the price, that's the price you are going to pay. Think about the procurement management chapter. Okay, so instead of having a rate contract, instead of having a time and material type of contract, you are having a fixed price contract here. Right? So the price is fixed. There's absolutely no risk. Even if the price increases, your budget will not get impacted. Okay, what would get impacted is the supplier's margin. It is no risk for you in this circumstances. So what you have done is you have avoided the risk. Is it clear why it is not mitigate? We have changed the plan itself. Instead of having a fixed price, instead of having a time and material contract, we are having a fixed price contract. We are saying that we'll fix the price itself.
Right.
Right. Perfect.
Amit, one general question.
Yes, please.
Generally, how does you calculate the contingency reserve? What percentage we should consider in terms of total budget cost?
Right. Contingency reserve and management reserve both, okay, needs to be calculated based on the historical data, if it is available, or based on our analysis. Okay. Now, for contingency reserve, we don't plan response. We don't decide, okay, this is something that we will do, this is something we'll do. What we do is we just do the analysis, right? So we try to understand the probability and we try to understand the impact. And we realize that probability is also less, impact is also less. And that's why we selected to have a contingency reserve. right? So let us say, for example, your probability was somewhere around 5%. Okay, these are all our estimate, right? These are all our understanding based on previous project, understanding based on the work that we do, understanding based on what the team thinks about the risk, right? So we are either taking collective decision or we are looking at previous project and then taking decision. But whatever our analysis tells us, it says that the chance is only 5% that it will happen. And if it happens, the impact would be $1,000. Right? So what you come to know here is your expected monetary value of this particular risk, right? Specific to accept. You come to know 5% of $1,000. So 5% of $1,000 is $50. Right? So you will keep $50 as a contingency reserve because that is your expected monetary value of this risk. For high priority risk, the value itself would be so high that you cannot keep it in your contingency reserve. Hence, you will have to plan for it. You will have to try to avoid it. You will have to try to mitigate it. You will have to try to escalate or share it with somebody else or transfer it to somebody else. Right? You will have to do it because the value would be huge. What would happen there is, let's say, for example, the probability will be 50% and the impact would be $10,000. Right? So you cannot keep $5,000 as your contingency reserve. That's a huge amount. Who would give you that amount? Nobody will give that. Right? Hence, for these $5,000, $10,000 kind of risks, we will try to plan a response. Okay. But if it is $50, $10, $5 here and there, we would say, okay, let us keep this money in our contingency reserve. Right? So to answer your question, in one sentence, you would try to understand the probability. You try to understand the impact, either through historical information or through discussion with the team, and multiply the probability into impact and keep that money as a contingency reserve.
Got it. Thank you.
What you're not doing is you're not planning any response for it. You're saying that when the risk will happen, then I will use this money. I hope these questions were helpful. Do let me know how did you find these questions to be. If you want to attempt more such questions, you want to practice timed test on an online mode, we have mock exams package that would help you in testing your preparation through the questions that are very similar to what you might see in the PMP exam. The link for those exams and the details are given in the description box. Please follow that and all the best for your preparation. Thank you.